Putting it off. Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there,
Ian Rappaport. Also, the Colts, who were undefeated going into the weekend, lose to the Rams 27-20 in LA. Sunday Night Football, a tie. 40-40. Packers and Cowboys and Micah Parsons return to Dallas. The Packers had a set of downs that was early in overtime, but they only had a couple of seconds on the clock, had to kick a field goal because time was about to expire. 2-1-1 for Green Bay. Kansas City beats Baltimore 37-20, and it looked easy. Lamar Jackson did not play in the fourth quarter due to a hamstring injury. The U.S. loses in the Ryder Cup. They almost put the comeback all the way together. They were down big going into Sunday, but Europe retains and wins the cup. 2 more years, and then it'll be back in Ireland. Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. The Jets and the Dolphins kicking things off for the early game just after 7 o'clock, and then Bengals and Broncos afterwards. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
It's a tunnel screen to Shakir. Works his way through a tackler, stays on his feet, breaks away from another. 20, 10, 5. Khalil Shakir. Slippery as ever. And he's in for a 43-yard touchdown. Snap, fakes the handoff to Cook. Allen gonna run it, tucks it, and he reaches the goal line. The beast has been released as he takes it in on a 5-yard touchdown run. Here's the snap, orbit motion, it's a reverse. Olave going Philly special, and it's intercepted by Cole Bishop at the 2-yard line, and up the sideline he goes. What a play by Cole Bishop.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy Victory Monday. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. A chilly morning, but perhaps you're warmed by the feelings of your football team being 4-0. Bills win. They beat the Saints, 12-point victory, 4-0. The rest of the AFC around them continues to crumble. In some ways, different than others. The Chargers' crumble was injuries. The Colts' crumble was self-inflicted idiotic moves from wide receivers, A.D. Mitchell, among other things. And the Bills, they had a rough day by some accounts and won by 12, which is kind of what happens an awful lot around here. So, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We got a tie in football last night. Oh, if you stayed up late, you watched a tie. 40-40. I didn't check. Is it scoregami?
40-40? Gotta be, right?
Should be.
A lot of those ties from back in the day, I gotta imagine, was a little lower scoring than that. So, I would guess. I'm sure there will be some rule change conversation today about
it was 40-40
for clocks and
scoregami.
Yeah, good.
You'll have to fill me in on the clock stuff. I was long asleep by the time this game hit 40-40.
Like, why are we? Why do we have clock? Why do we have a clock
in overtime?
Why do we have a clock in overtime?
Great question.
Like the Packers have second down, and I guess we got to kick a field goal here because the Giants took all the
Cowboys.
Thank you, took all the clock away.
Yeah,
It really plays into the strategy, kind of ruins the strategy of, do you want the ball first or do you want the ball second? Well, I guess you got to say I want the ball first now because you might not have enough time if you take the ball second. Yeah. So I'm sure that'll happen today. There'll be Ryder Cup rules discussions today, I think, as well, by the way.
Maybe. There'll be Bills fans yelling at Bills fans about whether or not they should be mad at the Bills for how they won a game. We've been doing that for about 4 years now, and it's very normal, and I would imagine that's going to happen today. So, anyway, Bills win, and James Cook, a star of the show, Josh Allen, star of the show, Khalil Shakir has his biggest game of the season, right? A touchdown,
definitely.
5 catches on 5 targets. The defense had its best game of the season. Maybe the Jets game?
Jets. They held the Jets starting quarterback to 27 yards.
Okay.
I think that has to be
And they held
best.
this guy to 100. In a game that was close. The difference between the Jets game is the Jets game was never really competitive. There they can lean on a lead and just suffocate a team, and they go to the backup, the Jets did. In this game, it's competitive throughout, and the defense had to make plays. And while the offense went into a slumber, the defense came up big. And did that happen against the Jets? I mean, I should go back and check the drive for drive, play for play. Mm-hmm. At halftime of the Jets game, the Bills are up 20-3. Is the game over? Mm-hmm. In this game, the Bills defense had to make a big play right before halftime, and then make a stop to start the second half, and come up again and again. They had to make a stop on a 2-point conversion, which they did. So, you had much more high leverage moments in this game than the Jets game. The Jets game was just an inept offense, and you, I guess, did the job. Tyrod threw for 56, and Justin Fields threw for 27. Yeah. So,
look, they dominated that game.
They did.
This game, I don't know.
This game they were needed.
Am I wrong? I thought the Saints moved the ball more than I'd seen them in any game this season.
Well, they had moved the ball against some other teams. They held Rattler to his lowest output as a passer.
But what about as a runner?
He'd been over 200 a lot.
Because a lot of his game was more he was taking off and scrambling. And he was doing well at that. So, but sure, there weren't big chunk plays through the air. One of them, they got lucky. That was just a little bit through the hands of Brandon Cooks.
Yep.
That by the way, that's a play that would have been scored on them in a 3rd and long situation, right? Mm-hmm. That would have took the lead. That was what I had not considered for a second they could lose this football game. And then I saw that pass in the air, and I thought. Because I was home by then. I was there for the first half, left at halftime. And I'm like, that ball, where's he going with that ball? He thinks he's got somebody there. And then sure enough, there's Brandon Cooks, but it's just a little bit behind him.
Yeah.
But that play was there. The Saints had the game there.
They had the lead.
They had the lead there, not the game. But
right.
They had the lead there, and they kind of just a little bit off by both the receiver and the quarterback.
It makes me wonder, that play and the touchdown that was thrown on Christian Benford, he kind of looks over and he and Bishop start to talk after the fact.
Communication problem there. Maybe. We saw what Bishop can offer. He made a big play in this game. And then there's that touchdown against Benford where Bishop is there. And then there's this play where they split the safeties. And I just wonder about the Bills' secondary overall. Tre'Davious White was in this game and then out, and then in, and then out, and then in. Yeah,
I could not figure out what's happening with Tre'Davious White.
They were just going every other, I thought.
Yeah, A.J. Ross said on the broadcast that it was not because he was injured. So he's benched. So he's back.
Yeah.
So they're working in Dorian Strong in that spot. We'll have plenty to get to on the defense. We're closer and closer every day to, a couple of reinforcements coming that we hope can make a difference. But this relationship that people have with the offense versus what they have with the defense. This was a game where the other team got their yards, not that many, and the defense made enough plays. The defense got you the ball, a couple of whatever. The turnover battle, their formula for winning, they did the job.
They did get there on the not losing the turnover battle,
yes,
right?
They did.
That streak lives to fight another day?
It lives.
Okay. 26 games now. I'm sure I'll see someone tweeted out. But NFL record for not losing the turnover battle continues.
Yes.
In that game.
Is their record 0-2 in the playoffs in that stretch?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe they have lost 2 playoff games while doing that.
I shouldn't say 0-2. They won other playoff games.
They have, right. Yeah, Baltimore.
In that stretch. Baltimore, Denver, right.
Yeah. So I don't know, they scored 31, and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game, and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the fourth quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider,
know.
you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo right now? Like that during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo. Because people know what the Saints are, and they know what the Bills are. And I guess on that, like, that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing, because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe it was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team, because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team. So when they don't play up to their standard, I think they get the win, though. They get the win, and that is good. And you just got to keep pace, because the rest of the AFC right now, the Chargers, they're losing that game, right? The Chargers, they did lose that game yesterday. They lost to a bad team. They're on the road. Bills are at home.
And they've lost in very important pieces that if you took away from the Bills, you might worry a little bit.
So
I've got stats on exactly like what's happened to Justin Herbert in the last 2 games.
Right. So I recognize it is much better that they won the football game.
Yep.
But I think it is below their standard that they let the Saints hang around as long as they did.
Well, last year the Super Bowl champions beat the Browns 20-16. The Browns, of course, had the 5th pick overall. They also played the Giants earlier in the season. They blew them out late in the season, not to see if this game mattered. They won a close game. They beat Carolina by 6. The Eagles did last year. I mean, I went to the Eagles, not the Chiefs, because A, the Chiefs didn't win the Super Bowl, and B, we know the Chiefs won every game by like a half a point because they were so annoying. I'm firmly comfortable with where the Bills are. They might lose a game in the regular season. They might lose a stupid game, and there'll be a lot of fire and brimstone as a result because we expect, we have high standards. But I mean, it's their model. What is their model? To run the ball effectively, to get a couple big plays from Khalil Shakir or Dalton Kincaid. They played some smart elements of this game. McDermott went for a 4th down he should have gone for, and that was smart.
Just didn't like the play call.
Didn't like the play. I didn't like the play call at all either.
That was a weird drive for me because it came. I didn't want to crush them for running it like on the first couple of plays because what had happened on the drive previous. They marched down the field 80 yards, and what was a lot of that drive? It was, James Cook up the middle, and they just could not stop him.
I've got good stats on James Cook for why it continues to work.
I mean, big runs. They had just marched down the field. They had just bullied the Saints down the field one drive previous. So they come out on the next drive, and they try to do the same thing. I don't got any problem with that. But once you get down to 4th and 2, or 4th and 1, excuse me.
Put it in Josh Allen's hands.
Right, like
not in his hands where he's going to get rid of it in a half a second to give it to somebody else.
But some play where so Ryan Vandemark trips on that play, right, and it blows up the whole play because he doesn't block the guy that's coming around the edge. One little mistake like that on that play call, play's over.
Yeah.
Play gets blown up and you don't succeed. You make a mistake like that on a play where Josh Allen's got the ball in the backfield.
And he runs for 30 yards.
Right. Like, that's why you never call that play in that spot because you don't have an out. You don't have an out when you call that little Shakir handoff up the middle. Whereas your pass play doesn't work, you have your out. It's Josh Allen. They decided not to take that play call.
Is it the closest thing we've seen to a trick play since the trick play in Baltimore?
They've run it before, though.
Right, I know. So, it's not a trick play. People will accuse that of being cute.
Yeah.
It's a cute play.
Yeah, that's right.
If it works, it's a great call. If it doesn't work, it's cute.
It's a misdirection play.
Yeah.
It's probably not a full-on trick play. You did not have a wide receiver throwing a pass
That's right.
to the quarterback.
That seems, in retrospect, like that was a mistake for the Saints.
The Saints?
Hey, I've got a mobile quarterback who's been pretty good at getting away. I've got 2 backs that have broken a bunch of tackles from this Bills defense.
Yep.
Maybe I should have Chris Olave throw a pass.
Well, I liked this. Someone mentioned this in the booth when we were up there right at the end of the half. That play call. It's a bad play call because of the context, right? They had actually been running the ball pretty well on the couple of series before that. So if I'm the Saints, The clock's moving. I'm in a position where I might not give Allen the ball back. Like, let me keep just doing what I've been doing and punch this ball into the end zone. And even honestly, if I don't, I'm getting the ball at half. And if I've got to settle for a field goal, like, all right, I'm in this game against the Bills in Buffalo. Like, that's a win if you're New Orleans. And they pull that trick play out. I think the context is bad for it. I do kind of understand what they're trying to do, though. What are they trying to do? They're thinking, that's safety back there. You know, there's been talk that he might be a little bit lost and he didn't get all the reps and he's still figuring out as a young player at the position. I think we can get this on him. And they were wrong, too, because Bishop diagnosed the play in a heartbeat and flew right to the football. I mean, it's a credit to him how great a play it was, because if Bishop is even, I think, half a step slow to recognize what is happening and not fire right to Spencer Rattler, that's going to be an easy touchdown. Like, I think the Saints were betting on him or maybe one of the safeties not figuring out what was happening, and they were wrong because Bishop was right on top of it.
Yeah, I thought Tre'Davious White had a chance at this, but you're right. Rattler might have had to make a tough catch. The thing I thought about this series, we'll get your calls in, by the way, 803-0550, give us a call. Bills win. They're 4-0, the only unbeaten in the AFC, and we'll talk about it with you all morning. Sal at 7, Chris Bound at 8:30. The thing I thought about that Philly special play was, leading up to it, how bad the Saints were at running the 2-minute offense where you're trying to double dip. The pass to Shaheed in the corner, clock stops.
Yeah.
All I'm
bad.
thinking about as watching the Bills is, whatever you do here, if you get 3 and put a minute on the board, Josh Allen is going to have a chance to undo it. And if you get 3 and there's a minute and a half on the board, Josh Allen can beat that with a touchdown. So what you want to do in the double dip scenario is score with as little time left as possible. Turns out the Bills didn't do anything because they were backed up in their own end. There was a penalty, and they might not think they have the kind of offense that can go 90 yards in a minute, even though I think it may be good if they just let things rip. So
yeah, they had first and goal at the 8 with 1:42 on the clock, and what the Bills have one timeout.
Yeah,
like you gotta.
And they're out of timeouts, and on third and goals when they throw the interception with 1:30, they get 10 seconds off the clock in 2 plays. Like, listen.
They get lucky Dorian Williams takes a penalty, really.
That's right.
Allen's going to get a chance to go score more points.
That's right. That's right. Like, listen, Liam Cohen, if you want to double dip, you got to make sure that there's no one dipping in between. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, it's not a double dip if someone else is dipped.
It's not a double dip if Josh Allen comes in there and dips in the middle there.
Just sticks his face in the dip.
Right.
Like, no, this is mine, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't mad about it. I just thought, like, you are making mistakes by throwing the ball here. So when, if Olave throws that in and it's incomplete, what happens? The Saints kick a field goal, and the Bills get a full drive of 1:30 and probably get a field goal right back at worst.
Right.
So that interception on EPA, you could tell me they lost 3 points. I'd tell you it might have been a push, because if it doesn't get picked and falls incomplete, you probably end up each team getting 3. If the Bills don't get 7.
I think is it the best play by a Bill this year?
It was
pretty
the best
incredible.
play by a Bill this year.
Him recognizing the play, flying to the ball, and then jumping up and making a one-handed interception in that spot right around the goal. Like, the ball is being thrown into the end zone.
It's pretty good.
I think it might be my number 1 right now.
Yeah.
It was super impressive. I loved the breakdown, too, that I saw after of how he, like, just Bishop knew right away. Like, there was no hesitation that he was right on top of what was happening. And that might be as impressive as the one-handed catch.
803-0550 is our phone number. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. We'll read through some phone calls here. Get your thoughts on this. The defense, how it played, the offense, how it played. And if there's one real bigger story to come out of this game for me, it's continuing to develop. James Cook is a feature back. They treat him now like he is Derrick Henry. Mm-hmm. They treat him like he is Saquon. All that talk about how he's not a full number 1. Man, remember Ray Davis? Did Ray Davis retire? He's gone. Ty Johnson, these guys don't touch the ball anymore. And Cook is on pace for a crazy number of touches. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to dig into those numbers, and I think it's an interesting point to at least, flesh out a little bit.
He's one of 4 backs in the league with 75 carries.
And how many catches, too? Like, how many targets?
Right.
He's getting
He's getting a few of those too.
He's getting an incredible amount of touches.
Yeah, it's Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, and James Cook. Those are
feature backs.
Feature and workhorse.
Yes,
these are workhorse.
And
backs.
James Cook is a workhorse back right now, and maybe they have plans for him to be all year. They're up 9. He's running the ball. Hey,
all right.
Can I get Ray Davis? Keep him fresh. It's fine. I don't
think he really exists for them right now.
He sure does not. I think he is. He's whatever happened. He's gone. Brandon in Buffalo. Hey, Brandon. Good morning. Happy Victory Monday.
Good morning, guys. I just want to start off by saying I thank you guys for everything that you do, and I love the station.
Thanks, Brandon.
I think I called in. Yeah, I called in last week, and I had an issue with the defense, and I was talking to you guys about the defense. And I think it was you, Jeremy, that said you shouldn't be concerned right now. You want to see how your defense is going to be good, come a little bit more deeper into the season. The concern I have is for the defense is the same concern I see every year. And if you look at the last couple of games that this defense has played, the only game I feel that our defense really was dominant was the Jets game. And if you look at yesterday's game, and you look at a few of those passes, if that quarterback was accurate enough to make a few of those passes would have been touchdowns. And the game could have went the other way. Who knows? I'm just very concerned about our defense, man, because I just feel that I'm not asking for too much out of this defense. The only thing I'm asking for is to get off the field on third down and to stop the run when it really matters. Now, any given Sunday means any given Sunday that any team can win on any given Sunday. So I didn't take for granted us playing the Saints. I'm just saying that the Bills have set a standard bar for us to the point that it's either Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people say it's not Super Bowl or bust, but at this point, should we still be even concerned or even worried about or even talking about our defense? I think at this point that where we at right now, where they put so much draft capital into our defense, I think we should be concerned about the offense, not the defense. We should have no problems even talking about our defense because we didn't put so much stock in it. And if this is happening in the beginning of the year, and you know, as the year goes on, knock on wood, some players get injured. It's just very concerning, man. You know, I'm just very, very concerned about our defense, and I'm just very concerned, guys. That's it.
Yeah, thanks. Well, the question from yesterday, I think, is more about should we be concerned about their run defense? Because now you have 2 games on the year. I mean, Derrick Henry is one of them. Although Derrick Henry has not looked great in any other game, I don't think, this year yet.
Yeah, that's right.
You've got the Derrick Henry game in week 1, and then yesterday where did the Saints have 3? Did Rattler get to 50?
They had
3 carries.
They had 100. It's funny. They had 189 yards rushing, which
on 34, so just under 6 yards an attempt.
I love to make this point, and I don't know that football players or football coaches or football analysts would agree with me. They gave up 189 on the ground. Is that embarrassing? They won the game 31-19. Last time the Saints were in Buffalo, they gave up 190. And it was embarrassing because they got
the one where they ran 30 times in a row,
Yes.
they only got to 190.
Yeah.
I thought that number would have been like 300. From what I remember about the game, it feels like 300.
Let me double check that.
All right.
But I remember looking at that game, and most of the Saints' rushing yards in that game came after it was a 3-score game.
Right.
Like you're embarrassed because you can't get off the field. You're already down 20 points. Like the yields on running the ball are less than passing the ball. So if you want to ask me, like, what am I worried about with the defense long term? I'm much more worried about the pass defense than the run defense. And part of that is Deion Walker looks good. Ogunjobi is going to play. He's going to come in and he's going to play. Any idea that he was not going to make this roster, that's gone. They're elevating a practice squad guy every single week, and they signed Ogunjobi to be on the roster.
I did see Jordan Phillips waving his hands in the air to get the crowd pumped a few times yesterday, which all it said to me was, oh, he's out there.
Right, exactly.
He's on the field.
I've got Michael Hoyt coming back as well. Like I've got pieces in the run game that can help. The run defense has been, finger quotes, good or bad for years.
Last year it was good.
Last
year I think it was statistically it was a good run defense.
Okay, it was fine statistically. What was the problem last year? Their pass defense had problems.
Yeah,
because of the safeties. And if we're talking about what I'm really worried about, like you watch the Baltimore game, maybe you come out of that thinking, wow, Derrick Henry ran all over you. I think Lamar threw it all over you. And of the 2 things I'm more worried about, I'm much more worried about the pass defense. I don't know if Hairston's going to come back. It looks like Tre'Davious White's in the process of losing his job to Dorian Strong. Cole Bishop has a flash play. Taylor Rapp misses another tackle, takes another bad angle. Like I've got I've got more concerns about their pass defense because when you get to the playoffs, I know that the cliche is to say January's where running matters. Sure it is. January's where you run into the better quarterbacks. And if you can't stop the pass, you're in trouble. All their playoff losses over the years, how many of them have been because they can't stop the run? You might say the Bengals game, but the Bengals game, they're down 14 before anybody starts running the ball.
Right, I was going to say.
They lose in the playoffs because they can't stop the pass. So, of the two, I'm much more concerned about the pass defense, and I wonder if they would seek somebody on the trade market. Tariq Woolen, C.J. Gardner-Johnson just got released. Like, I don't know who the right answer is there, but I think there's much more likely an answer coming at somewhere in the secondary, especially if Sean McDermott just laid out that they're not quite sure about Maxwell Hairston's timeline, and he can't rule anything out. Like, okay, so the best I've got in terms of reinforcements coming in the secondary is a rookie off an injury who's missed 2 months.
And another rookie who was drafted in the 6th round.
Right. So
how much do I want to feel secure in that?
And that
even though he's looked fine, I think.
Sure. And that is to address worrying about the defense as reasonable, which I think if you want to worry about the defense, it's reasonable. The second part of that for me, Joe, would be look around the league yesterday. I like to do this every week. Which defenses were dominant? Tell me the ones that were dominant. Who had a dominant game? The Packers, I was told, had a great defense.
Not yesterday. The Texans have a dominant defense.
Who they shut out?
The worst team in the league.
The worst team in the league that can't do anything.
And the other games they've played well on defense, they've scored like 9 points.
That's right. Okay.
So
the Vikings have a tremendous defense. They lost to Pittsburgh.
I couldn't believe
they lost to Pittsburgh.
I thought
DK
for sure
Metcalf went off on them.
I thought for sure they'd smoke Pittsburgh. Yeah,
like,
they didn't.
If you're looking for dominant defense, all right, where is it?
Kansas City.
Dominant defense?
They looked pretty dominant yesterday. Baltimore can do anything.
Listen, we can talk about that game in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get there.
All I want to say is that any of you out there that said it's time to root for the Chiefs, look what you did. Look what you did. Look what you did.
I would like to say on record that I ended on Friday saying I think I'm rooting for Baltimore.
That game happens.
Just like to put that out there.
That game starts. You're like, you know what? I want the Chiefs to win this game. Bam, 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 touchdown. Like, uh-oh.
Crap.
What did we do?
What did we unleash?
803-0550. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Give us a ring. Brandon, thanks for the phone call. Anything you guys got is welcome. We're happy to talk about all of it. The defense, the offense, the fourth down decision for McDermott. The standard. Joe saying world-class team and how much they need to play like that. 803-0550. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Rolling through your calls when we return. So stick with us here on WGR. Bills win, and James Cook, a star of the show. Josh Allen, star of the show. Khalil Shakir has his biggest game of the season, right? A touchdown.
Definitely.
5 catches on 5 targets. The defense had its best game of the season. Maybe the Jets game?
Jets. They held the Jets starting quarterback to 27 yards.
Okay.
I think that has to
and
be
they
their
held
best.
this guy to 100. In a game that was close. The difference between the Jets game is the Jets game was never really competitive. There they can lean on a lead and just suffocate a team, and they go to the backup, the Jets did. In this game, it's competitive throughout, and the defense had to make plays. And while the offense went into a slumber, the defense came up big. And did that happen against the Jets? I mean, I should go back and check the drive for drive, play for play. Mm-hmm. At halftime of the Jets game, the Bills are up 20-3. Is the game over? Mm-hmm. In this game, the Bills defense had to make a big play right before halftime.
Yep.
And then make a stop to start the second half and come up again and again. They had to make a stop on a 2-point conversion, which they did.
Uh-huh.
So, you had much more high leverage moments in this game than the Jets game. The Jets game was just an inept offense, and you, I guess, did the job. Tyrod threw for 56, and Justin Fields threw for 27.
Yeah.
So,
look, they dominated that game.
They did.
This game, I don't know.
This game they were needed.
Am I wrong? I thought the Saints moved the ball more than I'd seen them in any game this season.
Well, they had moved the ball against some other teams. They held Rattler to his lowest output as a passer.
But what about as a runner?
He'd been over 200 a lot.
Because a lot of his game was more he was taking off and scrambling. And
That's
he was doing well at that. So, but sure, there weren't big chunk plays through the air. So I don't know, they scored 31 and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's like, Here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, like, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the fourth quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider, you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo right now? Like that during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo. Because people know what the Saints are, and they know what the Bills are. And I guess on that, like, that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe it was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team. Wasn't pretty throughout, but the Bills get the win over the New Orleans Saints to improve to 4-0 on the year. A big day from James Cook. He goes over 100 yards and gets a touchdown again. Cook breaks the record for the most consecutive games in Bills history with a rushing touchdown. That streak is now at 8, going back to last regular season. The Bills alone atop the AFC at 4-0. So first place, only undefeated team in the conference. The Eagles are also undefeated, but in the NFC. The Chargers lost yesterday. That's why they have a loss now. 21-18 to the Giants. Jackson Dart winning in his debut. However, the Giants did lose Malik Neighbors to a believed torn ACL, which would be the season. Also, the Colts, who were undefeated going into the day, fall to the Rams 27-20 in LA. Chiefs win over the Ravens, and they had a pretty easy time doing it. 37-20. Lamar Jackson left just before the fourth quarter begun with a hamstring injury. The game was out of hand at that point anyway. Cooper Rush came in his place. Sunday Night Football, Micah Parsons in his return to the Cowboys does get a sack. The Cowboys and Packers, though, tie 40-40 with a field goal as time expired in overtime. So 2-1-1 for Green Bay, 1-2-1 for Dallas. Monday night doubleheader tonight, starting with Miami and the Jets just after 7 o'clock. U.S. almost came back in the Ryder Cup, but Europe wins with a Shane Lowry putt yesterday to retain the cup, and then Europe wins it thereafter. Next up is 2 years from now in Ireland. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's the snap, orbit motion, it's a reverse. Olave going Philly special, and it's intercepted by Cole Bishop at the 2-yard line, and up the sideline he goes. What a play by Cole Bishop.
You think if Bill Belichick is watching that game, he gets mad? Like, it's the Philly
Why?
special.
Oh.
It's against the Patriots. And when it gets picked off, it looks like the dumbest play ever. Like, yeah, that play looks dumb.
And it looks so easy against...
we got cooked in the Super Bowl on it.
Right.
And that's tough. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, and highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Let's get you some of the Skyworks stats of the game. Brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. James Cook had 22 carries, 117 yards and a touchdown, 12 rushing yards over expected. One of the things I like to point out about James Cook, like 12 might not sound like a lot, but in a game, unless you break a big one, like Cook had 42 yards on one carry against the Jets. And the number one player in the NFL at rushing yards over expected is David Montgomery, who busted one against the Ravens. Remember that?
Like a 75-yard run.
Yeah. So you're going to get those big ones, and other than that, you're just picking off pieces. One way to look at this is percentage of rushes where you get yards over expected. And where does James Cook rank in that metric? 4th in the NFL. He is 1.26 rush yards over expected per attempt, which is pretty darn good. A lot of the guys ahead of him are not guys that carry it a lot, but he's been great. He's a yards over expected top 10 back now, looking for his 3rd straight year. He looks like a feature back. He's exciting, and I kind of don't want to imagine this offense without him. And we spent some of training camp and the preseason wondering what it would look like without him. And the Bills do not want to look at this offense without him because he is getting a workload.
He's on pace for over 300 carries.
Will he get there? I mean, he stays healthy. Will he get there?
It's got to come down a little, right? He's not 21, 19, 22 are his attempts in his last 3 games. That Jet game, by the way, is a game that it's out of hand, and he still got the 21. I don't know. Isn't he going to fall back around 15 at some point? At this rate, do they feel like they're going to gas him out, or they're going to not use him up, but how much do they want him beat by the time they get to the playoffs?
It's a great question. It's why in the 4th quarter I tweeted and I asked the question, can Ray Davis get a sniff? I want Ray Davis in the 4th quarter to handle the ball instead of Cook because I got to make sure he's healthy.
You said you don't want to imagine a team without James Cook. You want to talk about running back at the trade deadline then? Because if they're an injury away from, you want to go trade for Alvin Kamara?
Maybe. He looked pretty good.
Maybe?
Do you know the last Bills running back to have 300 carries in a season?
McCoy probably did it, right?
No. McCoy never did it. Think of that.
All their other backfields were like, because Fred always had to split it with Spiller, and Spiller to split it with Fred, and Lynch. Lynch didn't get it, right?
Nope. This is a franchise that spent a decade drafting running backs. Last running back to have the...
I'm going to say McGahee definitely did it.
325.
Yeah, okay.
20 years ago, 300 carries for McGahee.
Cook for 300 carries. Man, that's such a big number.
McGahee did it. Travis Henry did it twice. Thurman did it, of course. Thurman had 355 one year.
And then OJ probably did it every single year.
OJ had 332. That's in 14 games, and 329 in 14 games.
237 is Cook's high. So that would be 63 higher than his career high.
Yeah. We'll see how they manage
They did pay him.
We'll see.
They paid him.
He's earning it. John in Detroit. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Love your show. I watch it every morning.
Thanks, John.
I guess, I go back to the AFC Championship and very disheartening loss. I thought we were the better team. And if you read some of the comments from the Bills players, they said the Chiefs, on offense and defense were running things that they didn't see all year. And then I go back to the opening day Ravens game. And when there was like 5 or 6 minutes left, it's like the Bills' talent just jumped off the screen. When they really had to have it, they just exploded. It reminded me of the old game in 1990 when they came back for the Raiders. Some of those older fans, it was just an incredible comeback. And I'm watching some of these games, even the Jets game. I think they were up 20-3, and they handed it off on 3rd and 5, and then they kicked the field goal. This is maybe an arrogant question as a Bills fan, but it just feels this way. Do you think they're holding things back this year? Not that they're not trying to win, but did they learn a very tough lesson in that AFC Championship? And I'm interested in your guys' comments. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, John. I've wondered this a little bit. I've wondered this on the kickoffs. I'll get back to the idea about the offense, but the kickoff is teams are just doing so many different things. The Rams doing that knuckleball kick they did against the Eagles last week. And, if you discovered something you thought could work and be really smart on kickoffs, could you just save it all the way until the most important game of your season? Then you decide to bust it out in the divisional round or whatever. Could the Bills be holding something back? I don't know. I think what happened in the Baltimore game is what's happened a lot, which is they start passing the ball more. And when they pass it, they get better returns because Josh Allen's one of the best quarterbacks at passing the football in the NFL, or he runs it. And earlier in the game, they were a little conservative. And, what else happened in that Baltimore game? The Ravens backed off. They stopped playing press coverage. They start giving these really big soft zones, thinking the Bills don't have the time to come back, and the Bills got a bounce along the way too. So, can they open it up whenever they want to? I'm not so sure about that. They say they can. I'm not so sure they can open up whenever they want to. I know it's definitely in there, and Allen can do pretty much whatever he wants to a lot. But if they can open it up whenever they want to, would they not have tried a little harder at the end of the first half in this game? Like, hey, if we want to, we can just do this, right?
Yeah.
No, the Saints are going to back off and play prevent and, put a lot of guys, a big shell on it, so then you can't, all right, we'll run the ball. We got a penalty. We'll take what's there. But to the general question, could they be holding stuff back?
I had that thought when the Kincaid touchdown happened because that's a 2-point game in the fourth quarter, right? And the Saints had just come very close to taking the lead right before that. And maybe they thought, all right, let's go. Hammer down. And they call that touchdown play to Kincaid. And it works easily, right? And my immediate thought was, did they have that play all day? And, we'd like to not have to use this play. But, all right, game's close, fourth quarter, here we go.
You do see them set that up.
That play, which, by the way, I knew I had remembered it. It's the Allen touchdown to Jason Kroom in the Vikings game in his rookie season.
Yeah.
And I tweeted that out. And they've run that play a couple times in Allen's career. But it's all, years apart. So they ran it against the Vikings in Allen's rookie year. They ran it against the Dolphins in that Week 3 game. Gabe Davis was the guy who caught it when they beat him 48-20 right after the 70-point game. And then they ran it yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's just that same fake flat to the running back, up, guy wide open on the sideline. And that was a play where I thought after, are they happy at the end of that day that they put that play on tape and they didn't save it for a playoff game? Because there probably are some plays. I wonder this, but does Joe Brady have a page of plays where he's like, try not to use until January?
Right,
is the title of the page.
But you feel like you need it. The only thing I'd say about the idea of hiding that play, why did it work so well? Who covered Kincaid? A defensive end.
Right.
He's covered by a defensive end on the play. Carl Granderson is trying 6'5", 261. Is trying to run with Kincaid and carry him into his zone. And Josh Allen sees that and is like, oh, okay.
What's funny is these other couple times they've ran it in the past, there was nobody covering them.
Yeah.
So something about that play always seems to work.
I mean, it's a defensive end running with running with Kincaid.
Yeah.
He doesn't even really, I'm watching again here. He looks to the back and, they run a little motion there. He looks quickly and then he turns and it's over. You can see right here. Here's Dalton Kincaid running up the sideline and the defensive end passes him off to no one because the safety's not there.
Right.
So there's a breakdown there, but I don't know that.
It's all guessing though. You can't really know
if they hold stuff back,
what they'd be holding. Well, you would know once they run plays in the playoffs that you've never seen before.
Right.
And I feel like we often see that more with Kansas City than we do with the Bills. But maybe the Bills are going to do it different.
DJ in Lockport. Hey DJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I guess I don't know if it's my eternal optimism, but I'm on the other side of the boat with this game, and a lot of these games, I feel like New Orleans brought their A game yesterday. I rather wanted to win a game for one, and to me, it's a testament of the Bills being a great team at just winning games, not necessarily being, the best defensive team, the best offensive team. I feel like 85-90% of the teams in the NFL, they lose that game yesterday in New Orleans. The Chargers losing to the Giants. I think the Bills pulled that one out. It's a good thing knowing that New Orleans brought their A game. They were playing hard. They were playing physical. Rattler was running the ball well when he needed to. I just see it as a testament to their greatness of knowing how to win games. Even though that team brought their A game, we still won it by double digits. We still hit our 30 mark. And I don't see it as a negative at all. I feel like you win the game, you move on to the next one, and you don't look back. And I still want to say real fast, Joe, I still think Allen could score a point in the NBA. So, one last.
Jeez.
So,
thanks,
good
DJ.
day, guys.
Yeah, it's one point I'd made going into the game. Like, I don't think Rattler is, granted, he's never won an NFL start.
0-10.
That's tough. But going in, I thought, this guy I don't think is an embarrassment to the position. Sometimes you get games where it's horrible.
There were some Carson Wentz plays yesterday where I had that thought of him again.
Right.
Can you not take a sack once,
The Saints have played 4 games, and they have been competitive in 3 of them. They were not competitive last week against the Seahawks. They're down 38-6 at halftime. Other than that, they've been competitive. They lost to the Cardinals by 7, the Niners by 5. I think this is a team that I'm thinking back to when the Bills.
The Mac Jones Niners, right? By the way.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
making sure.
That's right. I mean,
doesn't matter. Whatever.
Sure.
Technicality.
No, you're right. They're missing a lot of pieces there, and Mac Jones went for 279 and 3 touchdowns.
But that's right. The first 2 were one-score games.
But Rattler threw 3 touchdowns against the Niners. 207 and 3 touchdowns. And,
right, and that's the Niners defense.
Yeah.
Bosa's not hurt yet, so yeah.
Maybe they're a little bit like the 4-12 Bills that started 0-8. If you remember that team, they were 0-8, and people were kind of proud of the way they played all the time. We knew they weren't good. And like, you know what, though? Whatever. I'm not saying like we were puffing our chest out at 0-8. But it was just, they play hard. It was a Fitz team that was 0-8, and they played hard. And they were scrappy, and they lost, and we kind of wanted them to win a game because it looked like, man, this team does not give up. And I feel like the Saints might have a little bit of that. I thought their defense played with some juice. I thought their pass rush definitely played with some juice. They got Allen on the ground 3 times.
That does not happen.
No.
Now, one of them was Vandemark, right?
Yep.
One was Vandemark. So I guess maybe no Spencer Brown helps that a little bit, but right, that does. When's the last time Allen even has taken 3 sacks in a game? Years?
I don't know about years. It probably happened recently.
He went on a stretch last year where he went like 5 games without taking a sack at all.
Yeah.
So it's probably been a while.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. More your calls. We'll continue rolling. Sales coming up at 7 o'clock. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
So I don't know, they scored 31, and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's like, here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the 4th quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider, you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo? right now, like that during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo, because people know what the Saints are and they know what the Bills are, and I guess on that, like that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing, because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team, because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team.
Bills win, and James Cook, a star of the show. Josh Allen, star of the show. Khalil Shakir has his biggest game of the season, right? A touchdown.
Definitely.
5 catches on 5 targets. The defense had its best game of the season. Maybe the Jets game?
Jets. They held the Jets starting quarterback to 27 yards.
Okay.
I think that has to
and
be
they
the
held
best.
this guy to 100. In a game that was close. The difference between the Jets game is the Jets game was never really competitive. There they can lean on a lead and just suffocate a team, and they go to the backup, the Jets did. In this game, it's competitive throughout, and the defense had to make plays. And while the offense went into a slumber, the defense came up big. And did that happen against the Jets? I mean, I should go back and check the drive for drive, play for play. Mm-hmm. At halftime of the Jets game, the Bills are up 20-3. Is the game over? Mm-hmm. In this game, the Bills defense had to make a big play right before halftime, and then make a stop to start the second half, and come up again and again. They had to make a stop on a 2-point conversion, which they did. So, you had much more high leverage moments in this game than the Jets game. The Jets game was just an inept offense, and you, I guess, did the job. Tyrod threw for 56, and Justin Fields threw for 27.
Yeah.
So,
look, they dominated that game.
They did.
This game, I don't know.
This game they were needed.
Am I wrong? I thought the Saints moved the ball more than I'd seen them in any game this season.
Well, they had moved the ball against some other teams. They held Rattler to his lowest output as a passer.
But what about as a runner?
He'd been over 200 a lot.
Because a lot of his game was more he was taking off and scrambling. And
That's
he was doing well at that. So, but sure, there weren't big chunk plays through the air.
I mean, it seems like he's getting better each and every week, which is hard to imagine. The way that he kind of has this patience to hit the hole, but when he hits it, I mean, he's shot out of a cannon. His contact balance is unbelievable. His jump cuts are awesome. Glad he's on our team.
That is Josh Allen on James Cook. Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Right now, we're due for Eye on the Quarterback, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. Avert your eyes, fans. Heartbroken. Josh Allen threw an interception.
He did.
Oh, he's just devastated. The good news is, if you're someone that never cared about that anyway, like me, because it doesn't matter, especially the kinds of interceptions he throws.
I was going to say, I saw they lost very little EPA on that play because
a third and
expected
10
points added.
A third and 10 arm punt.
All right, it was 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10.
Right. The next play was probably going to get the ball right around to where it ended up.
Pretty much. In fact, a 3rd and 10 throw like that backed up in your own end zone, but whatever, your own end.
And I think I saw that there was nobody else really open on the play, so it's not like there was a guy wide open that he chose that throw over.
Right. It's not quite a Hail Mary, but it's it's 3rd and 10, nobody's open. I'm going to throw it to my big contested catch receiver, and if I get a 40-yard gain, great. And if they get the ball right there, that's a punt. There's whatever. We spent a lot of time here talking about the differences, and a Tua interception and a Josh interception are not the same. Where does Tua throw his? 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. Where does Josh throw his? 40 yards downfield. The Olave interception, massive.
Yeah,
massive.
That's a bad one.
That's way different. This is just, all right, he threw a pick. Big deal. What'd the Saints do with it? They didn't do anything.
It would have been cool, though, had he played the whole year and had 0.
I guess.
It was never. That probably wasn't likely.
I think it's important to not fear them. They happen sometimes. Sometimes you hit the ball out of bounds. It doesn't mean you can never hit driver. Just play your game, man. You're one of the best. Rip it down the field. If you throw a pick, so what? Not worried about it. So anyway, he threw a pick, and it was fine. That's the eye on the quarterback. What else did he do? He ran a 27-yard play in which he dropped a juke move that doesn't even make sense for this man to make. I don't understand how he can make moves like this. He can do a lot of things. Of all the things he can do, he's done that, left-right shoulder shake and drop defenders way more.
Then it should be physically possible.
Yes.
Yeah. For his size, he should not be able to do that.
I remember he did it to a Patriots player in the perfect game. He scrambles, and then boom, guy's on the ground. It's incredible. Yeah. So he was great in this game. He was very, very good to great in this game.
He only had 22 attempts, so 16 to 22 for 209 doesn't end up being efficiency-wise. What is that? That's it's not quite 10 yards per attempt, but you're getting there.
Yeah. I mean, last week, Darnold went 15 yards per attempt against the Saints defense. I thought the formula coming in was going to be just throw all over this team. You can probably do that.
Yesterday, some of it was there just wasn't enough Josh Allen.
Yeah. That's right.
Especially the drive where they go turnover on downs at midfield. There was no Josh Allen on that drive.
Right. Allen's QBR on this game was an 89. Which is really high.
That's out of 100.
You run for 1, you throw for 2, you average almost 10 yards per completion.
Yep, that's great.
That's your eye on the quarterback. Jeremy and Joe, Sal joins us. We'll get your calls in for arrow up, arrow down. You can give us your arrows up and arrows down with Sal, and we'll continue breaking down these 4-0 Bills, the lone unbeaten in the AFC. And, of course, the conversation turns to, they totally got to get the 1 seed. Anything less is not okay. And you got to get it. And
I don't want to say how don't they, but how don't they?
And you got to get it. Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Victory Monday on WGR. So that interception on EPA, you could tell me they lost 3 points. I'd tell you it might have been a push because if it doesn't get picked and falls incomplete, you probably end up each team getting 3. If the Bills don't get 7.
I think is it the best play by a Bill this year?
It was
pretty
the best
incredible.
play by a Bill this year.
Him recognizing the play, flying to the ball, and then jumping up and making a one-handed interception. In that spot, right around the goal, the ball is being thrown into the end zone.
It's pretty good.
I think it might be my number 1 right now.
Yeah.
It was super impressive. I loved the breakdown, too, that I saw after of how he, just Bishop knew right away. There was no hesitation that he was right on top of what was happening. And that might be as impressive as the one-handed catch. So I don't know, they scored 31 and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, like, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the fourth quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider, you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo right now? Like that during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo. Because people know what the Saints are, and they know what the Bills are. And I guess on that, like, that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team. Bills are 4-0. Didn't look easy yesterday, but they got there 31-19 over the New Orleans Saints at home. And the Bills are the only 4-0 team left in the AFC. James Cook with a big day, over 100 yards and a touchdown. He became, yesterday, the record holder for the most consecutive games in Bills history with a rushing touchdown. His streak is now at 8. Allen also pretty nice day as well, over 200 yards on only 22 attempts, couple of touchdowns for him also. Next up, the New England Patriots on Sunday Night Football. The Bills will be wearing their rivalry series uniforms next week. So with the Bills win and being alone atop the AFC at 4-0, you also got the Giants upsetting the Chargers 21-18, handing LA their first loss of the year. Giants lost Malik Neighbors in that game to a feared torn ACL. That would be the season for him. Also, Chargers left tackle Joe Alt was carted off the field. They already lost Rashawn Slater in the preseason. Now, potentially losing Alt for the year is big for them. The Colts were undefeated going into the day. They fall by 7 to the Rams in L.A. Chiefs beat the Ravens 37-20. It looked easy for them. Lamar Jackson had a hamstring injury, didn't play in the fourth quarter. It was Cooper Rush that went in. Cowboys tied the Packers 40-40 in overtime. The Packers hitting a field goal as time expired. Doubleheader in Monday Night Football tonight, starting with Dolphins and Jets just after 7 o'clock, and then it's Bengals and Broncos a little bit later on. Ryder Cup, the U.S. falls to Europe. They almost came all the way back on Sunday, just a couple of matches short. Europe, though, wins and retains the cup. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It is a Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. On Mondays, after games, pretty much any day after a game. We talk with Sal Capaccio, 7 o'clock. Chris Brown comes up at 8:30. Your phone calls as well. As the Bills move to 4-0, and Sal, I've just tweeted out the updated odds for the number 1 seed in the AFC. The Bills are minus 185.
And there's no one anywhere near it.
And the next closest is the Chargers, who are plus 750. So a big favorite to be the number 1 seed. Of course, the only unbeaten in the AFC. And the NFC, it's the Eagles, but they are still not close to minus 185.
Interesting. The Chiefs aren't the next team, right?
The Chiefs are plus 800. They're right there.
Okay,
with the
it's almost the same. Because Sal, I was going to say, the Chiefs have a game against the Bills. The Chargers don't. So at the least they could earn, they could sway it in that direction.
Yeah, you wonder if that'd be a good thing to have a game against the Bills.
Yeah,
they could cut it to 1 game. The Chiefs are 2. Do you know what right now? Where the Chiefs are in the AFC seeding overall?
No.
7? I believe there's 7.
Yeah.
7?
Yeah.
Right now it would be Chiefs at Chargers. A long way to go. It's quarter of the season, but Chargers are 2. Chiefs are 7. Look, guys, I mean, this goes back to really when the schedule kind of came out, but even before that we knew the schedule, but the teams. But I remember in June and July and going on radio programs around the country, and people would say, well, the Bills, what's left for them? What was it, Super Bowl or bust? And I'm like, look, yes, this team has to get to the Super Bowl. We know that. I said, but the one thing they have not done that's set up for them this year is get the 1 seed. That's the one thing that they can do this year that I think because of the schedule, the way it's set up, that, to me, my prediction was they're going to get the 1 seed because of the schedule. You never know. But now, more than ever, they have to get this home to me. They have the best look that they've had, and they have the best look that any team has right now, of course, according to what the odds say even there.
Yeah.
This is something that I think that now you have to be really eyeing that. And look, for the team, they have to go 1 game at a time. We get that. I understand that. But that's been a goal of this organization. I remember when the Bills lost that first AFC Championship game in Kansas City back in the COVID year, and the message that even Brandon Beane told us, the exit interview message to the players was, next year our goal is the 1 seed. This has been the goal for the last few years. So a lot of football to be played, but this is what the goal has to be at this point for the regular season.
Yeah, Sal, I'm glad you said it. We kind of said it at the end of last segment. They kind of got to get this home. It's another major injury for the Chargers that looks like it's going to be a big deal to be down both their tackles, who are great. So life got a lot harder for Justin Herbert and the Chargers, and they lost the game in New York. The Colts,
high ankle sprain, right? I think for Alt, he'll be out for a little while. I think that's what it's reported. But that's a multi-week injury. Sure.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Anyway, let's get to this game. The Bills beat the Saints, and along the way, we kind of saw a lot of the formula we've seen from the Bills, regardless of opponent, where they kind of just play their game. The other team makes a mistake because the defense for this team makes a couple big plays, whether that's the Cole Bishop interception or a stop on a 2-point conversion. The defense did enough, even though there are moments throughout where fans might have been a little bit nervous about how the defense looked early on.
For sure. I mean, the numbers are bad on the run defensive side again. It's another area in time where you're like, oh my God, they're getting, pounded against the run. And there's no doubt. And there's no shying away from that. The numbers are what they are. I think it's stunning to me. I look up at the end of the day, and even I was like, wow, are you kidding me? Let me just run this by you. I mean, did you, after watching what you watched, did you realize the Saints had less than 300 yards of offense? They only went 5 of 13 on third down, and they had only 4.6 yards per play. It didn't feel like that to me, right? It felt like they were doing a lot more than that against the Bills because they had run the ball so well. But the Bills the Saints had no passing game to speak of. And the Bills just did not allow anything through the air, 109 total, net passing yards. But to me, more of the struggles of the offensive side were a little bit more notable to me in this one. And yet, I'll say the same thing. I don't know how. Matt Bovey and I did Always Game Day last night. We both said the same thing, which is, how in the world did this team score 31 points again when they looked like that on offense? Like, how does that happen? The same thing happened against the Dolphins. You just feel like everything's such a grind and a struggle. And then you look up and you're like, oh, they have 31 points.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. How does that happen? And you say, well, Josh Allen puts on the cape. And, hey, he did have to do that this game. There's no doubt. There's definitely things to clean up. And, they were not perfect in this game. And you wake up going, man, again, another game. Maybe you should have run a team, out of the stadium. I get it. But it's a double-digit win. It's 31 points, and the numbers overall actually look pretty good for the defense, even though it didn't feel like it kind of went that way.
It's the first time this year they'd gone 4 straight possessions without any points. So, if it felt like they were in offensive doldrums, even by the high standard you hold, that's what this was 4 straight possessions without any points, 2 punts, interception, end of the half.
The second quarter was just a really bad quarter for the Bills.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I gave the second quarter an arrow down. Overall, the way the second quarter possessions ended, guys, interception, punt, and then the penalties that just kept them from trying to do anything at all, and they have to go to halftime.
And the second quarter is where the defense really shines. They get 2 punts, hold a field goal on a short field, or and then an interception. They not that short of a field, but whatever. They did the job here, the defense in that second quarter.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're right, Jeremy. Let me tell you this: the drive starts for the Saints in the second quarter. Now, the first possession was their own 13. After that, 3 straight possessions inside Buffalo territory: the 49, the 49, and the 40. And the average drive. One of the issues of why it went a little sideways, it felt like this game, is look at the average drive start. This mattered. The New Orleans, for the game, their average drive start was their own 39-yard line. The Bills was their own 27-yard line. I mean, that was a big deal. That's a huge swing in just field position, and 1 first down makes a big difference there when you're talking about those kinds of things. So, yeah, I think that the defense made plays at the times they needed to make plays. I think because they gave up a couple early third downs, and they did. Remember the first third down they give up, and you're like, here we go again. So the Bills give up 2 out of the first 4 third downs, I believe it was. I went back and tracked. The Saints have, out of their first 4 third downs, they converted 2 of them. After that, they converted 1 of their next 9, I think it was, because they went, 3 of their next 9, because they went 5 of 13 overall. So again, the defense, as the game went on, they just buckled down a little bit. They did better. The run defense was better in the second half, but partly because the Saints had to become a little bit more one-dimensional as well.
Second quarter offense, they had 4 drives, 14 plays, 6 yards, by the way.
Terrible.
That's how bad it was. Sal, did you ever feel like they could actually lose? Or did you ever seriously think they could lose?
Yes. I really thought this was, but I kept thinking to myself, look, we watched the Ravens game. We know they can come back. The reason why I thought they could lose was kind of similar to the Ravens thought, which is, boy, the way the Saints are running, if they get a lead here, the Bills are going to run out of opportunities. Excuse me. And then when they scored the touchdown that wasn't the touchdown, it wasn't in that moment where I actually thought, oh, my God, they're going to lose this game, even if it stayed. But when they were driving there, I kept thinking about it, boy, if they score here, it's just now suddenly they have the lead, and, the Bills might have to start pressing, and who knows if they make a mistake. So, yeah, I did actually at one point, Joe, think that they might walk out of that stadium with an L.
Sal Capaccio joining us. We'll get to arrow up and arrow down. Before we get to that, Sal, I want to ask you one thing, because we're watching this team kind of show us what they are. We're 4 games in. It used to be a quarter of the way through the season. Now it's 4/17. But whatever. James Cook's load here. James Cook's. He is a feature back. Joe had the numbers. The only other running backs with more carries than Cook, and I mean, if we did a percentage of carries, it might look different. It's, who is it, Joe? Jonathan Taylor,
Josh Jacobs, and there's one other. But he's one of 4 backs in the... It's Taylor, Barkley, Jacobs, and Cook. Those are the only 4 backs in the league that have 75 carries.
That is feature back status. And, Sal, it's so interesting to me that the everybody eats team, that's still real, but it's not real at running back anymore. It's James Cook's backfield.
I agree. And I thought for the last few years, as good as James Cook is, as talented as he is, because of how they've run their offense, I think he's on that kind of next tier of, great back. This guy is one of the best in the league. He is really unbelievable. I mean, the Bills have Josh Allen is clearly, obviously, their best player at MVP. James Cook matters a ton to this team. This is not, I mean, I don't know how you guys have framed it or talked about it. Maybe we all have this way, but I'll say, I think when everything was going through he was going through the contract, I know for me, I'd be like, look, he's important. You want to pay him, but you can't overpay him because it's more of a replaceable type of position. I think he's put that to bed. Like, he got paid and he is taking it to another level. And if he wasn't on this roster right now, I don't know what they'd be on offense because he is so important. He can do things talent-wise, physically, that I just have not seen running backs be able to do. The way that his vision in a hole is incredible. And the way that he can just stop on a dime and change directions. And then to add into it, guys, what's really maybe most impressive, this is not a big guy. We know that. He is extremely powerful for a smaller man, running back. And I just think he is having an amazing year. He really is. 5.3 yards a carry. Right now on how many carries? 75 carries. Sorry, that's through. I think that's counting yesterday. I don't know. If
it is. Yep.
But I mean, it's Jonathan Taylor and him right now. Let me see in the entire NFL. It's Taylor, the leading rushers in the league. 514 for Taylor, 414 and 401 for James Cook. 414 and 401. Only 2 running backs in the entire league over 400 yards rushing right now. James Cook is one of them. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about him other than he is fantastic.
So the other side of that, what happened to Ray Davis? Why has he fallen out of favor last year? 113 carries, and even in games where he got a couple against the Jets, but I thought the fourth quarter here was a good spot to maybe do that, and yet he's just not seeing the field.
Yeah, I wonder if it's less of anything he's doing or not doing and more of James is just so good, and really, even though he's gotten a big load, is he really taking big shots? You know what I mean? Like they run into some lighter boxes. His yards before contact is pretty good, right? You guys have some of those numbers, I think. Yards before contact is good. It's not like he's getting hit at the line of scrimmage a ton, right? So I agree. I don't know what has happened. And even Ty Johnson, right? It's not like these guys are running the ball a ton, either of them. They're just not on the field as much. And the Bills, they've had some close games, and James Cook is your guy. And in close games, I think you're going to rely a little bit more on your guy. And then the funny thing is it comes down to the critical play. They don't give it to him. They give it to Khalil Shakir on the fourth down play there, right? A little overthinking it to me. But, I mean, like, that was an interesting spot where you don't give it to him. But in the meantime, he's just on the field a ton. Look at the snap counts I just tweeted out a little while ago, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, the snap counts, James Cook, he's on the field. He's on the field a ton. James Cook yesterday, he was on the field 73% of the snaps. The next closest running back, Ray Davis, Ty Johnson, 20%. I mean, James Cook had 43 snaps. Ty Johnson had 12. Ray Davis had 5. It's it's the James Cook show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think this keeps up, Sal? Do you think they have any concern about his frame or, like, he's on pace for over 300 touches? Like, could you see it getting to that point where we look up at the end of the year and his carry number has gone up by like 100? Because last year it was in the low 200s.
I get the 1 seed early and probably put him on the shelf. I don't know, right? Maybe that's what it is. I think maybe because the bye week comes a little early, you can kind of plan it out to maybe give him a little bit more work early on, and then maybe you tail off a little bit as the season goes on if you're in a position where you're, standings wise. I don't know. I don't know what the philosophy is there, Joe. It's a good question.
But they don't often talk about like concern about his size and like injury. Like they just kind of use him. Like even in the past, I've asked Joe Brady at training camp about this, and they never seem to really give a lot of credit to him being at any greater risk because he's a little bit smaller than some of these other top backs.
No, and I think James, the way he talked about it yesterday in the locker room, taking care of his body, right? He's done a good job of that. And, the way he runs. No, it doesn't seem like it, but I do think as the numbers start to pile up, you have to start thinking about that at some point, right? So, we'll see where it goes. They do have a bye week coming up in a few weeks, so I wouldn't be surprised the next 2 weeks he's carrying the ball just as much.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio, speaking of snap counts, one other one that jumped out at me, Sal, after reading what you posted them up, the snap leader at tight end.
Yeah. Jackson Hawes. So tight end snaps. Jackson Hawes, 31. Dawson Knox, 24. Dalton Kincaid, 22. What I've just found interesting about this game, during the game I said this, they didn't use the tight ends very much. Now, Jackson Hawes was on the field for over 50% of the snaps, but it wasn't like they leaned in a lot to their 13 personnel and 12 personnel as much as what I think. I have to go back and look at those numbers. I could be wrong. Didn't look like they did that, but certainly not throwing the ball. You guys know how many targets tight ends had yesterday total?
Is it
I knew going into that touchdown drive, the Kincaid, the drive that Kincaid caught the touchdown, he had not had a target in the game yet.
Yeah, and Knox didn't get a single target.
But Hawes had a catch. So was it one?
Is it 2 targets total?
Or two targets?
Three. So it's Kincaid had 2, Hawes had 1.
Oh, that's right.
2 catches.
That's very little for how often those guys play.
Yeah. So I guess, so know what that tells me?
Yeah.
They went into this game with a game plan that didn't include the tight ends as much, and that's probably why you had 6 wide receivers active.
Yeah.
This was a game where I think they felt they could spread them out a little more and work the outside, and this was a game, I just think it's not, you look at that snap count and you go, oh my God, Jackson Hawes. I just think this was a game where they laid off on the tight ends a little bit and leaned more into the wide receivers.
So on the defense, some arrow ups, arrow downs. Cole Bishop comes with a big play. Tre'Davious White in and out of the lineup. I wonder what you make of that. Like Tre'Davious White and Dorian Strong kind of were they platooning? Is that
they were a little bit, but at the end of the day, the snap counts were very heavy in favor of Tre'Davious White, 51-15. So he actually played almost, and so Trey gets 2 holding penalties in the early on in the game. He sits a series. You're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Sean McDermott said that was actually the plan going in to get Dorian Strong a little bit of time. And I believe that considering what they did with the lineup, guys. I mean, you put Curtis Samuel in, you see Jackson Hawes getting more time, right? Like, it's just weird that there were some things that happened in this game personnel-wise that they had done a little bit differently. So that makes sense and that tracks, but really, Tre'Davious White did play most of it. And I thought Tre'Davious White played pretty well other than the 2 holding penalties, actually.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of it was Kamara. I think he might have slipped on 4th down. You guys tell me. I didn't see the replay, but
he did.
Trey was right there to make
he did a little bit.
Yeah, Trey was right there to make the tackle on the 4th down. I didn't think Trey played a bad game. The Bills did a really good job against the pass. The only thing that hurt against the pass was Spencer Rattler running during the pass.
Yeah.
They threw for 109 total yards, counting the sack yard as they lost. I think 126 total. So, that was interesting. And then Cole Bishop, I don't know what play he wasn't on the field for. That's the first game he has not played 100%. He was 99. He missed 1 snap. I'm not really sure what play. But how about Cole Bishop? That was the play of the day, and that was the play of the game.
Yeah.
And that was a huge swing in this game. Cole Bishop reading that play, making that interception, what that can do for a young player. I mean, just not too long ago, how many people were really panicking about Cole Bishop, and I think that's at least calmed down a little bit because I think what the coaches have said is he just needs time. He needs reps. He has to understand. Something went under the radar last week. Sean McDermott talked about that, and he mentioned Jordan Poyer specifically and what Jordan Poyer's been able to do since he's been in the building to help with Cole Bishop. I thought that was notable.
Yeah, I thought the most impressive part, or maybe the biggest thing to take away from that play, Sal, because the one-handed catch is awesome, but the back angle, seeing him pick up the play immediately and know what's happening, when the concern with him going into the year was, he looks lost, he might not know where he's supposed to be all the time, and on that play, he picked it up immediately.
Agreed. And I just go back to all the time, like, it's so, you have to give a little time. I know we live in this instant judgment society that we have to make these judgments about the guys' careers a year into their career, or a few games into their second year. Like, guys, it's professional sports. It takes time sometimes to develop. They need time. And I'm not saying he's going to be a Pro Bowler, I don't know, or All Pro or whatever, but man, what a night and day difference between Cole Bishop right now, what we're seeing, and the Cole Bishop we saw in preseason and what was surrounding that. So yeah, there were some notable plays, and the Bills walk out of that stadium 4-0. It feels a little weird because they didn't put a team away that was 0-3. The Saints had played a one-score game their first 2 games, and then because they got so annihilated against the Seahawks, I think the feeling was, okay, the Bills can go out there and do that.
Yep.
They didn't do that, so I think a lot of people feel like, okay, that's not up to expectation and standard, and certainly some of it wasn't. But they scored 31 points. They won by double digits, and they're 4-0. And I think that's always a good thing.
Sal Capaccio. Up next, the Patriots, Sal. They just put together their best performance of the season. So a Sunday night football game that it could be a good one. And, I mean, we could maybe see some fireworks. Drake May, I saw some stats on him. He's had a really good last couple of games, completion percentage. He's got the young Josh Allen. Just get rid of those couple of interceptions. You might find a really good quarterback in there. He's got a lot to like, so it'll be interesting. And also it'll be Stephon Diggs' return off of a 100-yard game that he just had against the Panthers.
Yeah.
So juicy for Sunday Night Football.
For sure. And, this is a Patriots team that probably feels, hey, if we can get a win on the Bills, it's a new season for us, right? And we can kind of close the gap. They play them twice, and you never know. And a little uneven the week before that, obviously, or last couple of weeks, and then, first start of the season, I should say. But for them to get a nice win yesterday, 42-13 against a Panthers team that had shut out the Atlanta Falcons a week before. NFL is wild, isn't it? What a league. The Panthers shut out the Falcons, and then the Falcons put one on the Commanders, and the Panthers go to New England, and New England just puts one on them.
Yeah, very quickly, Sal. Can I get you on the kickoff? Not the kickoffs, the blocked kicks, really quick.
Why it's up?
Do you have any theory as to why there were 18 in the league total last year? There have already been 11 through 4 weeks. Maybe it's just a couple of games in a row, like a coincidence, but there have been so many.
I just think because of here's my theory, okay? I don't know if this has to hold water or not. It's not. The field goal was not changed. The extra point was not changed. Mm-hmm. Kickoffs have been changed, right? We know that. And I think because kickoffs have been changed so drastically, teams have put a little more emphasis overall on special teams because of that play. But if you're going to do that, then now special teams coordinators are looking at everything. They're looking at who's on their roster, what they're doing. I just think all of special teams has been a little bit more examined here by everybody because of what's happening on the kickoff, if that makes sense, right? Like, the Bills have a new special teams coordinator. He's got a job to do, a full job. We're concentrating so much on the kickoff that I think because of the rules on kickoff and what they mean,
sure.
I just think special teams are becoming more of an emphasis. And because now teams are starting to block, other teams, it's like a domino effect. Whoa, what are they doing? What are they doing? Why can't we do that? And now you're starting to scheme it up a little bit. That's my theory, Joe. I don't know if it works or not.
And then quickly, injuries from yesterday for Bill Saints, anything?
Yeah, the punter for the Bills, Cameron Johnston. I mean, what an awful-looking injury. I feel so bad for the guy. He tore his ACL last year. First game of the year. He was out all year. He had a big brace on. He went back into hold with a brace on. And by the way, in case people were wondering, I was wondering, during that drive, what if he has to hold? What if they have to kick? He's out. And Mitch Trubisky was warming up to hold. He would have been the backup holder, apparently, in that situation. We'll see. I just feel like this is a situation where the Bills might have to look for another punter, guys. I'm not sure. He told us in the locker room after he feels good, but they're obviously they're gonna look at it. It just didn't look good. That's his plant leg. So we'll see where it goes here. And I think other than that, I did not have another injury update on the sidelines.
Very good. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
So Capaccio here as part of Buffalo Bills Football Monday and Victory Monday. If you're on hold, we will get your calls next. I've got a couple people waiting very patiently, so I want to make sure we get those in. Said to get everything with Sal and the injury report as well. The injury report brought to you by, it's the Barnes Firm. Injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Jeremy and Joe, it is Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Have a couple of calls to get to, a couple open lines as well. Join us on the YouTube stream. Join us wherever you're joining us. Thanks for joining us. It's Victory Monday here on WGR. So that interception on EPA, you could tell me they lost 3 points. I'd tell you it might have been a push, because if it doesn't get picked and falls incomplete, you probably end up each team getting 3. If the Bills don't get 7.
I think it's Is it the best play by a Bill this year?
It
was
the
pretty
best play
incredible.
by a Bill this year.
Him recognizing the play, flying to the ball, and then jumping up and making a one-handed interception in that spot right around the goal. Like the ball is being thrown into the end zone.
It's pretty good.
I think it might be my number one right now.
Yeah.
It was super impressive. I loved the breakdown, too, that I saw after of how he, just Bishop knew right away. Like, there was no hesitation that he was right on top of what was happening, and that might be as impressive as the one-handed catch.
So I want to ask you one thing, because, we're watching this team kind of show us what they are. We're 4 games in. It used to be, a quarter of the way through the season. Now it's 4/17. But whatever. James Cook's load here. James Cook's, he is a feature back. Joe had the numbers. The only other running backs with more carries than Cook, and if we did a percentage of carries, it might look different. It's, who is it, Joe? Jonathan Taylor,
Josh Jacobs, and there's one other. But he's one of 4 backs it's Taylor, Barkley, Jacobs, and Cook. Those are the only 4 backs in the league that have 75 carries.
That is feature back status. And, Sal, it's so interesting to me that the everybody eats team, that's still real, but it's not real at running back anymore. It's James Cook's backfield.
I agree. And I thought for the last few years, as good as James Cook is, as talented as he is, because of how they've run their offense, I think he's on that kind of next tier of, great back. This guy is one of the best in the league. He is really unbelievable. And the Bills have Josh Allen is clearly, obviously, their best player in MVP. James Cook matters a ton to this team. This is not, I don't know how you guys have framed it or talked about it. Maybe we all have this way, but I'll say, I think when everything was going through he was going through the contract, I know for me, I'd be like, look, he's important. You want to pay him, but you can't overpay him because it's more of a replaceable type of position. I think he's put that to bed. Like, he got paid, and he has taken it to another level. And if he wasn't on this roster right now, I don't know what they'd be on offense, because he is so important. He can do things talent-wise, physically, that I just have not seen running backs be able to do. The way that his vision in a hole is incredible. And the way that he can just stop on a dime and change directions. And then to add into it, guys, what's really maybe most impressive, this is not a big guy. We know that. He is extremely powerful for a smaller man, running back. And I just think he is having an amazing year. He really is. 5.3 yards a carry right now on how many carries? 75 carries.
Bills 4-0, number one in the AFC, and now the only team undefeated still in the AFC. The Eagles are still undefeated in the NFC. A 31-19 win over the New Orleans Saints yesterday. It wasn't easy for a lot of the game, but the Bills got there with their double-digit 30-point win against the Saints. And injury-wise, came out pretty healthy. The punter, Cameron Johnson, had an injury, wore a sleeve, came back on to hold, but we'll see what his status is as the week progresses and if Sean McDermott updates it on that today. The Bills are alone at number one now because the two other teams that were undefeated lost. Chargers fell to the Giants 21-18. Colts lost to the Rams 27-20. Ravens are 1-3 on the year, 37-20. Couldn't have gone worse for them in Kansas City. They also lost Lamar Jackson late in the third quarter to a hamstring injury. Green Bay and Dallas tie on Sunday Night Football, 40-40. Micah Parsons got a sack in his return to Dallas. Doubleheader tonight, Jets-Dolphins at 7:15, Bengals-Broncos at 8:15. The U.S. falls in the Ryder Cup, almost came all the way back on Sunday. They only lose by a couple of matches, but Europe retains and wins the Ryder Cup. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Takes the snap, fakes the throw to the flat, looks down the sideline, he's got Kincaid, who's going to walk it in for a 23-yard touchdown.
Buffalo Bills football Monday. That's one of the highlights of the game, brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. We'll talk with Chris Brown coming up in about an hour. Meantime, we'll get to your phone calls, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. You can also jump on the YouTube stream, make a comment, put something in the chat. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a mosh pit in there. You know,
it is like a mosh pit.
A little bit. Owen's keeping an eye on that, so, we're hanging out.
After a win, nonetheless, it's a mosh pit.
Yeah. And
we haven't seen what it's like after a loss yet.
That's right.
I hope to not find out for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was about to say I'm eager for that day, but it sounds like I want them to lose, which I don't.
No.
But I would want to see what it would look like in there. It'd be like Mad Max Fury Road kind of situation.
I am really not looking forward to that day when that happens. There's a new level of, added anxiety into my life watching the Bills now.
You don't need that.
Knowing
the chat.
If they lose, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to not be able to do 90% of my job because I'm just going to be clicking on names and ban. It's going to be bad.
Like if they had lost yesterday.
Oh man, it'd be Fire McDermott territory.
Yeah. They lose yesterday. I'm asking G to come in. Like, you need to do the rest of this. I've just got to watch the chat, dude. This is I got work to do over here.
Are the Chiefs back? Or the Ravens?
Are the Chiefs back, or do the Ravens actually have the worst defense in football?
Well, they've lost a lot of important players.
I know.
Have a lot. Kyle Van Noy's out. Metabuke's out. They lost 3 first-round picks in their secondary.
Yeah. The Chiefs also did get Worthy back.
That's right.
And he helped them a bit. Did he actually lead them in receiving?
And rushing.
Yes. He led them in rushing?
Yes.
Man. They're back-ish. I need to see it more than one game against probably a better defense that isn't missing half of it.
Right.
But sure, that was the most impressive they've looked on offense, I think, in maybe 3 years.
Would you say that the Chiefs' offense could have, granted, the reputations are not the same, but the Chiefs' offense might be the same kind of story as the Bills' defense, which is, it didn't look great to start the season, but help's on the way. Worthy coming back, Rice coming back, and putting it all together with some of their new pieces. That's kind of the story on the Bills' defense. Hoyt, Ogunjobi, Hairston, putting together new pieces. Granted, the Chiefs' offense has won a lot of games, and the Bills' defense maybe not so much, but whatever, the point's right there. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Devin in Buffalo. Hey, Devin, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about Elijah Moore. I guess, to me, he just kind of seems slower than they think, and they kind of run that wildcat play about 3 times now, and every time I see it, I just kind of go, oh, well, he's not making it past the line of scrimmage. Other than that, though, I think it's pretty much expected that most of these teams are going to try to come out here and try to beat us, so I think even next week with the Patriots, it's going to be a close game, but you guys have a nice day, and I appreciate the phone call, and I'll listen to what you guys think.
Thanks, Devin. I think, I don't want to say I think the Patriots could beat them because, sometimes the Bills can just put a team down. It's another home game, by the way. The Bills are home all the time. 4 out of 5 to start the season at home. And for New England, May, there's some numbers on May and how it's working well with Josh McDaniels. Could they come in here and put up 30? I think so. Could they out-duel the Bills? Maybe not. But they've got some pieces, and Travion Henderson could ding them.
Yep. Diggs looked closer to himself last week than he had in any other game this year. May
has a 75% completion percentage and 2 touchdowns in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
He's the only player in NFL history with the only player with a longer streak at that is Tom Brady. 4 games.
Yeah.
Now, that leans heavily into completion percentage, which I don't think has to matter that much. But I do think May is good. And I think if they could protect him against this Bills defense, I think they could pick him apart. I think I worry about the Bills defense just like a lot of you guys do out there. I think it's a work in progress. And on Sunday night, you could see, I would not be shocked at all if New England puts up 27. Is that enough? Probably not.
For them to win the game?
Yeah.
Probably not, but that's a game they could win. I think
New England could win?
You tell me they score 19 points, they're not winning the football game.
Right.
You tell me they score 27, I'm thinking, maybe.
New England's
there's a way they could.
They're also still without their best corner, or did
Christian Gonzalez he's still out.
He came back.
He did?
Yeah, he made his debut this week. He's their best player on defense, and he was back last week.
And on the Moore thing, very quickly, I have actually had the same thought about him, but also Samuel. I think that might just be a representation of your speed receivers are guys that have been in the league for 5-6 years. And they were electric, fast guys when they first entered the league, but, you lose just a little bit year after year after year. Like, a lot of teams, see the Packers last night? Who's the guy they use for plays like that? Savion Williams. He's a 3rd-round pick, rookie. Like, they're using a 21-year-old. And the Bills often are using 26, 27-year-olds on those types of plays.
And they're not often using them.
Right. So on those plays specifically, sometimes they work, but it's not because Moore is the most dangerous player in the league with the ball in his hands. I actually said out loud yesterday, I'm like, start giving the ball to Codrington on those plays. Honestly. But it's such a small part of their offense that I'm not worried about. I'm actually anti any play that doesn't go to Josh Allen or James Cook at this point. I'll just put it that way.
Which, we can have a conversation about that when the time comes. They're winning games. One of the things I wonder about, if Moore were as fast as advertised, or if they had, I'm not going for Worthy here because it's a sensitive subject, but Worthy gets schemed a lot of looks.
Yeah.
And it's because they want to take advantage of his speed. He had 8 targets and 2 rushing attempts. That's 10 attempts to get the ball to your fastest player.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Chiefs. Who's the Bills' fastest player?
It might be Moore.
Okay.
But he's not the fastest player on a lot of other teams.
Right.
He's fine.
He has 4 catches on the year.
Right.
So
and 4 carries probably?
Right.
It's not many.
The Bills have an offense that runs through a scheme. They run the ball well. They do a lot of things right. They do a lot of power. The Bills are more of a smash-your-face team.
Cook actually might be their fastest player, honestly.
He might be. They're a smash-your-face team rather than a speed team.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to hold up Kansas City as this standard because their offense has not been great, but they are engineering touches for their fastest player by design, and it works well for them. So when the Bills are engineering a touch, where is it? Isn't it usually behind the line?
Shakir.
Isn't it Shakir on orbit motion with some blocks in front of him? They want to get a guy going, close to the line of scrimmage and get yak yards. And that's worked for Shakir. He's incredible with that.
Yeah, Moore has 4 catches and 5 carries on the season.
Right. So
9 touches.
9 touches.
Overall.
And again, Worthy had, I'm not saying they're the same player. Worthy had 10 in this game against Baltimore.
Right.
Like they go into a game and they say, this guy's going to be a reason that we win. And for the Bills, they don't have a speed element that does that, I don't think.
No, the last guy they had like this, who they didn't use as much as the Chiefs would use Worthy, was Isaiah McKenzie.
Right.
These were the Isaiah McKenzie plays back in the day.
And the other thing I saw, for some reason, there was an NFL Twitter thread going yesterday, like name a forgotten receiver. Yeah. And the highlight that someone posted was John Brown. And I remember, oh yeah, John Brown. The Bills would just run him down the field and throw the ball. Like, there he is. He's unbelievably fast and beats guys down the field. And this is another Bills game where the downfield passing game, it's not really there. They don't really have it. Unless it's Kincaid schemed wide open. They don't have a receiver that's just going to run by people and get on the other side. Coleman had, I think, a step on his guy on that deep throw, but the safety's over the top.
Right.
Tommy and Depew before the break. Hey, Tommy. Tommy, you there?
Guys, thanks for having me on. Yeah, great win yesterday. It's nice to see the team fighting through adversity. Is it just me, or is it Allen kind of looked like he's under orders to stay in the pocket unless it's absolutely necessary for him to run? He had, I think, 6 yards in the first half prior to that big run. Just seems like until the game's getting out of hand, they're kind of holding them back a little bit.
Yeah,
I've been a big Bills fan since Paul Posluszny, and you guys were talking about the defense needing a staple. That guy was a great player, great person, great neck. My brother over in Lancaster, Charlie, he said big staple would be Joe Andreessen, maybe get a little bit more playing time. What do you guys think?
Andreessen did get in this game for a little bit.
It was one play. One play.
Right, because
and he did make a tackle.
That's right, because Terrell Bernard left with what happened to Bernard?
He went down and was holding his leg, I thought, but
he got stepped on. That's what
he got stepped
on.
I think that's probably to be expected. Allen early in these games, especially this type of opponent, regular season.
Yeah.
They're not calling designed quarterback runs for him. He's not looking to scramble.
Good.
But he did in the fourth quarter once the game was like, hey, this is still alive. Time for me to just do it.
Yep.
So
803-0550. I also had that thought about protecting players on the play where Cook ran out of bounds.
That was like a real dive to the right, too. That wasn't just like, I could go up. This was like, I'm going straight to the right so that I can get out of bounds.
He had the first down. They're inside the 10, and it's almost like in his head he thought like, they've been telling me if I can to get out of boom.
Yeah.
On that play.
I thought there's 8,000 people here that are furious he just did that, I bet.
I was not one of them.
No, me neither.
We'll get more calls in. Wide open for you. Chris Brown, 8:30. Mo, Mario, Devin. Where you got Devin? Mo and Mario, stay tuned. We'll get to your calls. Thanks for waiting patiently. It's a Victory Monday. Bills are 4-0. Elite season's upon us. What's not to like? Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Anyway, let's get to this game. The Bills beat the Saints, and along the way, we kind of saw a lot of the formula we've seen from the Bills, regardless of opponent, where they kind of just play their game. The other team makes a mistake because the defense for this team makes a couple big plays, whether that's the Cole Bishop interception or a stop on a two-point conversion. Like, the defense did enough, even though there are moments throughout where fans might have been a little bit nervous about how the defense looked early on.
For sure. I mean, the numbers are bad on the run defensive side again. It's another area in time where you're like, oh, my God, they're getting, pounded against the run. And there's no doubt. And there's no shying away from that. The numbers are what they are. I think it's stunning to me. I look up at the end of the day, and even I was like, wow, are you kidding me? Let me just run this by you. I mean, did after watching what you watched, did you realize the Saints had less than 300 yards of offense? They only went 5 of 13 on third down, and they had only 4.6 yards per play. It didn't feel like that to me, right? It felt like they were doing a lot more than that against the Bills because they had run the ball so well. But the Bills the Saints had no passing game to speak of. And the Bills just did not allow anything through the air, 109 total, net passing yards. But to me, more of the struggles of the offensive side were a little bit more notable to me in this one. And yet, I'll say the same thing. I don't know how. Matt Bovey and I did Always Game Day last night. We both said the same thing, which is, how in the world did this team score 31 points again when they looked like that on offense? Like, how does that happen? The same thing happened against the Dolphins. You just feel like everything's such a grind and a struggle. And then you look up and you're like, oh, they have 31 points.
Yeah.
Like, it's just amazing. How does that happen? And you say, well, Josh Allen puts on the cape, and hey, he did have to do that this game. There's no doubt. There's definitely things to clean up, and they were not perfect in this game. And you wake up going, man, again, another game. Maybe you should have run a team, out of the stadium. I get it, but it's a double-digit win. It's 31 points, and and the numbers overall actually look pretty good for the defense, even though it didn't feel like it kind of went that way.
So I don't know, they scored 31 and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's like, here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the fourth quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider, you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo right now? That during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo. Because people know what the Saints are, and they know what the Bills are. And I guess on that, that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team.
Well, it was a huge play in the game. Kind of really think about it big picture. They're getting the ball after half. They're down there inside of, whatever it was, 2-3 minutes to play, maybe less. They score before half potentially. They come out with the ball after half, and now you're talking about a potentially 14-point situation there. So big time play, and it was, they ran a gadget there, and Colt did a great job sniffing it out.
Paraphrasing Sean McDermott right there. I know a little something about the double dip. And the Saints were trying to double dip. And they did not. They zero dipped.
Right? They got 0 points there.
Not even a single dip.
Did they not score on the opening drive of the second half either?
That's right.
So, nothing.
803-0550. It's Victory Monday here on WGR. Injury report. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We just said the Bills punter. We'll see the latest on that. And Sal didn't have anybody else. Terrell Bernard left for a play. We mentioned that. He got stepped on. Past that, now we're 4 weeks past for a couple of these players. guys returning from IR, Hairston, Tyler Bass. There's some returning players coming. We'll get to a phone call here. Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, it's always good to fall after a victory. And, I'm not going to go crazy. We won. I called last week and said the same thing. The game's over, you look up, we have 31 points. I don't know how we do it. We slogged through that second quarter, 4 drives. I think it was like 11 yards total. It was brutal, right? But we got through it. I just, from a defensive standpoint, I think our defensive tackles are playing well. I called after the first week when we played the Ravens got gashed. I think our defensive tackles are actually playing well despite not having it Oliver. Deion Walker has been really good, and he's not the reason why I called, but they continue to play well. I really wonder, and I don't know if whenever you have Joe Marino on later this week, what is the problem with our run defense? Is it the defensive end that constantly crashes? Is it the linebackers? The problems with the secondary are well documented, but by the time running back gets to to that level, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
But it's hard watching this defense. And I know, again, I'm nitpicking here. We're 4-0, right? But the run defense is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mo. We'll get to that this week. I'm sure, what the problem is with the run defense. You said the second level. One thing I think watching this run defense is when a back gets to the second level, I have very little faith the Bills are going to get him down on first contact. Mm-hmm. And that touchdown run for the Saints on their first drive is Taron Johnson, Taylor Rapp, Tre'Davious White. All have hands on the guy 3 times. So what's the problem? In talking about it a little bit last week with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski, one of the things Deion Walker is doing, he's making big splash plays, but he's also doing some things wrong. You see him and think, wow, great play here. And he does make those great plays. But as a young player, there's maybe times where he's trying to do too much and getting out of the space he's supposed to be or kind of being washed out. So that's one of the things that's happened, I think, with Walker. With Sanders, I expected Sanders' snap count to be low this week. It was not. He's right there in the mix. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I think it's a work in progress. So what is the nature of what's happening to them? We'll dig into it. But I would ask this question. How big of a problem is it? You have the worst run defense in football.
Yeah.
And you're 4-0. When
it would be a problem if you play Baltimore in a big game again. But
if I say sometimes I wonder if you have a receiver that can separate the way you need to, get you're 4-0. Right? Is the run defense really a problem? It might be in a specific game when you get to a spot, maybe.
Right.
But right now, I'm just not so convinced that it really is. I'd rather have a bad run defense than a bad pass defense. The Bills might have, well, who knows which one they have. We'll see. Thanks for the phone call, Mo. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills beat the Saints 31-19. We saw a tie last night, 40-40. Mm-hmm. The NFL should definitely change the regular season timing of overtime without a doubt. It's an easy fix. Ties are bad. No one wants them. Mm-hmm. The college football overtime format, what do they do in Oregon, Penn State? Overtime. Second overtime, you have to go for 2. That's the second overtime now. Right. You have to go for 2. We're here to get a result. Make with the result. Let's go, guys. Make it happen. Don't complain. It's not fair. We need somebody to win this game, so figure it out. And the 10-minute clock in overtime in the NFL has always been dumb.
It's so dumb.
I think it's so stupid.
There shouldn't be one at all. If there is one, it should definitely be longer than 10.
Yeah.
Also, Mike Tomlin did the most Mike Tomlin-y thing yesterday ever, and I'm so mad he didn't get punished for it. Did you see his punt decision?
I did.
Did you see how much win probability he lost?
I did. And he won. Never change.
He lost 9%.
It's a terrible punt.
And he won. Stupid Carson Wentz couldn't make him pay for it.
803-0550. Open segment, your calls on the Bills' run game, on the run defense, the pass defense, the 1-seed chase. They are in great shape. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR on a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. So that interception on EPA, you could tell me they lost 3 points. I'd tell you it might have been a push, because if it doesn't get picked and falls incomplete, you probably end up each team getting 3. If the Bills don't get 7.
I think is it the best play by a Bill this year? It was
the
pretty
best play
incredible
by a Bill this year.
Him recognizing the play, flying to the ball, and then jumping up and making a one-handed interception in that spot right around the goal. Like the ball is being thrown into the end zone.
It's pretty good.
I think it might be my number one right now.
Yeah.
It was super impressive. I loved the breakdown, too, that I saw after of how he, just Bishop knew right away. Like, there was no hesitation that he was right on top of what was happening. And that might be as impressive as the one-handed catch.
Bills win, and James Cook, a star of the show. Josh Allen, star of the show. Khalil Shakir has his biggest game of the season, right? A touchdown.
Definitely.
5 catches on 5 targets. The defense had its best game of the season. Maybe the Jets game?
Jets. They held the Jets starting quarterback to 27 yards.
Okay.
I think that has to
and
be
they
the
held
best.
this guy to 100. In a game that was close. The difference between the Jets game is the Jets game was never really competitive. There they can lean on a lead and just suffocate a team, and they go to the backup, the Jets did. In this game, it's competitive throughout, and the defense had to make plays. And while the offense went into a slumber, the defense came up big. And did that happen against the Jets? I mean, I should go back and check the drive for drive, play for play.
Mm-hmm.
At halftime of the Jets game, the Bills are up 20-3. Is the game over? Mm-hmm. In this game, the Bills defense had to make a big play right before halftime.
Yep.
And then make a stop to start the second half and come up again and again. They had to make a stop on a 2-point conversion, which they did.
Uh-huh.
So, you had much more high leverage moments in this game than the Jets game. The Jets game was just an inept offense, and you, I guess, did the job. Tyrod threw for 56, and Justin Fields threw for 27.
Yeah.
So,
look, they dominated that game.
They did.
This game, I don't know.
This game they were needed.
Am I wrong? I thought the Saints moved the ball more than I'd seen them in any game this season.
Well, they had moved the ball against some other teams. They held Rattler to his lowest output as a passer.
But what about as a runner?
He'd been over 200 a lot.
Because a lot of his game was more he was taking off and scrambling, and
That's
he was doing well at that. So, but sure, there weren't big chunk plays through the air. Bills win over the Saints, 31-19 to go to 4-0 on the year. Another big day from James Cook, over 100 yards and a touchdown. He has the record now for the most consecutive games with a rushing touchdown in Bills history. That number is up to 8. Next up for the Bills, Sunday Night Football against the Patriots. They'll be wearing their rivalry series uniforms in a week. The Bills are alone atop the AFC after Chargers lost to the Giants and the Colts lost to the Rams. So the other final two teams that were undefeated both lose. Chiefs beat the Ravens 37-20. Lamar Jackson picks up a hamstring injury in that game. 1-3 for Baltimore. Packers and Cowboys tie 40-40 was the final after overtime. Doubleheader in Monday Night Football tonight. Jets-Dolphins leads it off at 7:15. U.S. loses the Ryder Cup after almost putting together the comeback yesterday, but Europe wins it on a Shane Lowry putt to even up his match late in the day on Sunday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Snap, fakes the handoff to Cook. Allen going to run it, tucks it, and he reaches the goal line. The Beast has been released as he takes it in on a 5-yard touchdown run.
Chris Brown on the call. We'll talk with him coming up bottom of the hour. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. True story. I was just telling Joe over the weekend, I watched that Penn State-Oregon game to the end in double overtime. And when Penn State lost, which they lose those games
every time.
Every time.
Every single time.
Every time they're playing a big game against a good team, they lose. And they lost with an interception late. That game could have ended 3 different times. Either way, it was a very exciting game. I popped onto the Odyssey app and searched Penn State postgame because, the Bills win all the time.
Yeah.
And as a listener of sports radio, it's just been a long time, Joe, since I've been able to enjoy listening to fans yell about something. Really yell.
Take the rant out for a spin a little bit.
Yeah. Like when the Patriots would lose and people would call and thrash Belichick. I need that, and I don't know where I'm getting that in my life right now. So I sought it out with Penn State, and I didn't even get it there.
No?
No, they didn't take any calls.
What did
They didn't take any calls in the time I was
And listening. The hosts weren't angry?
Not really.
They just must be numb to it at this point,
Maybe.
right? That James Franklin's going to lose the big game, and this is just what we are.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the NFL right now where you could find that?
Who's ranting today?
Yeah, who's ranting today?
In Tennessee, they're talking about firing the coach.
Okay.
Brian Callahan might already be done. Who's ranting? Could they be ranting in Baltimore? We're 1-3. The defense is falling apart.
They could be ranting in Baltimore because they could be fighting about Lamar Jackson's injury, because I saw a little of that. Ravens fans fighting each other about whether he pulled himself out of the game or not.
All right.
So you could get that there.
Dolphins, if they lose tonight, there could be rants there. Maybe they're 0-3.
But they might be. They've been doing it, right?
Yeah.
They might be tired of it. But that could be right. Are
they upset with the Giants? They probably love Jackson Dart. He's the next coming.
Dallas ties last night, so you don't get it there, right?
Yeah. Minnesota, because they're a good team and they've got nothing at quarterback. But who's the maddest? I don't know. Aren't the Saints happy about yesterday? Kind of?
Yes.
Competitive with a great team? The Cardinals? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer.
Not yet.
Is Green Bay mad?
Maybe Pittsburgh's mad because they won.
Is Minnesota mad?
We keep winning like this? I don't know. 803-0550. Bills win 31-19. They beat the Saints, set up a Sunday night affair with the rivalries uniforms, those white uniforms with the ice and the snow and all that cool stuff. They're going to wear those on Sunday. Yeah. We expect there to be end zones for it, too, because Arizona had special end zones. Miami has painted special end zones for tonight. They're wearing their dark water uniforms, which I think actually look pretty good. And the Bills wear those Sunday night next week against the Patriots.
The logo at the center of the field is also it's matching for both Miami and Arizona, matching the helmet.
Will the Bills at center field have that icy buffalo?
I'd be stunned if not.
If they don't go on the field,
it's a league initiative. It's a league. Well, it's a Nike one, right?
Sure. But both stadiums so far that have done it are grass, are they not? Arizona and Miami. And the Bills' current stadium is not grass. The new stadium will be grass. So I don't know if that makes a difference.
That's a good
I just
thought.
don't know.
Is that how it works? With turf, they just paint it before the season, and then that's it? And grass, maybe they do it every week?
I don't know.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. You might be right. Maybe the Bills won't have them.
I'll reach out to some sources, see what we can find out. Mike in Pennsylvania is next up. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. The Bills win. Talking James Cook's usage, run defense, pass defense, all of it coming up. So we'll get to your phone calls and Chris Brown, bottom of the hour. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. What a great day yesterday, huh? I mean, just
beautiful.
The weather. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just Bills Mafia one last time. I made the trip from PA, and I'm currently leaving to go back to PA. But what a fan experience, and that's why the tickets were so. I was stunned at how high the ticket prices were, but yeah, well worth it. So I got a couple points of the game. I'm not concerned with the defense because I just think there's a lot of moving pieces yet to be intertwined into the defense, along with some rookies getting, key game experience, and then we can make a push down the end, towards the playoffs. So I'm not really worried about that. But what I am worried about, and I kind of feel like a mid 2000s Patriots fan, being snobby, because our offense keeps throwing up 30 points. And they look good. They run the ball. They come out in different formations. They're innovative. All of that looks good. My one big concern with the Bills offense is, can they get separation down the field when they need to? I mean, I brought it up to Chris Brown on a show, and he kind of was like, well, they don't want to do it yet, but I think they do. I think they did yesterday too. They threw a pass down the field and it was picked off. There was no separation. It concerns me. I know they keep throwing 30 burgers on people and that's good, but on a team like New England, you might have to go toe to toe for them, with them and get downfield passing. And I just don't know where they're going to artificially, manufacture that down the field passing. Does that seem like a concern to you guys?
Yeah, it's something they don't have that I wonder if they're going to need it in bigger games if defenses start challenging the Bills to do it. Like, why wouldn't, if I'm a defense right now, say they're running the ball like crazy, their offense, it looks like a James Cook offense game in and game out, and if Allen is throwing the ball, often it's at the sticks, it's a screen to Shakir, or it's a short crosser, so let's all pile in here. Let's all pile in the box, and let's stop James Cook from running it, and let's try to take away their short pass game and dare them to throw it down the field. Like, if I were a defense right now, that's the way I would want to try to play the Bills. And we'll see. I don't know that teams are doing that. How does New Orleans get the pick yesterday? They're not doing that. They got a safety deep, waiting for that pick. How did Miami play them last week? Miami's got safeties deep a lot of that first half. So it depends. If defenses start trying to play them that way and it starts to show some success, then I do think you'll need that. But so far, they haven't had that player. I don't think they have an ability to throw the ball down the field. I don't think they can artificially manufacture it. But at the moment, I don't think it has cost them.
Right. I kind of line up with where you are. Like, is it a problem every week? No. It's the kind of thing that could be a problem. And I don't buy they could just do it whenever they want.
I don't either.
I don't believe at all. Josh Allen can put on the cape and do a lot of things kind of whenever he wants. So like that part of it, half of it is right. Allen can run around and make something happen and go off script. There's a good point here from the Eagles and Bucs game that I just saw on Twitter. Like this kind of to me relates to what happened in the Bills game. The Bills play this game and a number of people have called in today and said, can you believe how'd they get 31 points? They didn't even look that sharp offensively. And it might have been Sigmund Bloom. I'm trying to find out who pointed this out. But the Bucs and Eagles have played a high-scoring game. And what happened in that game? A lot of those plays were big, huge plays, kind of out of structure. Baker's touchdown to Bucky Irving. Like, you kind of have a league now, and this is where Allen lives, where in structure, how much is going to happen? Not that much, right? It's keep it conservative might be the wrong word here, but keep it on schedule, do what we're going to do, run the ball, be efficient. And the Bills are great at that. And when they need to have Allen go out of structure, he is the best in the league at that. So if they want to say we can do that when we want to, I don't disagree with that part of it. Allen has his side of it. Is there always going to be someone available? Is Coleman going to be the guy that is on the other end of that? Sometimes that has worked. I don't think they can just rip the ball down the field whenever they want. I don't know how many teams can. The Chargers seem like they have an ability to. The Bucks also.
The Chiefs are trying to week in and week out, and it's very hit or miss for them.
But that's the thing. Like, are these offenses better than the Bills? Not necessarily.
Right.
So you might have the best offense and the best process. I've kind of made a comparison. I did it before I was off a couple days last week where, what the Bills have here is a good process for winning most games in the regular season. Then they're going to get to the playoffs, and if they have a game against, I don't even know who they'll meet in the AFC Championship game. Is it the Chargers? Is it the Chiefs?
Who's the most likely team they'd play right now in the AFC Championship?
The Chiefs. Who doesn't want to say the Chiefs? Unless they beat them earlier. Who would you have the most faith in the AFC? The Chargers are down 2 tackles for a while. And, do I have to say the Chiefs?
I might still say Baltimore.
I mean, Baltimore has done it before.
Their season
is derailed and they're fine. Is Baltimore having the season the Bills had when they were 6-6 and they finished 11-6? They might.
Maybe.
They played a really...
They're 2 games behind Pittsburgh right now to win that division, and I tell you, I want to bet Baltimore.
Right. Baltimore has played the Bills, Lions, and Chiefs in 4 weeks.
If this were the college football playoff, their strength of loss would be pretty high, and they'd still be ranked.
Right.
I would say. But either way, the point remains, who are you going to need it against? I think you will need it against Kansas City.
You know who you'll need it against? Philadelphia. You'll need it against Philly. And if we're in that game, then we're having a good time. You probably need it against Kansas City.
Tampa is one of those teams that can chuck the ball down the field. Some of the 3 teams that I think are sticking out to me the most that can do it, Tampa, Dallas, Seattle. Those teams can all do it and are trying to do it.
And would you pick any of them to be better than the Bills?
No,
not necessarily.
definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, the Bills could pick that up if they want. They could go trade for Rashid Shaheed at the deadline if they really feel like they want it or need it. But do you have any evidence of that? Do they have a roster spot for a guy like that? I think this is probably what they are. I think they don't have it right now, and they'll win a lot of games, and they probably won't have it come playoff time.
And they might win it. They might win the Super Bowl and not have it.
It's not like there's a young guy we're waiting to shine and kind of take a role. Who's the guy that would do it? Who's the guy that would turn into it? They're not. Are they trying to use Elijah Moore in that way? Maybe there's something there with him, but Coleman, I think you're seeing what he is at that. He's going to be the jump ball guy. Dallas, part of how they do it is it's Pickens. Pickens double covered down the field. He just makes catches. That's the Coleman downfield element. There's nobody else on the depth chart that I would say I'm waiting for more here. This is I think what they are. I think it's fine, and I'm a little concerned that they won't have that element when they play the biggest games. But I definitely think they could get to the Super Bowl and even win the Super Bowl without having it.
Yeah. 803-0550. Yeah, the team that wins the Super Bowl is rarely perfect. It's just, you did what you had to do to win it.
Right.
And this Bills team is not going to be perfect. Could they win the Super Bowl as currently built with a run defense that isn't that good? Maybe.
Yes. I say yes. Yeah.
Would it help to have Jeffrey Simmons? Yes.
Did you see the play he had yesterday?
I did, yeah.
He sacked C.J. Stroud on what looked like it was going to be a rush attempt. We couldn't even tell because he got there so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome.
The way the Chiefs ripped the ball down the field yesterday is kind of they said they wanted to do that this year, that they wanted to get back to their explosive downfield passing game. And first couple weeks in, it didn't look like it was there, and it was against the Ravens. So if the Bills' proof that they can do it is because they did it against the Ravens, the Chiefs did from the start of the game against the Ravens. They beat them big. 803-0550. Bob's on the phone. Hey, Bob, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you.
You too.
So I think yesterday we saw the value of Spencer Brown. The first point I want to make is Vandermark really struggled at right tackle. And until they brought Haas in to basically help him out in the fourth quarter, it was kind of a mess. The offensive line did not play well. I don't think it's indicative of – I don't think that offensive line play yesterday was indicative of the way they are. It's just that they had a bad game. I don't know how you guys feel about that. The point I want to make about the defense is I'm cautiously optimistic going forward, and I'll tell you why. The biggest problem that we had last year was our lack of depth, especially when Benford went out in the playoff game. We knew that we were in trouble, right? So right now we're missing 5 potential difference makers on defense, including Oliver, Milano, possibly Harrison. We just don't know what that's going to look like. Hoyt and Ogunjobi. So right now, I think it's interesting the way we are being exposed with some of these younger players in some of their faults that hopefully they can correct to become good fill-ins and create better depth once they start playing a little bit better and they get that game experience like Strong. And we're seeing Bishop, even though he's making mistakes, we're definitely seeing him getting better and better each week. I think you guys would agree there.
Yeah.
So I believe that if we can potentially go 6-0 or at least 5-1 at the bye, get all these guys back, and I don't even know. I know you guys feel the same way. I don't know if we're going to get anything from Harrison. I don't know if he's even going to play. But if we can get him back at some capacity, I think the way McDermott runs his team is he's very protective against players that have significant or even moderate injuries where he just shuts them down. We might see Harrison come out and explode. We don't know.
Yeah.
I just think that if they can remain healthy and Walker can continue to learn and try to fix some of the issues that he has, our interior line could be so much better. Our linebacking core is going to be so much better, and our secondary is going to be a lot better after the bye. And then if we can peak and really start getting to the quarterback, stay healthy, this defense could not only be better, but we could be really good. I just wanted to get your take on it.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Maybe.
It could all go well. You could say that of a lot of teams, though. A lot of teams that are not happy with their defense could get some pieces back. This could be Baltimore. Baltimore's missing a ton of pieces.
Right, like of the pieces you're getting back, for me, who do you know is going to make an impact? Feel like I know that about Michael Hoyt.
I agree.
Michael Hoyt is the no.
Even though he's not even played for the Bills yet.
That's right.
It just... Whatever, the scouting report, the need at the position, it feels like he's going to be a difference maker. After that, I would go to Ogunjobi.
And he is, I'm hopeful he can help, but what are we really talking about? We're talking about a guy that Pittsburgh didn't like last year that signed a one-year, $6 million contract.
Right, he's a guy, but he's a guy. He's a guy, but he's a guy that ranks well above Zion Logan, Jordan Phillips.
That's true. That's true.
Which is like those guys are playing regularly. Then I get to Hairston, and I might have had Hairston at the top of this if he wasn't hurt,
right,
and having missed lots and lots of reps. Like the Bills had Cole Bishop basically as like a lost season because he missed minicamp and some of training camp. And here's Hairston, who's been out since mid-July. And who knows how close he is to being physically ready, never mind out there and being trusted to be in those spots. Like, we'll see.
Can I say, though, that isn't corner and safety very different for them on that front? Sal says this all the time, how they treat safety. Safety is you gotta know the system. You gotta have reps in the system. Like they don't just plug guys in right away. Sometimes they have a year or two in practice before they're getting real opportunities. How's corner? Corner, remember? Maybe don't remember this. They signed Xavier Rhodes one time, like during a season. He started the next week.
Yeah,
like corner, I feel like is much more plug and play for them.
And Rasul Douglas came in right away and was instantly making plays.
So like I'm not saying that it doesn't matter that Hairston isn't getting all these mental reps, but I think it's different than Bishop. Bishop played a position where I don't think they would ever put a guy in if they didn't feel like he was ready and had a ton of reps. Whereas corner, I think we have more evidence that if it's not going well, if Trey White is not performing and he's taking penalties and Dorian Strong showing inconsistency and Harrison's been practicing for 2.5 weeks, I feel like they could put Hairston in the game.
Also in there is injuries. Like right now they're down Oliver and Milano. And the last 2 years when they've lost in the playoffs, it's with injuries to who? It's Benford. It's
the year before it's all the
linebackers. And in that game also was Taylor Rapp out of that game.
Daquan Jones too.
Sure.
He's missed multiple playoff games.
Right. Like you've got to not only peak, thanks Bob for the phone call, peak, but you kind of got to be lucky. Like the healthy, it's one of the reasons we talked about the 1 seed so much is just avoid a game where you're going to lose 2 guys.
Yeah.
Because these playoff games are rough, and the Bills have lost guys in playoff games.
And quickly on his first thought, can we just say right now that Cole Bishop is their best safety?
Yeah, I think the concern shifts to Taylor Rapp.
I think Cole Bishop's their best safety. He has not really made big mistakes that I've noticed all year.
He's athletic, he's fast.
And he made that splash play he makes yesterday, like, it's a special play. Taylor Rapp doesn't make that play. Right? I don't know that he gets to the spot quick enough, even if he recognizes it, and I don't know that he's jumping that high and making that catch. Maybe he gets there and like deflects it. But Cole Bishop, I think, is the only safety on the roster that is able to execute that play the way he did yesterday.
Yeah. 803-0550. That Saints safety is pretty good. Sanker. That guy's pretty good.
Do you like him?
He was a third-round pick.
He was
a third-round pick this year.
I did feel like I was scouting them for the deadline a little bit yesterday.
A little bit.
Kamara looked good. He's old, too, and he still looks like he's got it.
803-0550. We'll check in with Chris Brown. Continue taking your phone calls. It is Victory Monday here on WGR, Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. I want to ask you one thing, because we're watching this team kind of show us what they are. We're 4 games in. It used to be a quarter of the way through the season. Now it's 4/17. But whatever. James Cook's load here. James Cook's. He is a feature back. Joe had the numbers. The only other running backs with more carries than Cook, and if we did a percentage of carries, it might look different. It's. Who is it, Joe? Jonathan Taylor.
Josh Jacobs, and there's one other. But he's one of 4 backs in the... It's Taylor, Barkley, Jacobs, and Cook. Those are the only 4 backs in the league that have 75 carries.
That is feature back status. And, Sal, it's so interesting to me that the everybody eats team, that's still real, but it's not real at running back anymore. It's James Cook's backfield.
I agree. And... I thought for the last few years, as good as James Cook is, as talented as he is, because of how they've run their offense, I think he's on that kind of next tier of, great back. This guy is one of the best in the league. He is really unbelievable. And the Bills have Josh Allen is clearly, obviously, their best player and MVP. James Cook matters a ton to this team. This is not, I don't know how you guys have framed it or talked about it. Maybe we all have this way, but I'll say, I think when everything was going through he was going through the contract, I know for me, I'd be like, look, he's important. You want to pay him, but you can't overpay him because it's more of a replaceable type of position. I think he's put that to bed. Like, he got paid, and he is taking it to another level. And if he wasn't on this roster right now, I don't know what they'd
need to make sure as we get into the colder months, which not happened for a while, which means you have
talent-wise, physically,
to get to Z-Bart. If you're missing
I just have not seen running backs be able to do the way that he can. His vision in a hole is incredible.
Window tinting can help you stay comfortable.
And the way that he can just stop on a dime and change direction.
Let's talk about that. Z-Bar, the original provider of rust protection, over 65 years experience.
This is not a big guy. We know that.
Drivers worldwide.
He is extremely powerful for a small man, smaller man,
rated number 1 for corrosion protection. It is flexible and durable while preventing moisture trapping.
He is having an amazing
best of all,
year. He really is.
Over time.
5.3 yards a carry.
It's all backed by the industry-leading nationwide limited warranty. There's 4 local Z-Bar locations:
75
Union
carries.
Road, West Seneca, Camp Road in Hamburg, Fluvanna Ave in Jamestown, and West Main Street in Batavia. Visit zbart.com to make an appointment to protect your. Anyway, let's get to this game. The Bills beat the Saints, and along the way, we kind of saw a lot of the formula we've seen from the Bills, regardless of opponent, where they kind of just play their game. The other team makes a mistake because the defense for this team makes a couple big plays, whether that's the Cole Bishop interception or a stop on a 2-point conversion. Like, the defense did enough, even though there are moments throughout where fans might have been a little bit nervous about how the defense looked early on.
For sure. I mean, the numbers are bad on the run defensive side again. It's another area in time where you're like, oh, my God, they're getting, pounded against the run. And there's no doubt. And there's no shying away from that. The numbers are what they are. I think it's stunning to me. I look up at the end of the day, and even I was like, wow, are you kidding me? Let me just run this by you. I mean, did after watching what you watched, did you realize the Saints had less than 300 yards of offense They only went 5 of 13 on third down, and they had only 4.6 yards per play. It didn't feel like that to me, right? It felt like they were doing a lot more than that against the Bills because they had run the ball so well. But the Bills the Saints had no passing game to speak of, and the Bills just did not allow anything through the air. 109 total, net passing yards. But to me, more of the struggles of the offensive side were a little bit more notable to me in this one. And yet, I'll say the same thing. I don't know how. Matt Bovey and I did Always Game Day last night. We both said the same thing, which is, how in the world did this team score 31 points again when they looked like that on offense? How does that happen? The same thing happened against the Dolphins. You just feel like everything's such a grind and a struggle. And then you look up and you're like, oh, they have 31 points.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. How does that happen? And you say, well, Josh Allen puts on the cape. And, hey, he did have to do that this game. There's no doubt. There's definitely things to clean up. And, they were not perfect in this game. And you wake up going, man, again, another game. Maybe you should have run a team, out of the stadium. I get it. But it's a double-digit win. It's 31 points. And the numbers overall actually look pretty good for the defense, even though it didn't feel like it kind of went that way.
Bills beat the Saints 31-19. It didn't look easy throughout, but they got the win and won by double digits at the end. 4-0, only 4-0 team in the AFC. After the Chargers lost to the Giants, upset victory there for New York in Jackson Dart's first game. However, Giants did lose Malik Neighbors, looks like for the season with a torn ACL. Also, the Chargers lost Joe Alt in that game. They already were missing Rashawn Slater from an injury preseason. Now Alt is dealing with a high ankle sprain. The Colts, meanwhile, the other undefeated team in the AFC, they fall to the Rams 27-20. So it's just the Bills at 4-0. Elsewhere around the NFL, Chiefs beat the Ravens 37-20. Not a good day for Baltimore. Never looked great. Lamar left the game in the third quarter with a hamstring injury and did not return. Packers and Cowboys tie on Sunday Night Football. 40-40 was the final, and Micah Parsons' return, he did record a sack. Jets-Dolphins tonight, 7:15, and then later, Bengals and Broncos at 8:15. Doubleheader on Monday Night Football. U.S. falls in the Ryder Cup. They almost put the comeback all the way together yesterday. They were just a couple of matches short. Europe retains and wins the Ryder Cup on U.S. soil. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's motion from Shaheed. Handoff goes to Kamara, and he is dropped. And there he is, the big fella, Deon Walker, dropping him for a 1-yard loss.
Saw some Bills defensive linemen make some big plays in their win over the Saints. Greg Rousseau got in on a 2-point conversion tackle. And throughout the Bills' win, big plays made by defensive players. Cole Bishop, a key interception as well. We'll talk about all of it here with Chris Brown. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. And Chris joins us here as we hang out. Heading into Week 5, 4-0 for the Bills, Chris. And, for better or for worse, some fans get a little frustrated along the way. But we've kind of seen a Bills formula here where they play their game. They don't make too many mistakes. And their defense, while it might get gashed at times, you've got some players able to step up and make big plays. And Daquan Jones, that was Deon Walker, Cole Bishop, Terrell Bernard last week. We're seeing splash plays in important moments.
Yeah, which was kind of the calling card last year, right, guys? I mean, they were second in the league and had the best turnover margin in football at plus 24, and we're traveling down a similar path right now, although the Bills did have, the turnover with the Josh pick. So I think turnovers and big plays are still the calling card. I think a lot of people would breathe a lot easier if the run defense was shored up considerably as the season wears on here. And look, in the first month of the season, you're going to have missed assignments. Teams all across the league are experiencing that as things get buttoned up. But the run defense, which came into the game giving up the most yards on the ground this season, people were saying, oh, well, they played the Ravens and they ran it up on them. Saints ran for 189 yards yesterday. That's why they stayed in the game. That can't happen. That number's got to come down considerably over the next several weeks, or you're going to run into a situation where you simply can't get off the field, and maybe that big play that's bailed you out in previous weeks does not. And you heard Terrell Bernard address it. You heard Coach McDermott address it after the game. It's gap assignments, and it's missed tackles. I mean, there were 3 missed tackles on the Kendre Miller run to the end zone, and that's just got to get better. And the good news is it's correctable. You'll hear Coach McDermott invariably say today that they got to improve their fundamentals, and I think that's what is irking fans maybe more than anything else.
And Chris, we had somebody call and say, like, what is wrong with the run defense? For McDermott to say, gap assignments. Is this a spot where youth is a part of this? TJ Sanders and Deion Walker are getting a good chunk of snaps down there, and while they're, we're seeing some good plays, it ends up being about consistency over the course of a full game.
Right. I mean, at the same time, you've got a veteran like Joey Bosa who dived in on 3 separate plays and didn't set the edge, and runs got to the outside. I mean, that's a 10-year veteran. You can't make that same mistake 3 times. It got to the point where senior defensive assistant Ryan Nielsen subbed him out of the game because he kept doing it, and then he doesn't get off the field in time because he's arguing with Nielsen. So that stuff's got to get buttoned up, and that'll show up on film, and they'll get down to brass tacks and get it corrected. I have no doubt that'll happen, but I think they've got to really start to bear down on some of those fundamentals. And look, I go to practice. These guys drill it. This coaching staff drills it all the time. I mean, they go into rotations and they're doing fundamental tackling drills, fundamental fumble recovery drills, fundamental stack and shed drills. I mean, they do it all season long. Why it's not translating to the field on a consistent basis yet has to be figured out, and figured out quick.
Chris Brown with us on the Wester hotline. Chris, the Cole Bishop play at the end of the half, he flies in from the other side and makes that catch. I mean, it might be the play of the year for the team, and I think it's a good moment for him, not just because it's a big spot and it's one of these splash plays, but it feels like he's been fine to good, maybe even better than that through these first 4 weeks, even beyond that play.
Yeah, and Eric and I and Sal were discussing it on the roundtable the last couple of weeks. We've seen noticeable improvement from his play. I think he's been confident in getting guys lined up. I think he's put the time in to know what he's looking at each and every week. He's prepared well, studied well, and that makes him more confident on the field. And a play like this is going to make him infinitely more confident going forward, And I think for Bills fans, that was the kind of play they needed to see from Cole Bishop to be convinced. I mean, let's not forget. I mean, the Bills fan base has been spoiled for the better part of 7 years with Poyer and Hyde. And they need convincing to be told they're going to be okay at that position going forward. And it's like, well, this guy's only a second-year player. What should I'm parroting what I hear from Bills fans all the time. And I think that was the reinforcement kind of play that Bills fans needed to kind of feel like, all right. It looks like we're going to be okay here at this position. So good for Cole Bishop. He's busted his tail because he's lost a lot of time on the field in his first 2 years to injury. He's tried everything in his power to make up for that time, whether it was being here all winter with Taylor Rapp or trying to get extra time on the practice field after practice is over. And I'm happy for him that it's finally paying off.
Chris, further in the secondary. Tre'Davious White, he and Dorian Strong kind of platoon a little bit there in the game, and the coaching staff said that was part of the plan. We wondered, how they would start to handle young guy snaps and getting guys mixed in, and I wonder if that's a look at what might happen going forward, in part because of our updated timeline on Maxwell Hairston, where the Bills didn't want to rule anything out. So in the case that they need more playing time for Strong with Tre'Davious White out there, it'll be worth monitoring to see how they handle it going forward.
Right. And it was still, from what I saw on the snap count, heavily in favor of Tre'Davious as opposed to Strong. Whether that morphs and changes based on opponent and based on coverage and calls, we'll have to wait and see, since we only have a one-game sample right now. But to Dorian Strong's credit, I think he's playing good football in the practice setting. And we hear McDermott say it all the time. You earn the right to play, just like you earn the right to win. And that's just their process, guys. We know this. So I think if somebody is playing better in practice and outplaying somebody else at their position, they're going to get time on the field. Now, I think there's an enormous amount of respect for Tre'Davious White, who I thought had a pretty good game yesterday, made some plays, still good in the run front. So I think there's a balance there that the coaching staff is trying to strike, but it's very clear that Dorian Strong has impressed this coaching staff. And it doesn't matter, guys. We've seen it. Whether you're a first-round pick, a seventh-round pick, an undrafted free agent, if you demonstrate the capabilities to help this football team win football games, they will put you on the field.
Chris Brown with us. Chris, on the offensive side of the ball, what type of game did you feel like it was? They really hit a snag, it felt like, in the middle of that game. I think most fans got frustrated when that turnover on downs happened, when it went Ray Davis handoff, Ty Johnson handoff, and then Shakir, which was basically a handoff. But there were they responded after that. So, I don't know, do you feel like it was a good day from the offense and consistent? How would you label it?
Yeah, I think it was a little up and down. They got off to a great start because the Saints came in and said, okay, we're going to commit to the run front here, and we're going to play some man coverage on the back end. And they learned very quickly that that's a dumb idea because, the Bills had 14 points on the board in a wink, and Josh was killing them with the receivers on crossing routes. So then they change, and in the second quarter, they start playing cover two shell. And Josh tried to test that once, floated it a little too much because he had to throw off his back foot due to pass pressure as he's trying to hit Coleman down the field, and it's picked off on a great play by Jonas Sanker, who really impressed me yesterday. That rookie safety is a heck of a kid.
Yep.
With his pass coverage skills. And then, after that, it seemed as though they needed some time to find their footing again, and they leaned heavily on James Cook. And, once again, James Cook is arguably the most consistent player in the game and really has been a horse for this team through the first month of the season. They have leaned on him heavily, and he has not disappointed at all. And I think he was instrumental, in them kind of weathering the storm, so to speak, when they had those lulls, similar to, the lulls that they had against the Dolphins. I think it's important to recognize, and instead of being frustrated by that, to recognize how well the team handles that adversity when it does strike. The defense came up big for them when the offense stalled. I mean, Josh had 12 passing yards in the second quarter. I think they had 13 yards total or something. So to weather that storm and then put your foot back on the gas and finish the game, I think is what Coach McDermott chooses to focus on most after they emerge victorious, because that is what it's about. I mean, you look around the league, guys, at all these teams and stuff that goes haywire. It's been crazy these first 4 weeks. And for the Bills to emerge through that stuff and still finish football games and not just win by the skin of their teeth, but win by double digits, I think still says something, even though I know fans are expecting more from this team. I'm telling you guys, I'm walking out of the parking lot going to my car, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, Brownie, what's going on?" He's like, I was like, well, I said to him flat out, I was like, well, another double-digit victory from what I saw on the scoreboard. And he goes, come on, these guys stink. I was like, wow. I was like, the level of spoiling for Bills fans has reached epic proportions, if that's the reaction to that game. So I understand it doesn't look perfect, but it rarely does in the first month of the season for most football teams who usually hit their groove in week 6 or week 7. So, look, they can't play that way against great teams because you'll have a nail-biter like you did in week 1. But I think they're still figuring some stuff out on defense. It will get better. So let's just see where it goes here in the coming weeks.
How'd you enjoy Sunday 1 o'clock?
Oh, my God, it was great. Like, what was that? Steve calls it Chamber of Commerce Day. I mean, the mayor would order up a day like that if somebody was visiting his city. You know, plus the flyover, and, oh, my God, forget it. The whole thing is just, you know, it's like you say, Jeremy, it's elite season.
It is. Mm-hmm. And from Sunday 1 o'clock to Sunday 8:20, we're right back to it for Bills and Patriots, which should be a good one. Should be fun.
Yeah, when's the next 1 o'clock? November?
The Bucks. The Bucks. The next home Sunday 1 o'clock is the Bucks. So I think it's a little over a month away. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Thanks, Chris.
Take care, guys.
Chris Brown, his appearance here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Sunday 8:20, then Monday 7:15, then a bye week, then a road 1 o'clock, Panthers. 4:25, road 1 o'clock, home 1 o'clock. Okay. We get, you know, the road 1 o'clock games are in there.
But we don't have a home 1 o'clock for a while.
November 16th is the home 1 o'clock.
What right now? What's the temperature? November 16th.
40.
40?
40.
Right on the number?
Yeah.
Well, it's cold.
That's fine. Home 1 o'clock against the Jets, potentially last game of the season also. So there's only like 2 left, max. We'll get a break in, get more of your phone calls, 803-0550. We're also going to check on what's going on in the chat. You can jump in our YouTube chat, make a comment. Maybe your comment gets brought up. Owen's putting together a list of the best ones. Whatever best is, that's up to him. So we'll do that along the way. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Chris, further in the secondary, Tre'Davious White, he and Dorian Strong kind of platoon a little bit there in the game, and the coaching staff said that was part of the plan. We wondered, you know, how they would start to handle young guy snaps and getting guys mixed in, and I wonder if that's a look at what might happen going forward, in part because of our updated timeline on Maxwell Hairston, where the Bills didn't want to rule anything out. So in the case that they need more playing time for Strong with Tre'Davious White out there, you know, it'll be worth monitoring to see how they handle it going forward.
Right. And it was still, you know, from what I saw on the snap count, heavily in favor of Tre'Davious as opposed to Strong. Whether that morphs and changes based on opponent and based on coverage and calls, we'll have to wait and see, since we only have a 1-game sample right now. But to Dorian Strong's credit, I think he's playing good football in the practice setting. And we hear McDermott say it all the time. You earn the right to play, just like you earn the right to win. And that's just their process, guys. We know this. So I think if somebody is playing better in practice and outplaying somebody else at their position, they're going to get time on the field. Now, I think there's an enormous amount of respect for Tre'Davious White, who I thought had a pretty good game yesterday, you know, made some plays, still good in the run front. So I think there's a balance there that the coaching staff is trying to strike, but it's very clear that Dorian Strong has impressed this coaching staff. And it doesn't matter, guys. We've seen it. Whether you're a first-round pick, a seventh-round pick, an undrafted free agent, if you demonstrate the capabilities to help this football team win football games, they will put you on the field.
You know, for better or for worse, some fans get a little frustrated along the way, but we've kind of seen a Bills formula here where they play their game, they don't make too many mistakes, and their defense, while it might get gashed at times, you've got some players able to step up and make big plays, and Daquan Jones, that was Deion Walker, Cole Bishop, Terrell Bernard last week. We're seeing splash plays in important moments.
Yeah, which was kind of the calling card last year, right, guys? I mean, they were second in the league and had the best turnover margin in football at plus 24, and we're traveling down a similar path right now, although the Bills did have, the turnover with the Josh pick. So I think turnovers and big plays are still the calling card. I think a lot of people would breathe a lot easier if the run defense was shored up considerably as the season wears on here. And look, in the first month of the season, you're going to have missed assignments. Teams all across the league are experiencing that as things get buttoned up. But the run defense, which came into the game giving up the most yards on the ground this season, people were saying, they played the Ravens and they ran it up on them. Saints ran for 189 yards yesterday. That's why they stayed in the game. That can't happen. That number's got to come down considerably over the next several weeks, or you're going to run into a situation where you simply can't get off the field, and maybe that big play that's bailed you out in previous weeks does not. And you heard Terrell Bernard address it. You heard Coach McDermott address it after the game. It's gap assignments, and it's missed tackles. I mean, there were 3 missed tackles on the Kendre Miller run to the end zone, and that's just got to get better. And the good news is it's correctable. You'll hear Coach McDermott invariably say today that they got to improve their fundamentals, and I think that's what is irking fans maybe more than anything else.
You need timeouts. They're, like I've said before, they're gold at the end of the half, end of the game, and we got lucky. Quite honestly, we didn't have to use them because we didn't have any left, at the end of the game there. It was substitution-based. They did some no-huddle. But regardless, we've got to do a better job with our substitutions and managing those substitutions accordingly.
Is that a little bit of a recurring problem right now with the Bills?
It happened a couple times.
Baltimore?
Good thing that game wasn't close because the Bills had to use their timeouts for dumb things yesterday because of that.
He's saying substitution problems, and Baltimore went quick tempo to try and get them before they could show their coverage. I wonder if teams will start to try and tempo the Bills a little bit.
Well, how much of that is that they're using, Chris mentioned, Bosa was one of them, right?
Yeah.
But how much of the total problem is that they're subbing Taron Johnson and a linebacker in and out more than they ever have by far?
Yeah.
They're playing 30% base this year, and it's been 4% in past seasons. So they're changing personnel groups a lot. So that could be it. Did you see what the Colts did yesterday? By the way,
on
this
Tutu Atwell 88-yard touchdown, they had 10 men on the field.
They had 10 men on the field.
That's tough.
That's worse.
That is tough, yeah.
It's an 88-yard touchdown because you forgot to put somebody in the game.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Quick note for this week. We've run into these spots before where even week 2, hey, are the Jets kind of for real after they put up a fight against Steelers and then the Bills just whomp them?
Yeah.
Hey, the Dolphins, are they ready to compete with the Bills? And the Bills just generally whomp them. Here's New England. They've not been perfect this year. They had a good game yesterday. Drake May is good.
Yeah. Kevin Cole just tweeted out, EPA per play leaders in the NFL through 4 games. Jordan Love, number 1. Josh Allen, number 2. Drake May's number 3.
So this is one of those spots where Sunday Night Football, Bills and Patriots, I would not expect the Patriots to win. In fact, the spread's bigger than I thought. Is it 8.5?
8.5.
I mean, that's a little big.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been 6.5, whatever.
That's a lot of respect.
The Bills could take them down, and we wouldn't be surprised. But I did this against Baltimore. If you do a good job against this offense, it's a great performance. I don't think the Patriots' offense is amazing. I think their quarterback is a really, really good, young, promising player. And whether that's Diggs or Butte or DeMario Douglas or Matt Collins, is he catching balls? I haven't even seen what he's done.
Not much. He's on the field.
But yeah. Diggs was a big deal for them in this game over Carolina. So
yeah,
May's good. And they run the ball with Stevenson and Henderson, and
they do a lot of 12 personnel with Hunter Henry and Austin Cooper. Yeah,
Hunter Henry's had some big games. He and May have a connection. So
I didn't see much of that game yesterday, but they smoked Carolina.
Yep,
smoked them. And Carolina was coming off a 30-0 win.
Yeah, and May, of course, can run, and he runs well, which is why he's gotten a lot of those comparisons to Josh Allen. He plays like Allen. Yeah. He's not as good as Allen. But, man, he plays like Allen.
Yeah, they have 5 receivers between 10 and 20 catches. And Diggs leads them with 19.
Everybody eats over there.
Yeah, Diggs 19, Henry 15, Henderson 13, Stevenson 11, Butte 10, Matt Collins 7.
His QBR against Carolina was a 94. His quarterback rating was a 155. So he had a great game against Carolina. I don't know if he's going to have that great game against the Bills, but it's a good matchup. It's totally a good matchup league-wide. If I'm an NFL fan, I'm thinking, all right, show me the king against a challenger here.
Right.
803
A challenger that isn't Tua.
Right.
For once. Because it's always been Tua.
That's right.
For the last 5 years.
803-0550. Wide open for your phone calls. Mario, Anthony, Joe, we'll get to yours. We'll check in on the chat and, maybe throw together a parlay for tonight. We got 2 games.
Double Monday night?
2
games.
Okay. Worth considering.
Do we get the Manning cast for both?
Ooh.
Do we get any Manning cast?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Which game do Joe Buck and Troy Aikman do? They're both kind of bad, aren't they?
Well, the games are both bad. One is 2 0-3 teams, and the other is Jake Browning.
You know who's yelling tomorrow? They're not yelling today. Denver if they lose tonight.
Yes,
that's who's really
you
yelling.
Can't lose to Cincinnati. They're at home.
I'm kind of on Cincinnati tonight too.
Yeah?
Yeah. They got embarrassed. Brownings looked better than that.
Yep.
Their offenses looked better than that before. Denver's been very weird this year.
In Denver for this game.
Okay, I don't like that. But they're getting a lot of points. So,
all right. Wide open for you. Phone calls, welcome. 803-0550. And on the new AFC, how's it look after week 4? Is it Bills and then Chiefs? Would you put them right there? Join us here on WGR. Anyway, let's get to this game. The Bills beat the Saints, and along the way, we kind of saw a lot of the formula we've seen from the Bills, regardless of opponent, where they kind of just play their game. The other team makes a mistake because the defense for this team makes a couple big plays, whether that's the Cole Bishop interception or a stop on a 2-point conversion. The defense did enough, even though there are moments throughout where fans might have been a little bit nervous about how the defense looked early on.
For sure. I mean, the numbers are bad on the run defensive side again. It's another area in time where you're like, oh, my God, they're getting, pounded against the run. And there's no doubt. And there's no shying away from that. The numbers are what they are. I think it's stunning to me. I look up at the end of the day, and even I was like, wow, are you kidding me? Let me just run this by you. I mean, did after watching what you watched, did you realize the Saints had less than 300 yards of offense? They only went 5 of 13 on third down, and they had only 4.6 yards per play. it didn't feel like that to me, right? It felt like they were doing a lot more than that against the Bills because they had run the ball so well. But the Bills the Saints had no passing game to speak of. And the Bills just did not allow anything through the air, 109 total, net passing yards. But to me, more of the struggles of the offensive side were a little bit more notable to me in this one. And yet, I'll say the same thing. I don't know how. Matt Bovey and I did Always Game Day last night. We both said the same thing, which is, how in the world did this team score 31 points again when they looked like that on offense? Like, how does that happen? The same thing happened against the Dolphins. You just feel like everything's such a grind and a struggle. And then you look up and you're like, oh, they have 31 points.
Yeah.
Like, it's just amazing. How does that happen? And you say, well, Josh Allen puts on the cape. And, hey, he did have to do that this game. There's no doubt. There's definitely things to clean up. And, they were not perfect in this game. And you wake up going, man, again, another game. Maybe you should have run a team, out of the stadium. I get it. But it's a double-digit win. It's 31 points. And the numbers overall actually look pretty good for the defense, even though it didn't feel like it kind of went that way.
So I don't know, they scored 31 and they won by double digits.
Yep.
And it's like, here we are again.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, but I still don't feel like they played up to their standard yesterday at all. Depends what standard you hold for them. If it's just win the game and that's it, then they played to their standard. But for me, that's a bad football team that I think it should have looked a lot easier against. The Bills, I think, are a world-class football team, and the Saints are not. So when they are, as I mentioned, on that Brandon Cooks play, a fingertip away from taking the lead in the fourth quarter, I want to say that's embarrassing. That you were at home against the worst team in the league, ready to give the lead away. I think it's a joke that they were ever in that football game.
I guess I would ask which you would have to do. Going after what you said. Are they not a world-class football team and the standard is too high? Or is it just that's what a world-class football team does all the time? You watched the Chiefs last year win 15 games by doing exactly that. And if you're an outsider, you watch and you say, they can't keep getting away with this, and yet there they are at the end of the season as the 1 seed.
I saw a few national football reporter, insiders, whatever, analysts that were tweeting, what is going on in Buffalo right now? Like that during the fourth quarter, tweeting out what is going on in Buffalo. Because people know what the Saints are, and they know what the Bills are. And I guess on that, that maybe is where I'm sitting there in the fourth quarter stewing because I don't want them to be the Chiefs. I know what that Chiefs team looked like last year, and we all knew that Chiefs team wasn't good, and I don't think this Bills team is that. So I'm not saying they're perfect. I think they have some issues on defense that we've seen throughout the year. I think they looked better, by the way, in third down defense yesterday, didn't they? So one of their biggest issues maybe was a little better.
It was better.
Offensively, I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they are good. But they tried to go down the field a little bit yesterday. That had been a weakness of this Saints defense, and they weren't really able to execute that. So there are areas they could be better. But I do think they are a world-class team because I think their quarterback should always allow them to be a world-class football team. Victory Monday. Bills win over the Saints 31-19. Big day for James Cook, who scores a touchdown for the 8th game in a row. That is a Bills record for rushing touchdowns in consecutive games. Also, Josh Allen over 200 yards in the game, added a few touchdowns of his own. Bills go to 4-0, the only 4-0 team in the AFC after both the Colts and the Chargers lost yesterday. The Chargers lost to the Giants in an upset there where Jackson Dart wins it for New York. However, they did lose Malik Neighbors, it looks like for the season, to a torn ACL. The Colts, meanwhile, fell to the Rams. Big touchdown by Matthew Stafford, 88 yards in the final minutes to win it for LA. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Ravens, tough day in Kansas City. They fall by 17. Also, Lamar Jackson picked up a hamstring injury in the game. He left in the third quarter. Houston shuts out Tennessee, 26-0. Atlanta over Washington by a touchdown. Pittsburgh beat Minnesota in Dublin to go to 3-1. They lead their division. Tonight, doubleheader on Monday night. Jets and Dolphins at 7:15. Bengals and Broncos at 8:15. Ryder Cup goes to Europe. U.S. almost put together the comeback yesterday, a couple of matches short, and Europe wins it. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
A tunnel screen to Shakir, works his way through a tackler, stays on his feet, breaks away from another, 20, 10, 5, Khalil Shakir, slippery as ever, and he's in for a 43-yard touchdown.
Chris Brown on the call. Happy Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe with you. It is a Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. Jump on the YouTube feed if you want. Subscribe, like, all that good stuff, and drop a comment because we're going to check in on the chat in a few minutes and see what's going on in there. But we'll also get some phone calls here on what happened with the Bills and Saints yesterday. You asked Sal, did you ever think they could lose this game? And he said yes. And my answer to this was no. But
yeah,
I so rarely think during a game they're going to lose it.
Not even when Cooks for the 8 seconds where touchdown Saints take the lead in the fourth quarter.
No,
still no.
I my emotions during games are genuine shock when it ultimately they lose.
Yeah,
they don't lose a lot. So that's the AFC Championship game. That's the Baltimore 35-10. It's the trick play. That doesn't go on. All right. I guess they really are. They're going to lose this game. The Baltimore game in week 1. When Derrick Henry goes in the touchdown, I'm like, well, they could still win.
Yeah.
There's time. So a game like this one against the Saints, I guess I want to put on the hat of a Chiefs fan. You should live like Chiefs fans do and did last year.
Assume that it's going to go your way,
yes.
Just somehow, some
you're
way.
You're going to block a kick.
Yeah.
Assume something dumb's going to happen. Against Baltimore, they had a deflected pass hit off a hand and go to Coleman to keep the comeback alive, and then they punt. I'm especially in the regular season. I'll say it. In the regular season, I think that. Even if I pick them to lose, I think they'll lose this game. I'll say that on a Friday. Then the game starts, and I'm like, all right, let's see how this goes. I think they're going to win. All right, it's still alive. Josh Allen's out there. So, it can get frustrating along the way, but I so rarely think they're going to lose during a game.
Well, that was the thing, right? There was too much time left on the clock anyway to, the Bills would not have been underdogs if they had gone down in that moment. They would have been down, what? They would have been down by a field goal. That goes to maybe a little bit more than that. They would have been down 3. Sorry, it was a field goal. They would have been down 3 with 8:53 on the clock.
And what are the chances, given 4 downs, and license to run and throw and jump over people, that you're going to stop Josh Allen on 4 straight downs? It just doesn't happen.
The odds are, because the other thing is, they had just stopped the Bills' turnover on downs, but how did they do that? Josh Allen never touched the football.
Right.
Or he did, but it was just as a handoff to somebody. And the Bills, I'm sure, would have been spooked into or scared into, we should probably not do that, and we should probably get our quarterback involved.
Yep.
They could have had Trubisky on the field for that previous drive, and you knew even if the Saints didn't take the lead, which they didn't, that the next drive was going to be, okay, here comes 17, and what happened on that drive? It went Allen to Cook, Allen scramble, Allen touchdown. Like Allen, bam, you're in the end zone.
Do me a favor. The Bills 4th and 2 on that play you're talking about. What is the score at that time?
The Bills when they go turn it over?
When they go 4th and 2 and they turn it over.
They are leading 21-16.
Okay, they're up 5.
And it's 12:56 to go in the fourth quarter.
What yard line?
The 49 of New Orleans.
Okay, 49-yard line. So this is just to follow up, and then we'll go right back to calls. If you watch the Lions-Ravens game Monday night last week, great game. The Lions went for 3 fourth downs. They were 3 of 3, and they went for a 4th and 2 at the 49 with a 7-point lead. Here's the Bills going for a 4th and 2 with a 5-point lead. The Bills have a lot more time left in this game than the Lions did, from what I'm looking. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yeah, there's 13 minutes left, basically.
And when the Lions went for that, I tweeted this out and I said this on the show. You can count on Sean McDermott to not give up more than 1 point of win probability. Whenever there's 1 point, he is more often than not, the resume says go. And what was the number in that spot? 4th and 2 for the Bills, 12 minutes left, up 5. It was 1.7. And he went for it.
Yep.
And you might not have liked the call.
Hated the call.
You might not have liked the result. But the reality is, if they get that and they go down and score, now they're up 12 with 12 minutes to play. Do they win by 20? They might.
Right.
These games, they go back and forth on possessions and on a play call here or there. But the coach is responsible for putting your team in the best position to win. And I know people are mad about McDermott because of the defense and maybe some timeouts and communications and substitutions.
Yep.
But 4th and 2, if you give them a more than 1 point win probability says go, he is almost always going for that. There's also something later in the game. 4th and 3, the Bills kick. And I did not see the numbers on that one, but I'll check those.
Allen was upset they didn't go for that one.
He was.
But they're up by 2 scores at that point. So I wonder how much win probability there even was to gain. They're up by 9.
Okay. I'm going to find that.
It's kind of over.
Right. It's already 9. I'm going to find what would have been their higher win probability. It might be an example where it was. So I got to find this before I continue this point, because there's a second part of this. All right, Ben Baldwin, 4th down decision bot. I'm just going to scroll down to this one Buffalo.
Sometimes they're not in there.
Most of the time they are. If not, I can just go to his website and punch they're all at the website. He just doesn't tweet them all.
But you're right. Like, you don't find McDermott, like, again, can't bring up again how bad a decision Mike Tomlin made yesterday in that Steeler game to put his team at risk of losing. Yeah. Sean McDermott doesn't even think about making that mistake.
Never. A 9%
9%?
It's unbelievable.
Has McDermott given up 9% in, like, the last 2 seasons?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Total? So he's not an issue for him.
He's not Dan Campbell, but he's
nobody's the second. Isn't he second?
He might be in the neighborhood of second.
I think whenever those charts come out, it's Campbell like is way at the top, and then a lot of times you see McDermott is the next coach, like knowing when he's supposed to go for it. And in the meeting today, is he telling Joe Brady, he's like, if you better have 17 involved, or I'm not going to be giving you license to go for those 4th and 1s.
Yeah.
If we're going for it on 4th and 1, he's touching the football.
Okay.
Not just touching the football. Like, he's the play. Some way, shape, or form, whether he's running it, whether he's sneaking it, whether he's dropping back to pass so that if it doesn't work, he can scramble, he is touching the football. You're not handing the ball to a slot receiver up the middle.
Right. Odd play. Okay, so I have the answer. The answer on that field goal, 4th and 3, the 17 up 9.
Yeah.
It suggested the added win probability was 0.3% for the field goal. And if they'd gone for the field goal or gone for it, it was 99% win probability either way. So further backs up the point. Why'd they kick? Because I don't know if this is how the Bills do it, but maybe McDermott, he's on the headset and somebody says, your call here. There's not a difference. Your call. All right, let's kick. I feel better kicking. Whereas on the 4th and 2, they're going to radio down and say, like, this is a green light, go. And the green light for them might be 1 point of win probability or 1.5. But he doesn't make that mistake. He used to. He doesn't. So credit McDermott for going for it there. You want to give credit when they don't get the first down, just the same way you do when they do get the first down. So the coach made the right call to go for that play and give his team a better chance to win by going for it.
By the way, there is a chance that this Shakir play, as bad as a play call I think it is, it works if Ryan Vandermark doesn't stumble.
No.
But that's the risk of that play. That's why you don't call that play, is you are your tackle stumbling away from it getting blown up. But I think the design of that play, like the guy that tackles Khalil Shakir, is never touched by Ryan Vandermark. And that's his man. So part of why it looks so bad is because he missed his guy. And maybe Spencer Brown doesn't if he's playing.
Anthony in Charlotte. Good morning, Anthony. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
So yesterday's defensive effort by the Bills, it was just flat out atrocious. I mean, honestly, to me, it seemed like they missed tackles all over the field, and it looked like they, hardly showed up. It's one thing to bend, but they broke on nearly every drive, and that wasn't a playoff caliber defense. Yesterday, that was embarrassing. If that group doesn't tighten up, they're going to end up, repeating what they always do in the playoff games, and ended up ultimately causing, the team to lose in the playoffs like they do every year.
Yeah, on the playoff caliber defense point, careful with that. I pointed this out last week that the differences between the offenses you're going to see and the defenses in the regular season are very different. Like that's an offense you could look at and I am not seeing an offense in the playoffs that is like that. I am not seeing an offense that bad in the playoffs. But a defense that bad,
you'll see a bad defense.
You could see a bad defense in the playoffs. So I know the point you're making, though. If you're playing a great defense, then that performance isn't going to work. But there's a chance you're playing a defense as good as the Saints when you get to the playoffs.
Is at this point the bad defense you see in the playoffs might be the Bills?
It's them, or it could be the Ravens too.
The Ravens defense is not very good,
right? You can make an argument the Saints defense is better than the Ravens defense right now. The Ravens are hurt. So it's a tough comparison.
Yep.
But what were they going into the game? DVOA through 3 games, the Saints were, it's tough, right? They got smoked by the Seahawks. They were 26th. Okay.
The Eagles, do they have a good defense?
Right around them, though. You've got Philadelphia, you've got Atlanta, you've got Denver that low, Dallas, Houston. You a little bit higher for Houston. These are teams that you could see make the playoffs. You want to see better.
There's a blocked punt in the Eagles and the Eagles-Bucks game?
Yes, there was. There was also a blocked kick to win the game for Chicago.
Yeah.
There was a blocked extra point last night in the Dallas-Green Bay game. You almost had the Bills game-winning field goal blocked in Week 1, by the way. I don't know what's happening. Something's happening.
Blocking is back.
Teams have figured out how to block kicks. It's happening in different ways, though. Sometimes it's coming from the edge. That happened last night. Sometimes you got the Will McDonald one from the Jet game last week where he's jumping over the long snapper.
Bills run defense through the first 4 games of the season. This is from Anthony at Cover One. He's posted some numbers on this. 23rd in EPA per rush. 29th in yards before contact per rush. That's a big one. 32nd in yards after contact per rush. Ding, 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 ding. That's where I get to. Of the run defense, the issues here, when a guy gets moving, I don't expect the Bills to get him to the ground easily. They don't. The secondary, this is wrap.
Yeah.
This is the corners. It's the linebackers. It's everybody. It's everybody on the defense. But 4 yards after contact per carry.
Yeah.
What? That's rough. 4 yards after contact per carry. They are the worst team in football allowing runs of 10 yards or more.
Yeah.
They are 30th in yards per run. They are 27th in yards over expected and 27th in yards over expected per rush. That's a big one. You want to talk about scheme or talent? If you're 27th in yards over expected, some of that could be you played Derrick Henry, and he runs for yards over expected. Is that Kamara? Is that Breece Hall? Is that Achane? The guys they've played so far. Is Kendre Miller great in yards over expected? I've got a defense that, according to the metrics of yards over expected, this tells me next gen stats would put this as this is how many yards you should have given up. Your guys are not tackling. You're not getting. We focus on getting a quarterback to the ground. The Bills are not getting backs to the ground.
So it feels like basically the scheme is getting them in position to make the stops, and they're not making the stops.
In some cases. I mean, 4.4 yards per carry after contact. That's an unbelievable number.
Yeah.
Through 4 games.
I think we kind of have to start settling down on the, well, they played Derrick Henry part too. Every game he plays where he doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And that's 3 games in a row where the opponent has completely shut down Derrick Henry. I think we have to start managing the amount of times that we say, well, they played Derrick Henry.
Right.
It's like, well, other teams have played Derrick Henry and they have not had problems.
And Kamara,
I don't know.
He didn't.
He was fine. He was fine.
He was fine. 15
he
for
wasn't
70.
incredible. Miller was a bigger problem.
Yeah.
Miller was breaking tackles, and there was the big touchdown run he had, but there were others.
Right. Miller this year had averaged 4.8, 1.6, 3.9, and then this game, 11 for 65.
Yeah.
6 yards per carry. So, I mean, like, run defense is definitely something that's an issue.
Well, they play Bijan Robinson in 2 weeks, so that'll be an interesting little challenge.
All I want to know is, am I allowed to do the thing that people do to me with receiver? You know, I feel like they could use a little help at receiver. They're 4-0.
Right.
They feel like he could be better at run defense. Well, they're 4-0.
Yeah.
You know, like, you kind of don't want to let 4-0 get in the way of any conversation about potentially getting better anywhere. Mario in Jacksonville. Hey, Mario.
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Monday. How you doing?
Good. Thanks, Mario.
Hey, woke up today, and I realized it's a really privileged place to be where we're 4-0, and it's kind of upsetting still. Like, we have so much that we want to critique about the team, and yet we're 4-0, which is awesome. So it's a cool place to be as a Bills fan, especially being a fan of the Drought Bills for the majority of my life. But, you know, one thing that I want to talk about is kind of the criticism, actually, of the coverage of the team that a lot of fans, I think, they're starting to understand why we have these expectations. Like, you know, Brownie talked about the fan after the game coming up to him and saying, you know, we stink. And Chris was like, oh, it's a double-digit win. Like, what more do you want? That's fair, but all week, you know, the talking heads, respectfully so, are touting the spread is so big and we're going to thump them. And then even the pregame show, Nate was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mitch at half after the half because they're going to be up by so much. And, you know, you look at the NFL, this isn't the SEC teams versus MAC conference schools like in college football. You know, you have any given Sunday, as cliche as it is, where these teams can come on and put on a performance. You know, you see the Packers lose to Cleveland last week. You see the Giants beat the Chargers this week. So for all the issues the Bills have, I think we are really fortunate to come out of these games with wins that happen to be double-digit wins. With all the things we have to improve on, we're still sneaking out with these wins and just have an expectation that our team has a lot to improve upon. I don't think they're going to go out there and be gangbusters right now and destroy these other teams. At least I don't have the confidence, Jeremy, that you do where you feel like they're never going to lose. I'm still have PTSD from the drought years.
Yeah.
So I always still get nervous. So
thanks, Mario.
I don't know. I think we just have to, I don't know. So
it's funny, like, you were talking about Nate. Like, Nate and I are, sometimes we've discovered this on the pregame show. I think they're going to lose from Monday to Saturday. And then on Sunday I'm like, they're going to be fine. And Nate's the opposite. Nate thinks they're going to win Monday to Saturday, and then like they punt on the first possession. It's like, you're going to lose. It's over today.
Right.
But what?
See, I'm not that way. Like the drought feelings for me are just so far gone. You know what it is for me? They trained me and us into thinking that comment right there, that it's week-to-week league. Like, Allen's not going to get pulled all the time in the third and the fourth quarter. They were that.
They were.
For 2.5 years, 3 years even. They were that football team. Every week.
They kind of still are. Yeah.
But it doesn't happen as often anymore.
That's
and
right.
There are these games that look harder. And that's part, Chris mentioning earlier, like some fans are spoiled. But the Bills have earned that. The Bills did that to the fans by their own credit, by being that dominant in the regular season for so many years, where they're beating Houston 40-0 and they're beating Miami 56 to whatever, where there are these games every other week where Allen was leaving in the fourth quarter. And then when they're not doing that, sure, we're going to think, this doesn't look as good as it could. Why? Because we've seen it look better. That's why people feel that way. It's not because they're not happy that they're not winning or that the standard is too high. It's they set that standard for years because they have the best quarterback in the league. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that, holding them to that high a standard, so that when they're playing Spencer Rattler, the standard is higher than just being up by 3 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody has to feel bad about talking about what they look like after win. I also tend to think that the people that are the most vocal of who cares, they won, are also complaining during the game.
Just about different things, maybe.
And then after, it's like, oh, what's there to complain about? Like, you were just complaining. You were mad about that play call. Now
the best defense I did see is that every team in the league is probably doing this right now, and that's probably right. Is there a team in the league that doesn't have something to? And it's like complain versus know their team needs to get better at something. They sound like two different things, but it's really the same thing. Like Philadelphia, they're undefeated in the NFC, and they just won the Super Bowl. They got booed off the field by their own fans 8 days ago. Why? Because their fans know that the offense doesn't look right in Philadelphia.
It's so normal.
Right. That's all I mean. It's totally normal behavior.
I wished for these days during the drought to be the kind of team that plays these big games and like. What did the drought teach me? The drought taught me that the team with the sick quarterback was going to go 26-3 against my team. If you're thinking about the drought, you're Brady now without the Super Bowls. So it's another reason I don't get nervous against the Saints. We think back to the Bills-Patriots games. We can list the top 10 heartbreaks in that series during the Brady years. Oh, there's the McKelvin game. Oh, there's the game McGahee didn't know the score. There's the game T.J. Graham ran the wrong route. How do the New England Patriots remember those games? I don't know. So the Bills lost again? I slept. I was at the beer stand.
So I don't am I wrong? Am I too high? Like when I hear it's not an SEC school against a MAC school. Like it's Josh Allen versus Spencer Rattler. Like sorry, I do think it is supposed to be an SEC school versus a MAC school.
Right. Well, Sal just pointed out the Eagles did not complete a pass in the second half.
Come on.
Yesterday, the Eagles did not complete a pass in the second half.
Against Tampa, that was a one-score game.
Yeah. They didn't complete a pass in the second half.
The whole half or the
half? The second half. That's what Sal's got.
Wow, that's incredible.
Hurts was amazing in the first half.
Yeah, look at that. 0 for 8.
Not a completion in the second half.
That's crazy. I didn't know that happened.
Are you spoiled if you say, I think that's not good?
Well, do we want to compare ourselves to Eagles fans who are booing their Super Bowl champion at halftime anyway? Is that too far? Maybe that's too far. I don't think Bills fans would be booing the Bills in Week 3 if they were if they hadn't scored at the half. It's all after winning the Super Bowl months before.
Listen, I'll go further on this. I think it kind of gets back to earlier in the show. I told you that I tuned into the Penn State postgame.
Yeah,
because I just want to hear people mad. And when the Bills win all the time, you don't get to flex that part of yourself where you're mad about something, or hear somebody mad about something. So what do you do instead?
Not like real mad,
right? So what do you do instead? You create this internal fight about whether or not you are mad, and if you're mad at people for being mad. It's sports radio. We're supposed to yell at each other a little bit. And if that's yelling at people because they're spoiled, then that's fine too. I think it's totally fine to act spoiled, to call people out for being spoiled, to be mad about Landon Jackson being inactive. That's okay to be upset about.
How about that again, by the way?
How about somebody pointed this out?
4 defensive ends
This is not nothing to me. Again, if you want to go and nitpick, you can do that. And these points are not wrong. But if I sit here and say, boy, a 4th-round pick on Ray Davis, and he's already not a factor in your offense, I feel like maybe you should have done something else with that pick. But they're 4-0. I'm not mad about it. I don't know. Do whatever you want. Do what you think is right.
They're going to be the 1 seed. That's kind of what's funny about all this.
Sal said.
They're going to be the 1 seed.
Sal said it. When Sal says it, people, I think, take it as more measured than, maybe you and me flying off the handle sometimes. He said.
Fair.
They got to get this thing, they got to get home at this point.
There is no reason.
You got to get this 1 seed home. It's 4 games in, but they got to get it home. The Chargers lost and are banged up. The Colts, I don't think anybody expects them to stay in the 1 seed race, but they played a good game against the Rams.
And yet, here come the Jags. Look out for Jack. I'm just kidding.
Here come the Chiefs.
They are 3-1.
Here come the Chiefs. Get ready.
Who do the Chiefs have next? I'll go with here come the Chiefs when they get within 2 games.
They play the Lions soon.
Oh, Chiefs-Jags next week on Monday Night Football. Okay. A little who's who between Kansas City and Jacksonville. I'm into it.
That is pretty good.
They're on Sunday night against the Lions. That's their next 2
Ahead
games.
of the Bills game, the Chiefs have the Jags, Lions, Raiders, Commanders.
That could be 3 That could be 3 losses.
I mean, they could definitely lose 1.
If they play like they did yesterday, that won't be 3 losses. But
even if they're unbeaten, when they come to Buffalo, if the Bills are unbeaten, you'd have the chance to send them to 3 losses and have the tiebreaker. That'd be over. You could knock Baltimore out if they aren't already out of the 1 seed race. You could knock Kansas City out.
Yep.
What? You tell me like Jacksonville or Indy's going to do that?
Are the Jags they have the best record of a team that no one's really been impressed by yet?
Yeah.
Or was yesterday finally that day?
Yesterday might have been their best, definitely their best day.
Because their other wins, it was like, you didn't look good while you did that. But yesterday they beat the Niners, and they kind of did easily. It ends up getting close at the half. But I was watching a little of that game as the Ravens-Chiefs game got out of hand, and the Jags were up by 2 scores that whole game. Like, they had... I don't know. I don't want to say they had their way with San Francisco, but they had that lead comfortably almost throughout. And then the coaches almost fought after the game.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe will check it on the chat. Get more phone calls in here on a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. So I want to ask you one thing, because we're watching this team kind of show us what they are. We're 4 games in. It used to be, a quarter of the way through the season. Now it's 4/17. But whatever. James Cook's load here. James Cook's, he is a feature back. Joe had the numbers. The only other running backs with more carries than Cook, and if we did a percentage of carries, it might look different. It's, who is it, Joe? Jonathan Taylor,
Josh Jacobs, and there's one other. But he's one of 4 backs it's Taylor, Barkley, Jacobs, and Cook. Those are the only 4 backs in the league that have 75 carries.
That is feature back status. And, Sal, it's so interesting to me that the everybody eats team, that's still real, but it's not real at running back anymore. It's James Cook's backfield.
I agree. And I thought for the last few years, as good as James Cook is, as talented as he is, because of how they've run their offense, I think he's on that kind of next tier of, great back. This guy is one of the best in the league. He is really unbelievable. And the Bills have, Josh Allen is clearly, obviously, their best player in MVP. James Cook matters a ton to this team. This is not, I don't know how you guys have framed it or talked about it. Maybe we all have this way, but I'll say, I think when everything was going through he was going through the contract, I know for me, I'd be like, look, he's important. You want to pay him, but you can't overpay him because it's more of a replaceable type of position. I think he's put that to bed. Like, he got paid, and he has taken it to another level. And if he wasn't on this roster right now, I don't know what they'd be on offense, because he is so important. He can do things talent-wise, physically, that I just have not seen running backs be able to do. The way that he can. His vision in a hole is incredible. And the way that he can just stop on a dime and change directions. And then to add into it, guys, what's really maybe most impressive, this is not a big guy. We know that. He is extremely powerful for a smaller man, running back. And I just think he is having an amazing year. He really is. 5.3 yards a carry right now on how many carries? 75 carries.
For better or for worse, some fans get a little frustrated along the way, but we've kind of seen a Bills formula here where they play their game, they don't make too many mistakes, and their defense, while it might get gashed at times, you've got some players able to step up and make big plays, and Daquan Jones, that was Deion Walker, Cole Bishop, Terrell Bernard last week. We're seeing splash plays in important moments.
Yeah, which was kind of the calling card last year, right, guys? They were second in the league and had the best turnover margin in football at plus 24, and we're traveling down a similar path right now, although the Bills did have, the turnover with the Josh pick. So I think turnovers and big plays are still the calling card. I think a lot of people would breathe a lot easier if the run defense was shored up considerably as the season wears on here. And look, in the first month of the season, you're going to have missed assignments. Teams all across the league are experiencing that as things get buttoned up. But the run defense, which came into the game giving up the most yards on the ground this season, people were saying, they played the Ravens and they ran it up on them. Saints ran for 189 yards yesterday. That's why they stayed in the game. That can't happen. That number's got to come down considerably over the next several weeks, or you're going to run into a situation where you simply can't get off the field, and maybe that big play that's bailed you out in previous weeks does not. And you heard Terrell Bernard address it. You heard Coach McDermott address it after the game. It's gap assignments, and it's missed tackles. I mean, there were 3 missed tackles on the Kendre Miller run to the end zone, and that's just got to get better. And the good news is it's correctable. You'll hear Coach McDermott invariably say today that they got to improve their fundamentals, and I think that's what is irking fans maybe more than anything else.
What a blessing. Got a great staff around me through the years, really good, great players around me, and can't do this job by yourself. Extremely grateful. Grateful to the fans, too, because a lot of those wins have happened at home. So they played a big part in it.
Sean McDermott, part of Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Now, I don't know what goes on in Bills meetings on a Monday after a win or a Tuesday or film sessions. I will just say I wonder if they might have a fun little time running a couple of highlights from the weekend's game. The first highlight would be A.D. Mitchell of the Colts dropping a ball. He didn't even really celebrate. He was just switching hands to hold
reach
it
the
out.
ball out, getting like a kind of celebration.
Yeah, a little bit. It was very tame. He just dropped it.
Yeah.
And it went out of the back of the end zone and cost them a touchdown and cost them a possession.
And then later he cost them a touchdown on
a holding penalty,
on a
right?
50-yard touchdown by Taylor.
Yeah, so rough day for A.D. Mitchell, who I think is, by the way, good. He might be pretty good.
He's good. He
gets open.
You got to keep him in.
He's made some mistakes.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Bills might, we want to do this little thing where you show a video, A.D. Mitchell reaching the ball out and like, oh, look at that mistake. And then show Khalil Shakir's touchdown because he was close.
I had not noticed this. It's a good pickup by you because you said it. And then in the break, I went and watched Shakir's touchdown. I don't even think it's a full yard. He is feet, inches from dropping that ball too early.
Yeah, he drops it kind of behind his back as he crosses the line.
But it's like on the line when he drops it. Like he came really close to having one of those moments.
It's just the kind of thing you wonder if a coach would say, like, heck of a play. Let's just make sure maybe we walk another 3 feet.
How about get to the letters?
Yes.
Let's make a rule. You're not allowed to drop the ball until you get to the Bills' letters in the end zone.
Yes. That would have been a crazy play. Also,
the Bills have never had one of those, right?
Boy.
Knock on wood. I don't think they've ever had one of those.
Yes.
Who?
Yes, they have. Not exactly that. Sammy Watkins in New York. He got loose, and he's looking up at himself on the Jumbotron and holds the ball out, and they strip it from behind because he slows down to like the 5. I don't remember I don't remember if he recovered it.
That sounds familiar.
I'm going to search Sammy Watkins, Jumbotron.
Yeah, okay.
Jets.
This sounds familiar. The Bills smoked the Jets that day. Francesa ranted about the Jets because Kyle Orton completed like 9 passes for. I can just hear his voice in my head. 10 passes for 9,000 yards. Yeah, I think I remember this moment.
Here you go.
That's close.
He got tackled. He didn't lose the ball.
Okay,
but this is like.
But he started celebrating. And got tackled.
He's deep, and he points out with one hand like this, and he gets tackled from behind. He doesn't.
Gotcha.
So it's not a fumble, but he's running. He's like, puts his arm out. All right, Dave in Buffalo. Hey, Dave, what's up?
Thanks for taking my call. And rather than reiterate the same thing other people said, we're 4-0. The one thing I would add to the mix is I'm really looking forward to Game 6 because by that point, Hecht and whatever the guy with the multi-syllabic name is, who are starter quality, will be there to fill in for our rotation. In addition to that, Hairston should be a couple of games in to really have good competition for number 2 CB with Tredavious. And then Oliver and Milano should also be back. Milano might get injured again before it comes back. But basically, we got to 4-0, and half the D is going to be replaced by Game 6 with high-quality players. And
hopefully high-quality players, yeah.
And it's not half. It's like from here, it's how many?
3.
From the team they had on the field yesterday, is it 3 guys?
It's 3.
It's Milano, it's Ed Oliver.
Milano, Oliver, Hoyt, and Hairston. I mean, he's supposed to start.
Those are the only 3 that I would guarantee you those guys are in the starting. Well, Hoyt's not even a starter. He's a rotational guy, right?
Yeah, but a lot of their defensive linemen are
okay, right. So that's kind of a starter. But like Ogunjobi's not going to play more than 50%. He's probably less than even Hoyt is. And I don't know that Hairston's going in. I think that it's defendable that you would want to get him in. And I pointed out earlier, I do think it could be different than Cole Bishop because the Bills have treated safety very different than corner in the past with how many reps you need to get into a game. But he doesn't have to. Dorian Strong's been fine. If he starts playing more and more and is consistent, then I don't know what reason you would have to force Hairston in there.
Well, I immediately start to wonder, what will they look for at the deadline, the trade deadline? Because the answer is something. I don't know what. Maybe an injury pops up by then and they need somebody. But the trade deadline is 2 days after the Chiefs game. They play the Chiefs, and if they win that game, first off, if they lose that game, it'll be the happiest Bills fans will ever be to lose a regular season game. Because
depends how close is the 1 seed.
Well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
The people that are ready to say, lose to them now and beat them in the playoffs.
Right.
That'll
get said.
They will have their prophecy laid out in front of them. But the deadline, I wonder what they'll go for. If you are catbird seat hanging out, cruising to the 1 seed, you are going to have home field in the playoffs and win 2 games and go to the Super Bowl. You will never have had a better chance than you are currently existing, and you got to do. I'm not even saying like you got to do something. How would a GM not act? He has had a great team and said he regretted not going after Vaughn the year that Vaughn went to the Rams.
Yep.
He's made trades for starters. Rasul Douglas, Amari Cooper. He made a trade for Calvin Benjamin when they were about to break the drought. Like, they go get somebody. Naheem Hines, was he a deadline guy too? They never used him, but yes.
I think it was in season. Yep.
Yes. So November 4th is the deadline. I have no idea what we're talking about by the time we get to that.
I think I sold you earlier on a running back as the idea.
No.
You want to protect yourself in case there's something happens to James Cook and you don't have to go to Ray Davis?
No.
You don't want to do that?
It's not worth it to me. No.
What if it costs you like a 5th-round pick?
I can't.
More draft picks on running backs, though.
Hold on. Mute this for people that don't like the big board behind me. If they trade another draft pick for a running back asset instead of actually drafting a receiver like they should have done for the last 5 years, then I'm going to... Okay, unmute it.
I hope it happens now.
There is a point here
really
about...
hope it happens.
There is a point about all these bodies returning. And that's... Like, you're mad about the defensive line. The run defense is bad. We know that. Yards after contact per rush is terrible. I almost want to kind of say, I'm torn between, I know the line's a work in progress, got a lot of young players there, so I'm going to give it some grace. On the other hand, they put so much into it that Dwayne Carter's out for the year, 3rd-round pick. Right. Landon Jackson is inactive, 3rd-round pick. Who's going to leave when Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi are on the active roster? Like, you have diminishing returns on this defensive line that you're trying to overhaul because you have so many guys there, you can't even keep them all. It's the kind of thing where you have a full roster defensive lineman and then draft another one in the 4th. Well, can he make the team? Are we sure? Deion Walker is safe. TJ Sanders is safe. I think Landon Jackson's probably safe. Is Javon Solomon got to go?
I think there's a chance.
On a team, he's a 5th-round pick. On a team where Dwayne Carter's a 3rd-round pick who probably wasn't going to play anyway.
When we talked to Sal on Friday about this, could they look at another position around the roster to cut bait? And we talked about Samuel a little bit, and he but he played yesterday.
He played. And, I mean, are the Bills going to take an L on Curtis Samuel on a $9 million contract?
That's what I mean. Like, if they got to find a spot around the roster to create a spot because they have so many linemen now. I mean, he's the 6th receiver, and he's returning now. Maybe that's why he plays yesterday. Maybe they want to see, hey, can he do anything else for us other than just be our number 6 wide receiver? And by the way, return-wise, I didn't see anything that made me think he's better than Codrington at it. So maybe that is an L that you take. Because line's going to be tough. Good problem to have, I guess, in some respect. But part of it is that your draft picks aren't playing up to snuff, I think, so far, which is making it a little more complicated. Like, if Landon Jackson had been on the field and just looking really good, this would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? It'd be, hey, Javon Solomon's inactive, and you're just going to cut him.
Right.
Bam. That's it. End of story. But he's the guy that's earning a game day jersey, and the guy that was drafted higher isn't, so now I've got to figure out, like, what I want to do with all this. So, I don't know. Is the run defense going to get better? I think with that Oliver, it's probably going to get better. And with Ogunjobi, it might.
Yep.
And I'm with you. I don't really think run defense is that big a problem anyway. It could be against Baltimore. If they get a Baltimore matchup, then I could be pretty afraid of that.
It's how many years in a row of hearing, well, this Bills run defense might be a real problem, and it's never the thing that takes them out. Have the Chiefs ever beat them with running the ball? Nope.
No, but the Chiefs have never tried to beat them with running the ball.
They've also never been good at it.
Like, who's tried to beat them in the playoffs with running the ball? Just Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Right?
Baltimore. The Bengals get a lot of credit. Mixon did not have a monster day that day, and in fact, they ran with a lead because they threw for the lead.
Right.
Anyway.
They could stop Bijan in 2 weeks, and this is all just like a moot point. Or we'll forget about it pretty quickly, I think.
803-0550. Extendo Sports will check in on the chat in Extendo Sports and get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show next.
Or at least he's ramping back up the real.
All right, Owen, let's check the YouTube chat. What's going on in the chat? We get a couple comments on there. Maybe we'll do a little more tomorrow, too, because we're so short on time here in Extendo Sports. Victory Monday. Top comments, what do we got?
Ones that I thought would be good to bring up. Somebody asked, what happened to Solomon? I bet he'll go somewhere else and make plays. Having him rush up the middle is crazy.
Am I the only person that what happened to Solomon? I don't ever really remember Javon Solomon. Should I have? Is this a universal thing? Bills fans remember Javon Solomon making a...
I noticed it was weird. He was playing defensive tackle on a couple of pass rush, but whatever. He's not... How many sacks does he have?
Right. In his career?
That's what I was going to ask.
He has 2. He had 2 sacks last year in 14 games.
Yeah,
Is a person I should remember?
He had some good underlying numbers last year, but I'm not I'm not living and dying on what.
I just don't think we're at what happened to him status.
Same, yeah.
Right, agreed. Bosa is everything Vaughn wasn't.
Well, that I don't agree with. When Vaughn got here, he was amazing. He was a game wrecker.
Bosa can just play more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
play more.
That's what I see a lot of that, and it's like Vaughn was good when he wasn't hurt.
Vaughn had a really good pass rush win rate last year.
Yeah, the problem was he only played third downs.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa has how many sacks this year?
1.5.
2. 2 in 4 games. What did I ask you? Would you take 8?
Does he have more forced fumbles than
he's
sacks?
on pace for less than 8.
He has 3 forced fumbles and 2 sacks.
That's a pretty
sweet would you take 8? Right.
He's not on pace for 8. He's on pace for 7.
Why?
17 games.
Yeah,
less than half a game. Or half a game. There's
a half a game more.
So he's on pace for 7.5, sorry.
No. He's got 2 in 4 games. Yeah. So a half a sack a game is 8.5. Yes, you got to go the other way.
Oh,
it's not 15
I went the
games.
wrong way.
Yeah, it's 17.
You're right.
I was
on pace for 8.5.
Keep quiet.
You're right.
On that one.
All right. What else?
Did we get Jeremy and Joe's take on the halftime show yet? Bad Bunny will be the halftime.
The olds are about to be the maddest they've ever been,
and that's why I love it. Yeah. I can't wait. I think he's the biggest artist on the planet.
Yeah, he's massive.
It's him one, and then Taylor Swift too.
And nobody, he just doesn't come here he doesn't perform in America very much.
No.
What else? We got one more here. Got to remember, we're playing without Oliver Milano, plus Hoyt will come back, and I think he'll be awesome.
Yeah.
On the run defense. Seems like it was a big theme today. We talked about it with Brownie. Talked about it all over the place.
I like Hoyt. I just want to temper expectations a little bit on him. Right?
Yeah, I feel like people talk about him like it's about to be, we're getting like Aaron Donald.
Yeah, he's a good player, but he had 3 sacks last season.
Yeah, he's good. I liked how he looked a lot too, but I just didn't. I am nervous that I'm going to be let down now because I'm expecting a monstrous sort of difference maker.
Yeah, he might be where the run defense help comes more than even Ogunjobi.
Right.
Honestly. Like, from the edge, his ability to do that, he could also play inside. Like, that might be where you're getting the most value out of him. And just the fact you can use him. I don't know how they're going to use him, but that's all the other part of it. I don't know how they're going to use him. He can play everything. Maybe they play him at... Does he play linebacker?
I think he's going to do everything. I think he'll play.
Don't forget,
he plays
nickel.
And
that's what I mean. Like,
in
do
space.
they these packages with Dorian Williams out there when Milano's healthy? Is that going to be Hoyt? Could they do that? He's playing like stand-up linebacker in a base defense. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with him. So I'm interested to see that. I want to see that first before I really set an expectation.
All right, that's it for us. We're back tomorrow, 6 a.m. Dolphins-Jets tonight in their rivalry uniforms and rivalry end zones. And
just the Dolphins. The Jets aren't wearing
those. That's right. And then the Bengals and the Broncos in Denver. So enjoy those. Sabres next play on Wednesday. I saved all my Sabres takes. I have Sabres takes. Went to the preseason game on Saturday. Have Sabres takes for you.
Excited.
Cup Crazy 2026.
It's a tunnel screen to Shakir. Works his way through a tackler, stays on his feet, breaks away from another. 20, 10, 5. Khalil Shakir, slippery as ever, and he's in for a 43-yard touchdown. Here's motion from Shaheed. Handoff goes to Kamara, and he is dropped. And there he is, the big fella, Deion Walker, dropping him for a 1-yard loss. Cook gonna follow him, and he is into the end zone for a 1-yard touchdown run. The Cook is in the kitchen. And with that rushing touchdown, he becomes the Bills' all-time leader in consecutive games with a rushing touchdown. It's now up to 8 consecutive games.
You know, I thought this morning I should have bet James Cook to score a rushing touchdown because it's what the Bills do, right? They get their guys their honors and their awards and their records. Remember last year trying to get somebody like the whatever, number 13 or 14th guy to catch a touchdown pass or something. They try to do that. And they're cognizant of things like that. Right away in the postgame, Sean McDermott's like, congratulations on James Cook breaking the franchise record. It was kind of something they thought about. Should have done that. Didn't do it, but it didn't matter because it's all part of a Buffalo Bills victory Monday, looking back at the score where they won 31-19 over the New Orleans Saints. Welcome in. It is the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And of course, it is a Buffalo football victory Monday. And every time we talk about that, it is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. And brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premium Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Sal Capaccio with you. And I need you to light up the phone lines because we have open phones right now, and that's what this show is about. It's a Monday. It's a call-in show. It's a reaction show, and we do it every Monday. And I'm super curious. I'm actually really curious about where all your heads are at after today because I think you could go in a lot of different directions after this one, to be quite honest with you. You have a lot of the, man, they did not look good again. This went poorly on offense. This went poorly on defense. Run defense. You can't play that way against Kansas City and win. Oh, my gosh. What are you doing there? Timeouts being used. Like, there's a lot of that today. And there's a lot of, they're 4-0, and they just won another game by double digits, scoring 31 points. And that's what this league is about, and it's tough. And to me, I'm always like the guy who tries to put things a little bit more kind of in the middle, right, for you, where you have to recognize all of those parts. I totally get it. Where you go and, but it doesn't have to be extreme, right? It doesn't have to be extreme, and it shouldn't be extreme. And I'm always kind of the guy that, my job here, and what I think I do a good job here, I try to do at least, is to kind of bring it back a little bit from both sides, right? Because there's definitely truth in, oh my God, like things did not go well yesterday for the offense and definitely on defensive points, you know, stopping the run and all those tackling, all that. No doubt. But it wasn't as bad as you think either when I look at some of the numbers and you take it into the full complete picture. And you see the forest through the trees. And then there's the other side of, oh my God, the offense, they couldn't get out of their own way. The second quarter was a disaster. I can't believe it. They're playing the Saints. They're terrible. Why didn't you score 50? Okay. And yeah, that can be true too, but they did score 31 and they won by double digits. So I'm not here to tell you, hey folks, all that matters is the result. Yes, the result is what matters on the record. And I'll be the first to tell you and say you should be happy when your team wins because there's a lot of teams right now, fan bases that aren't happy today that their team didn't win. The LA Chargers lost to a winless team, and they were undefeated. Okay, like they're not happy today. There are fan bases not happy today with what happened with their team yesterday, and yours won. So you should be happy on a Buffalo Victory Monday. But it doesn't mean you need to be satisfied. It doesn't mean you think that everything is great, and that's okay. And that's why we talk about it on a Monday. So I think what we've done with this show over the years is we've done a really good job. All of you have with calling in and setting the right tone. And I'd like to continue to do that today. So here's what I do on a Monday. I take your phone calls, and you are free to. You have the stage. You have the floor. You can say, whatever you want, good, bad, negative, positive, indifferent, whatever. Comment, question, whatever. The only thing I always ask is be respectful. And we have and I always say, like, let's not try to do extremes. Let's not try to do the extreme thing. But certainly, there's some valid points on all these sides of where this team is right now and the performance from yesterday specifically. So I'd like to get your thoughts. I'm just curious on what everybody thinks. I didn't spend much time on social media last night. After the game yesterday, Matt Bove and I did a Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast, which you can find, online and wherever you pod. And at the Sal Sports YouTube channel, by the way, I want to thank everybody. We just hit 14,000 subscribers there, so that's really cool because we got a lot of stuff going on there with the Always Game Day in Buffalo. Matt and I did that, but we decided to wait to do it yesterday till after the Chiefs-Ravens game. So I actually did all my stuff at the stadium post-game, and I went back home and I actually watched some football, and then I watched that game. We did a podcast, so I kind of didn't get into, and I had to write my arrow up, arrow down column. You can find that. So I didn't get into a lot of your reaction on social. So honestly, I really don't know what to expect today from some of your reaction other than what I heard on Jeremy and Joe's show, which was a little all over the place, and I understand that. Let's do some house cleaning here before we get into your phone calls. We are live on our YouTube page. WGR 550 on YouTube. I tweeted out the link at Sal Sports. You can watch us there. All right. We got Owen producing. I think is Owen in there? Is Owen, I think, right? Say hi. Is he in there? Okay. Is that Owen or is that G? Who's in there? I can't tell. G's in there. Sorry, G. Didn't mean that. Sorry, buddy. I can't see with the glare. That's not a ball joke, by the way. I can't see with the glare coming into the light right there. G's in there. We got Joe Callie producing on the audio side, basically. And we got your phone calls at 803-0550. But you can watch. Got the Victory Monday shirt on because it is a Victory Monday. You should celebrate that. Your team is 4-0, and they're the only team that's 4-0 and undefeated in the entire AFC. We'll get to sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy, a little bit later. We'll run through the rest of the NFL schedule and what happened over the weekend later as well. Sal Capaccio with you. Good to be with you on a great-looking Monday again today. Beautiful outside. And we head towards rivalry weekend, the rivalry game, Nike Rivalry Series. The Bills will be wearing those jerseys Sunday night next week, but a lot to get to on this game before we turn that page. 803-0550 is the number to call. Let's start us off with Walter in Toronto. Hi, Walter. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for your introduction. You kind of walked me back from the edge there because I've been happy. I mean, since Alan's come, like we have a winning product, and it's great to go to the games, and that's fantastic because I went through the drought like a lot of us did, and that was horrible. But we need a winner, Sal. We got to win a Super Bowl. I don't want Josh Allen to become like Dan Marino, So watching yesterday, I think we have a few holes we got to work on. They're good, but they got to be better. One is we got to do something about the run game, and we had a young back just seemingly run all over us yesterday. And then I'm a little worried about the secondary. I know you said this morning they said they wanted to get that guy in a bit, and White was out, but I think that was also reflective of White's play. He stepped it up after because he was a little shaky in the first half. And I just worry that we don't have a deep threat. We got the best arm in the league, and man, I'd love to go down. I'd love to go downtown the way some of the other quarterbacks were slinging it yesterday. I was watching a lot of football, and the one time we went down, it gets intercepted. So I'm a little, that's number 3 on the pecking order about what to worry about is that we don't really have a deep threat. They said this morning. I listened to Joe and. They said, the Elijah Moore, if he's the fastest we got, and they're talking about Worthy. I don't know if you remember. I called way back and I said, why the Bills allowing KC to move up to pick up this guy? Fine, you don't want him, but don't help your rival, right? But anyways, that's for another day. But so what do you think of that?
Did you listen to Josh Allen after the game?
You know what? I'm in Canada, so it's hit and miss what I can get. Unfortunately. I can't get a lot of stuff. What did he say?
There were some throws down the field early, and one of my arrows down was going away from Keon Coleman. They had a couple big plays, and what Josh said was they made an adjustment. They went more of a too high, and they kept everything underneath. There were some plays downfield they tried early on, so you got to understand too, Walter. It's part of the game, right? The other team's making adjustments to take that away from you, and that's what he said. And he said, the pick happened, and they were making an adjustment. By the way, heck of a play by the safety on the pick right there. But it's not just I'm not saying your concern isn't valid about a deep threat, but it's also the way the game is played and teams taking things away, right? There's the other team gets scheming against you too.
True. I just think I just don't want to become like the way the Patriots were, like dink and dunk. And I know they won their share of Super Bowls, but it's like,
they weren't always dink and dunk. They threw down the field plenty with Tom Brady, but look, I mean, yeah. I mean, and they did. A lot of times in his career, Brady took. Hey, that's a great example. Brady took what the defense gave him. So, okay, yep, we're one call in, and this is what I mean, right? And this is nothing wrong with this. Not a criticism of Walter when I say this. We are one call in. The Bills won by 12 points. They scored 31 points, and he had 3 points, and all were negative in criticism. And that's okay. But that's what I mean about today, right? Which is kind of crazy. All right, let's go to Colton and Wilson. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Colton.
One thing I would like to say is that I know we didn't really have the best first half of what we were hoping to, but one thing I have always liked about this season so far, we are a very good fourth quarter team, and even with like against the Dolphins in the.
I lost you there, Colton. Your cell cut out there. Yeah, the Bills were better as the game went on yesterday. They cleaned some things up. There's no doubt about that. They go into the fourth quarter. They were up 21-16. They give up a field goal, make it 21-19. Then they score a touchdown and a field goal themselves, and it was a much better end of the game than it was, I guess you'd say, start of the game for the Bills, and especially middle of the game, second quarter specifically. Neil in North Carolina. Hi, Neil.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Sal. Two questions, but the first thing I wanted to say is it seems to be that a lot of people are upset that they didn't kill him, that it was a close game. These are the games the past couple of years we actually thought we should win, and we lost. We won this game. We beat them. We beat them by 10 points or 12 points. It's a game that in the past we seemed to find a way to lose, that this time we won. The two questions I have. One,
I actually don't think that's true, though. They haven't really lost games to teams like that in the past. Anytime they've had teams they should beat, they beat them. They right. Last year, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Tennessee Titans, they crushed those teams. What I would say is they've lost some close games, and then they started to win a little bit more of that. But I don't agree that these are the kinds of teams they've lost against. That just hasn't happened other than maybe Jacksonville a few years ago.
I didn't mean the team. I meant those kind of games where everybody thinks we're going to win, we should win, and then it ends up being close and we lose.
Got you.
But the two questions I have for you. One, it seemed to be the first two drives they had were great. They were doing the passing, they were doing the running. Cook was running great, and then they went away from it. And I was a little bit surprised at that. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about is I looked at the past with Josh Palmer. He was a deep threat in college, and at times with the Chargers, he was a deep threat. Do you think it's just getting him really settled in to the offense and he could be that one, or am I just...
No, I think that it's just part of the fact that the Bills use all of their weapons, all of their guys at their disposal. They don't have one guy they have that gets the share. This is what everybody eats means, right? I mean, he is a guy that can get down the field a little bit. We just talked about with the last caller, which is the other team's doing some things too. I don't know. I'd love to see one guy, one game where we have one guy get 150 yards and we all say, there it is, that's the guy, right? I mean, but I don't know if that's going to happen, to be quite honest with you, Neil. It might be a lot to ask. When you say went away from it, what do you mean? What did they go away from? Because I just think the execution was poor because they didn't really do anything different other than maybe not throw the ball as deep because, like Josh said, they were taking that away, but they were still running James Cook. And, if you go to the third drive, he had -1 yard on a play, and then Josh Allen throws deep incomplete, and then deep intercepted. And then they go to the next one. Cook runs for 4 yards, and then they have a 8-yard gain, and then an incomplete pass. They were shooting themselves in the foot by not doing anything in the second quarter.
You're right. He just looked so awesome. I mean,
but he was in the second half. James Cook was. James Cook is amazing, by the way. He is really amazing. If there's a guy on this team that you could say, man, the Bills would not be 4-0 without this guy, of course it's Josh Allen, but James Cook is number 2 on that list without a doubt. Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, listen, just like last week's call, I haven't got a worry in the world. Not one. The only thing I'm disappointed in is that Kansas City beat Baltimore, because if they hadn't, we'd have a 3-game lead on both of them. That's all I'm worried about. And, if we have that one loss and Kansas City wins, they're 1 game behind us. So that's That's the only thing. These games, Sal, are so predictable. You know, if we were supposed to win this game by 50, then why didn't Las Vegas have the line at 40 or 45? Look, these games happen all the time. These guys are human. They look at the schedule. They know they don't see Baltimore and KC. They see weaker teams, and I'm not saying they mail it in, but they do see these kind of games. I have one worry about this team. One worry, and that's it. And that's if our big guy gets hurt. If he gets hurt, goodbye season. If he doesn't, we win the Super Bowl. Simple as that. That's it, Sal.
Yeah, I mean, every team who has an elite quarterback probably has that same thought and worry. It shouldn't worry you other than, hey, I mean, if it happens, it would really suck, obviously. But let's not even go down that road. But every team who has an elite quarterback, that's what it is, right? Got to keep 17 healthy, no doubt. It is funny. He's like, I don't have a worry in the world, except for two things. It's all good, man. Thanks, Billy. Lino in Ontario. Lots of calls coming north of the border today. What's up, Lino?
Shaw, good morning. It's always a pleasure listening and obviously a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, buddy.
The win, you know what? A win is a win. Like, you know, my dad always said, good teams always find a way to win. It doesn't matter how you do it as long as you do it.
Didn't we sit here all last year watching Kansas City win and go, oh, my God, how did they win again? This is ridiculous. They're so lucky. But, you know, it took them all the way to the Super Bowl. They lost that game, but it did take them all the way there.
Yeah, they did. And, I mean, you know, they're doing just enough to win when they have to win. And I'm sure it's like any other sport. You know, you're playing a division rival, and I know you have to treat everybody fair and equitable, but let's face it, you're playing a weaker team, and you tend to sort of play a little bit less. You play a stronger team, and you sort of rise to the occasion. Now, I'm not saying that New Orleans is a weaker team, but...
Well, they are. They are with their record. That's for sure. Yeah, and they have a young. I get it. You know, it's funny. It's a good point, Lino. And I like to say it this way. And I don't know if it's intentional where and you could say you rise to the occasion. I do think the competitive nature is true. But I always like to say, I have a saying, every game has its own DNA. When people say to me, well, you can't play like that against the Chiefs and win, I'm like, well, they didn't play the Chiefs. They played the Saints. You'll have a different game plan against the Chiefs, right? And I think that's what you're saying, which is every team is different in how you have to approach the game and the game plan.
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. And yesterday's game plan for the team that we played was sufficient enough to win. Now, if you go up again, look at Baltimore. I mean, my God, half the stadium emptied out. And I was one of the ones who called and said, yeah, I'll eat crow for that. But, hey, we came back. So it's not as if we can't do it. We can. It's just, you know, you don't want to kill yourself. Maybe I'm not saying this right, but I understand. Like, a win is a win. And even though this team may not have been a superior team, we still put up 30 points, and we get 40 points up against a better team. So I'm not worried. But like the previous caller said, as long as Josh Allen stays healthy, we have got an incredible shot.
You got it, Lino. Thanks, buddy. I got to get running. Good call. And what did Coach Parcells say? Bill Parcells. You are what your record says you are. Because when you say that team's actually better than their record, that team isn't as good as their record. You are what your record says you are. But certainly you can look at a game within the game and say, that's not good enough how we want to play to our standard. It doesn't have to be just if we played this other team, it wouldn't be good enough. It's how you want to compare yourself to you. Let's go to Rob in Connecticut. What's up, Rob?
Good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
First off, thanks for always being my eyes, and I definitely missed you guys all week. Last week I was in North Carolina. My father passed away. Full military service. I got the folded flag. It was an honor. But I definitely missed you guys, listening to you.
That was your father? I'm sorry, your father, you said?
Yeah, my father passed away. He was in the Navy.
Well, thank you. Thanks to him for his great service to this country, and our condolences here to you and your family.
Thank you very much. So yesterday I was on the road following the game, and I didn't worry about us losing at all. And one of the things you always stress is it's embedded in my head now. Every game has its DNA, and I never, ever look forward, oh, well, we can't do that. against that team or this
That's right.
team. We won. It's 31-19. We did our job. And as far as the defense, I'm very, very excited to see what our defense is going to look like later on, because once they start gelling, because Bobby Babich knows what he's doing. He's working, he's utilizing what he has, and he's moving guys around. So let's see what happens in the future, but a game at a time. And we're 4-0. Be happy.
Yeah.
Don't have that rich people's problems. That's what it is. We're spoiled as Bills fans. Just enjoy the win. That's all you got to do. But every game has its DNA.
That's right.
That's what's
I love it. I'm glad I brought that in. I brought that into your world, and you remember it. Thanks, Rob. Again, our condolences to you and your family, buddy.
You.
Yeah, you got it, no doubt. The Bills' defense overall actually had a pretty good day numbers-wise. I know you don't want to hear it, right? But I'm going to tell you anyway. I mean, they gave up 19 points. Anytime you allow less than 20 in the NFL, it's pretty good. But even beyond that, the Saints had less than 300 yards of offense, 298. The Saints had 4.6 yards of play. That's a pretty low number. I mean, the Saints went 5 of 13 on third down, 38.5%. Now, they converted 2 of their first 4, and you're like, here we go again. And then after that, the Bills kind of shut them down. So numbers-wise, Bills did a pretty good job against the Saints' defense. But, yeah, you look at that big, large rushing yardage total, and you don't feel good about it. I get it. Let's go to Jerry and Kenmore. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, real quickly on the Bills, and then I have 2 other comments that are slightly off subject, is we need to relax. I mean, the Giants beat the Chargers yesterday. The night game, the best offensive player for the Cowboys was out. Their best defensive player was actually playing for the other team, and the game tied. It's the NFL. Everybody gets paid. We need to relax on these games. The other thing is, in Week 7, this defense is going to look totally different, not just with the addition of players, but with the changed rotation. How will Bosa be on 30 snaps and not 50 snaps? It's going to change, okay? Everybody needs to relax. My 2 other comments, one is a baseball. I think the Reds are going to beat the Dodgers, and I'll tell you why. Hunter Green is the best pitcher in baseball, and it might be the best pitcher in the National League, and he's pitching Game 1. So all the Reds have to do is steal one of the next 2 games if they win that game. I think that's a value bet. The second thing is I'm fully convinced that Lamar Jackson is hurt because he never takes himself out of a game where he can pad his MVP stats. It was classic fourth quarter, throw for 2 touchdowns in a meaningless time and raise your numbers.
Okay,
I think he's definitely hurt.
Thank you. Did not think we'd have some NL baseball playoff talk today on a Buffalo Football Monday, but that's okay. We're here for you, Jerry. How about the Mets missing the playoffs? That's crazy. Have we checked in on Howard Simon today? Is he doing okay? Has anybody checked in on Howard Simon today? Is he doing okay? I'm not really sure. Might have to do that. I don't know. You might be right that he's been playing hurt. I don't know. He did get pulled with a hamstring injury yesterday. Lamar, that is. I'm not about to tell you, he just padded his stats. That dude's a great player. He gets great stats because he's a great player. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Great show, great start. Hey, did not say hi to the bullpen today. Hi, bullpen. What's going on? I see you there. Got Kelvin, got AC, got Mauricio, got Tony. Who am I missing here? I'm Sabbath, Pancakes. Everybody's in it. The crew is here today. So thank you all very much. What is the bullpen? Sounds like people are like, what's the bullpen? What baseball playoffs? The bullpen, Yankee Stadium? No. That's the chat box on YouTube. Go there, WGR 550 YouTube page. Go over there, say hi. We got a lot of great discussion in there, and I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming aboard. I can't really respond while we're doing that because I'm doing the radio show, and that's because you're calling. 803-0550, the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday.
Great players around me, and can't do this job by yourself. Extremely grateful. Grateful to the fans, too, because a lot of those wins have happened at home. So they played a big part in it.
Sean McDermott, postgame, his 90th win as head coach of the Bills. Asked about that. Bills moved to 4-0. Back here today to talk about it on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday reaction show on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I said hi to the bullpen on the way out of the break, and there's a few names I missed, and I wasn't trying to do that. I just didn't see you. But JT, I got you, buddy. I see you. And go Bills, and Tyron, and Phillip, and everybody, Mike B, Seabass. So there you go. Tony. I could go through it for days, but I got to take phone calls. So you guys keep doing what you're doing, and we'll keep the show rolling here with Mike in Maryland. Hi, Mike. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Happy Victory Monday. Wanted to talk about Cole Bishop. I've been waiting for this guy. It's been a year and a half, right?
Yeah, I think everybody has. I think the Bills have.
Yeah, drafted out of Utah, I think. Never saw him in college. Read about how athletic this guy was. I think he had like a 9.4 out of 10 in PFF rating in terms of athleticism. And man, did he show up yesterday right in front of us? We were at the game, me and my buddies.
Yeah.
He goes up like Dennis Rodman on maybe the most important play of the game.
Yep.
To keep them from scoring and double dipping and going ahead by a touchdown or more after they double dipped, and he comes down with the biggest play of the game. Incredible.
Yeah, it was right in front of me too. I was literally standing right there at the pylon, and I had no idea he was there, and then all of a sudden he just came out of nowhere. And for him to read the play, that's the other thing about this, Mike. It wasn't just the athletic play he made. Yes, that was part of it. It was he made a play where he read it and then saw it and trusted it, and that's the confidence he's gaining by getting the reps that Sean McDermott said he needed to get. So great play by Cole Bishop all around. I agree with you. That was the play of the game that really kind of helped the Bills kind of stay where they were score-wise and not go, double dip, like you said, for New Orleans, and then allow themselves a little room in the second half as the game went on. Steve in Virginia. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, Sal. How you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, to kind of piggyback off of what previous caller said before the break, the teams that we've last faced, the Dolphins and Saints, they're both winless. So you can tell both teams were hungry. It's like, they're trying hard to get that first win. So I'm not worried about that. I mean, we basically got, the Saints and the Dolphins' best shots, and we still came out with the win by more than, double digits. So.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be mad at that, right? The result. I think the issue is that, you don't want to be results-based, and we say that all the time, but in the NFL, that's all that matters at the end of the day because that's what determines your record. No one puts an asterisk if you didn't play well over a win. But when you play a certain way and it's not up to your own standard, then that's when people get concerned. And I think the standard has been set so high and the bar has been set so high here in Buffalo, and the fact they haven't won a Super Bowl because of some of these standards not being met in those critical games getting to a Super Bowl, that's what people get concerned about. I get it. But the playoffs don't start tomorrow, as someone said in the bullpen. Thank you. That's right. They don't. You didn't play Kansas City yesterday. You played New Orleans. That was the game that you played to beat them. And guess what? They played a good enough game to beat them. And I think better than people realize numbers-wise. It just didn't feel like it. It didn't flow like it. Again, numbers-wise, 4.6 yards of play, less than 200 yards of offense. Defense did a good job. 3 of 15 on third down for New Orleans. But, yeah, gave up a lot of yards on the ground. Don't want to see that. Spencer Rattler, with his legs, hurt the Bills. That was an issue yesterday. Something that needs to be cleaned up. Offensively, too many penalties. Both sides of the ball, but especially on offense, when they had drives they were trying to sustain, they kept knocking them back. Too many sacks. Pass protection was not good. At the end of the day, Josh made a couple critical plays. James Cook ran the ball very well in the second half, and they score 31. And they get a double-digit win. Didn't even cover the spread, but that was a pretty damn high spread. 16.5. Mike and PA, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, Sal, how are you?
Good, bud.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned with the defense and giving up the yards because they're going to get new pieces intertwined in there. But I am concerned about this passing offense. I really am. I mean, I like the innovation that they're doing. They're doing 3 tight ends. They're running with James Cook. They're relying a lot. I want to see what this offense looks like without James Cook. God forbid him go down. What are we talking about then? Can they spread teams out? They're going to have to do it at some point.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to see what the offense looks like without James Cook. You know what I mean? I hear what you're saying, though. I would say there's a point to be made here that, they're very reliant on James Cook this year, whereas in the past few years, they've kind of had a little bit more of a committee. He's been the guy, but you could bring Ray Davis in, you could bring Ty Johnson in, and those guys really had a role. And I don't know what their role is right now because it's just the James Cook show, basically.
Yeah, and he's running tremendous.
Yes.
He has an element to our offense that is top 5 right now from the running back position. But You're right. I got to see more from Ray Davis, Ty Johnson, because it's a physical game. Injuries pop up. And how does our offense morph? But, I know we have a huge cannon at quarterback. Why are we not going down the – do we just not have the ability to do it? I know they're playing double safeties, high safeties. I get that. You got to find a way to beat it. If they're playing zone, you go in between the zones deep. There's ways to beat it.
The question is this. The question is this, and your concern is right, and I get it, that you want to see it because you wonder about it. Can you do it? The question is, do you just do it to do it if they're giving you the other stuff? And Josh Allen's answer is no. Do you just take the other stuff?
Yeah, and he's tremendous at it, and he's been checking down. That's the thing about Josh is he looks in total control, similar to like Tom Brady. Yeah. I don't think we're going to lose games because he's such in command of the game, and I see it. It's all from start to finish. I just worry about if we're trailing, do we have enough firepower at the wide receiver position to come back? I know the tight ends are good. It's a concern because I know we're going to have to figure it out. It's gonna creep up in a big opportunity game. And we all have PTSD as Bills fans because we can't win the big one when the playoffs come. It's not about the regular season. It's all about the playoffs. But yeah, that's my concern is Gabe Davis, is he the deep threat going forward? I don't know. I just got to see some explosion and from the offense. That's my concern.
Yeah, you got it. And I think we'd all love to see those explosive plays. They come via the yards after catch a lot of times, like Khalil Shakir yesterday, right? And again, what you can be results-based and say, but does it matter? They're getting the yards that way as opposed to the other way. No, that's not wrong. But I think that he makes a good point, which is in a game, when you get in a game that's a close game and maybe it gets a little away from you a little bit later and you got to catch up, do you have the pieces to be able to do that? They did against the Baltimore Ravens. And let's remember, they did throw the ball downfield a little bit. Jackson Hawes made a big catch. Keon Coleman made a big catch, a couple of them down the field. So they had it in that game. You hope you get to a point, and this goes back to your James Cook point, where you're not in that position and you can just kind of put James Cook on the sideline, let other guys do their job, and then you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Brent in Rochester. Hi, Brent. You're on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
So, what's up, buddy? Hey, quick question. Listening to the guys before you and everything, the deep threat. My question is Terrell Shavers. Well, he's taking up a roster spot. He's a fast dude. Why don't we get him out there? We haven't seen him. We haven't seen him. He hasn't been used. Nothing. Like, what's going on with him?
No, he's on the field. He's on the field. I'll look at his snap counts, but he's on the field quite a bit. Let's see. Yesterday, not as much. 24%. Let me see where he was. Hold on. Let me just kind of get you. I think you hung up there though. I was trying to help you out, pal. All right. Let me see. I'll get his snap count usage for the first 3 weeks. So I don't think it's as low as you think, but maybe it's a little lower than I think. Let's see. 25 out of 75, 17. Yeah, he hasn't been on the field as much as I thought. They're using him more. 25% total. They're using him more as a blocker and a guy that every once in a while can, come up with a play. But look, it's not as easy as just you're fast, run down the field. And he's got some speed. He's not a burner necessarily. I think Elijah Moore would be more that guy, but they use him in the role they kind of used Mac Hollins in last year, but throwing him the ball less. So I don't know if Tyrell Shavers is. Hey, if you're going to make a point about the lack of deep threat explosion on the Bills, yeah. I just don't think Tyrell Shavers is the guy that you should be pointing to try and get that from. Matt is up next here on WGR. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, and so I'm excited. But before I get to my question, I want to compliment you because we are a passionate fan base, obviously. When I listen to other talk shows, they're kind of nasty when they argue with the fans, and you're always good to us. So I really appreciate that about you.
I have my moments that I regret, but I appreciate that. I try to do my best. Thank you.
You make us feel good even on bad days. So the one question I wanted to ask, I already touched on it, but one is Ray Davis.
Yep.
Do you read anything into the fact that they don't even really seem to be trying him, other than the fact that James Cook is awesome? And then the second question I wanted to ask you was, which AFC team scares you the most right now? Because it changes for me every week. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Yeah, you got it, Matt. First of all, I would like to see more from Ray, but I look at both of him and Ty Johnson not on the field as much as we saw last year, not being used as much, and I wonder if it truly is more of a product of James is cooking, pun intended. I mean, he really is. He's so good, and these are close games, and they need him. And they're using James Cook so much that you're not seeing Ray Davis now. When he's on the field, it hasn't been as productive. I get that, and that's what you'd like to see more of. When he is on the field, you'd like to see more production. Even Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson just has not been as involved, right? And he's a guy that third down back, and we see him on the field, but not getting the touches. And so I want to be careful, Matt, of making this a Ray Davis and Ty Johnson point, because I think it might be a James Cook point, as you brought it up. You know what I mean? And I think that's it. But you'd certainly like to see more production. But hopefully this team can get a couple games where they can, get some leads and get these guys in the game and feel a little bit better in what we see from them and keeping James healthy as well, because he's taken on such a load. I would still say the team that concerns me the most might be the Ravens because of the way that they're built and the matchup for the Bills. But certainly their defense has not been up to standard for them. They're very banged up right now. And let's be honest, Matt, anybody who watched the Chiefs yesterday with their offense rolling the way it was, with their receivers coming back, probably is going to tell you, as I will now, the Kansas City Chiefs are starting to be that team again.
Yeah, it's sad to say, but you're right. Thanks for that, Sal.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Thanks for the phone call and the kind words. Lee in Buffalo. Hi, Lee. You're on WGR.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Well, questions or comments. It's like today. I heard it a little bit today. Bills fans, I'm a diehard Bills fan, but I'm getting annoyed when people expect the Bills to blow out the Dolphins, to blow out the Saints. Now there's whispers at work that they expect to blow out the Patriots. And I'll tell you this right now, I'm not a big fan of sitting there saying you got to blow somebody out. A win is a win. And if anybody knows, Mike Vrabel knows, this game Sunday is going to be a dogfight, because Mike Vrabel knows he was on the other side when the Bills were trying so hard to beat Tom Brady and them. Now teams are coming after us because they know we're good. So you're going to get someone's best every single Sunday, because the Bills are at the top of the league. And if anyone knows, it's Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, I would say those are fans, and fan is short for fanatic, and they're very passionate about their team, but those are people at work that you can choose to listen to or not listen to, or just tell them exactly what you told me, Lee, because I agree with you. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. And more of your phone calls on the way. We'll also get to sit up, stand down, hey, buddy, in the next hour. A lot going on here today. Lots of good calls. I really appreciate it. I said at the top of the show, I'm very curious about your mindset after that game yesterday. And I'm still very curious about your mindset, because you've been bringing it today with a lot of different points and good observations from yesterday. And we'll keep that up next on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. 31-19, Bills beat the Saints. Saints had the best ever. The Saints had the best winning percentage of any team in the NFL at Highmark Stadium going in. Did you know that, Joe? They had an 800 winning percentage. They were 4-1.
I knew it, but only the day of the game. Someone told me. It's
right?
Pretty unbelievable.
I know. So Bills beat them for the first time since 1983 inside Highmark Stadium. Let's get to Mike, who's up next. Hi, Mike. You're on WGR.
Morning, gentlemen. I want to say that, first off, I'm thrilled with the win. But I wonder if we're putting too much stock in Michael Hoyt and Okunjobi and maybe the return of Oliver and the others. And how much of our problems on defense is the scheme and, in giving up chunk plays and not being able to get off the field on third down, which is maddening.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's start for a minute. First of all, they got off the field on third down yesterday. The Saints were 5 of 13, 38%. All right? So I don't know why. And again, I know that they had a couple early in the game, and one was a big Spencer Rattler run, but they did get off the field, and they've actually been trending a lot better on third down lately. Secondly, I would say tackling was a much bigger issue than any scheme yesterday, Mike. I mean, they were in position, and they missed a lot of tackles yesterday. So I don't think scheme was an issue yesterday because third down defense was actually pretty good, and it seemed to me like they were generally in position. I mean, they had the Saints had nothing, no passing game to speak of. Now, yes, I do think some people think a lot of times, oh my God, this guy will fix everything, this guy will fix that. It's not just Michael Hoyt, though. It's not just Larry Ogunjobi. It's not just Ed Oliver. But, Mike, when you add all those guys up, yes, it matters. But the problem is it is the NFL, and you generally aren't going to be always healthy all the time. So you're going to be missing guys. But, yeah, I think if you add in Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, Ed Oliver, and Matt Milano all together, I do think you can make a difference. But, yeah, I mean, they were good on third down yesterday, Mike. They were the Saints were 5 of 13.
Overall, over the season, though, in the past couple of years, I think getting off the field in third down has been our biggest problem.
Yeah, but what happened the past couple of years doesn't matter to this year, right? I mean, that's what they know that, and he said, and Bobby Babbitt just said that. But I mean, like, if you're talking about now and guys coming back to fix and the scheme, you're talking about now. And now, yesterday, they were very good, and they were not good on third down against the Miami Dolphins numbers-wise, no doubt about that. I agree with you. They were great against the Jets, and they were not bad against the New Orleans Saints. So I think you have to look a little deeper. You have to actually, see some of the numbers and try and wash it. I agree with you that sometimes people say, well, this guy's coming back, he's going to fix everything, or people can get there. No, but when you add up Michael Hoyt and Ed Oliver and Matt Milano, like that can matter to a defense. There's no doubt about it. Those are really good players. And from what I saw about Michael Hoyt, to answer your question about him, I thought he was fantastic in training camp and preseason, and I can't wait till the Bills get him back in the field because I think they have big plans for him. I want to see how they employ him. But you got to do it, right? We'll take a timeout. We'll come back here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Thanks for hanging with me on a Buffalo Football Monday. Hey, Sal Capaccio here for my friends at Firth
Here's the snap, orbit motion, it's a reverse. Olave going Philly special, and it's intercepted by Cole Bishop at the 2-yard line, and up the sideline he goes. What a play by Cole Bishop.
Great play right there by Cole Bishop, one of yesterday's highlights. Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills radio network. Glad to be a part of that broadcast glad to be on the sidelines on a beautiful Sunday afternoon at Highmark Stadium. Yesterday, Bills take care of business 31-19 over the New Orleans Saints. They are now the only undefeated team in the entire AFC, and the only two teams that are undefeated in the entire NFL are the Buffalo Bills and the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. That's it. 4-0 and 4-0. The Bills have right now everything in front of them to get the one. They have to get this thing home, folks. I'm going to be like Bulldog here. Get it to the garage. Get it in. You got to be able to get this thing to the garage to get the 1 seed. Short of injury, there's nothing that should stop them from doing that except for themselves. And you can't let that happen. They are 4-0. They have a New England team that's going to come in here ready to try and show that they are going to be competitors with the Bills now and in the future. Next Sunday, and we'll get to all that a little bit later in the week. But first, a lot more in this game. Let's welcome you back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. And that is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show when we're talking on a Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Before I forget, we do need to go over some injuries because there was one major looking injury yesterday, but the guy returned. And this is the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. And that was the punter, Cameron Johnston. Really awful looking injury when he got blasted, run into, roughed his plant leg, and he was out for a while. He limping badly, threw his helmet down, goes into the tent. Then he comes out and he holds for a field goal. So he actually came back to the game. He was cleared. But, man, that kind of injury, I don't know if he's going to be able to sustain playing actually going forward. We'll see. You never know. Sean McDermott will speak later today to the media, give an update on injuries. We'll find out a little bit more on Cameron Johnston. He said after the game that he felt good, but, they'll look at it. And it just seems like one of those deals where you might have to go out and get a punter now. And you feel terrible for the guy because he just tore his ACL last year in Game 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers and missed a whole year. So the Bills could be on the lookout for that. And then otherwise, really the only other injuries of note are the ones that the guys who are still injured who are coming back at some point. Like Maxwell Harrison is now actually eligible to start practicing this week if the Bills choose. Same thing with Tyler Bass. Same thing with Tylon Grable. So we'll see. All right, your calls here on a Buffalo Football Monday here on the second hour of the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Dan in Buffalo is up next, waiting patiently. Hi, Dan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I just wanted to say real quick, I disagree with a lot of the fans that are calling saying, no long ball, no long ball. I think we are a more effective team now that we have James Cook who's running, because in the past, Singletary had to work so hard to try to even get 40 yards. So we got a dominant running game. I don't know all the play calls because I didn't play football. I played other sports. But when Coleman runs and he turns around and gets like a 15-yard curl route, then you might do a 5-yard slant to Shakir. I just think we're a more dangerous team. I call it like a military precision passing. I can care less if Josh Allen throws a 50-yard pass the rest of his career. Use your legs. You got the run game. You're keeping when you got to face teams like the Chiefs, or God forbid we got to play. I would love to see an Eagles-Bills Super Bowl. Those good teams are not going to let Josh Allen throw 50, 60, 70-yard bombs. Keep slanting, curl routes, slant passes. You're keeping a good offense off the field. You're eating the clock. Less mistakes, less interceptions.
Yeah. The other part about that is, Dan, something you just said, which is if people are concerned about the Bills' defense, what's a good way to mitigate that? Keep them off the field, right? You could do that too.
Yes, And I just one more thing. I think the only thing the Bills did wrong yesterday is until Dalton Kincaid caught that touchdown pass, I was saying, yeah, they're moving the ball with what I call military precision short passes. They weren't using the tight ends enough.
No, they didn't. That's right. Yeah.
Other than that, I just think that makes us a more dangerous team. I don't care about when we lost to the Chiefs and it was always long ball to Diggs, long ball to Davis when he had 200 yards back in 2020 or whatever. This is a more dangerous offense if it comes down to playoff time. And, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
No, it's okay, Dan. I want to touch on your tight end usage point. It's a good point because they did not use the tight ends much yesterday. Jackson Hawes was the most snaps, had the most snaps for any tight end yesterday. Then it was Knox, one more than Kincaid, but Hawes was on the field quite a bit more than those guys. And they didn't throw to the tight ends. They had 3 targets. One was a nice catch by Jackson Hawes, and then the touchdown to Dalton Kincaid, 2 catches. I think yesterday was just, this goes back to the old saying, every game has its own DNA. Remember the game a few weeks ago, maybe last week, whatever, tight ends were more involved, right? This one, less involved, more wide receiver heavy. And it's just every game has a different game plan. We'll see what they come up with next week. Thanks a lot for the call. Stephen Amherst, you're up next. Hi, Steve.
Good morning. What I saw New Orleans make it a 2-point game. But when Buffalo went out on the field, I'm one of these guys, I believe. That's what I said. I guaranteed it. I said, Josh is going to take us down. We're going to score this touchdown. Right now, where would you rather be? We score. I was not sure on the defense if they would hold, but this was my belief again. Let them score, let them get 6, let them even get 2, but I really believe that if that would have happened, that Buffalo would have come back and Josh would have ensured that we win this game no matter what. And anytime these guys want, I'm not a betting man, but if you ever see a line out there at 14.5 and 16.5 points, don't take it because you're being baited. So be careful on bets if you're a bettor.
Okay, Steve. Hey, listen, I mean, I'm glad you have that faith, but I'll tell you what. When the pass to Cooks is originally caught and called a touchdown, the Saints take a lead there. They take a lead. And that starts to get a little dicey. And I had faith, too, that Josh Allen could do it, but the problem would be the way the Saints were running the ball, they might keep it away from you the rest of the game, and you don't get opportunities. So I'm glad you have that faith, but that was a big, big call, big, big play, and obviously it turned out to not be a touchdown. That put the Saints down 2, and then the Bills scored another touchdown, which obviously kind of put the game away and put them up 2 scores. Michael in Cheektowaga is up next. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. Calling from Cleveland Hill.
Hey, all right.
Yeah, I got some great stories someday I could share with you about watching them play in the late 60s and 70s. Anyhow, I think it's a flawed argument about people complaining about the long passing, and your previous caller touched on it. Just sit down and write on a piece of paper, write the elite playmakers that are on your defense and the elite playmakers that are on your offense, and you would want your offense on the field more. And when Sean McDermott says complementary football, long drives, special teams to help with field position, but our defense is on the field too long. And how many times, just to take a look at the films, that Joey Bosa was like pounding the ground when they were going around him, and he was trying to tackle a guy that's already past him. I love Joey Bosa, but it just doesn't make sense to try. Well, we're going to throw the ball long, and then we're going to score faster, and then we're going to send our defense out there to play the majority of the game.
Well, it wouldn't be a problem if they do score, but if you throw the ball long and it's incomplete, then it becomes a big problem with what you're saying. You're 100% about that, right? And then you got to put them out there. Yeah. Scoring's great. If you score, who cares? I mean, they score within one play, the other team's still got to match it. But I agree with you that, hey, there is risk involved, and you could get the ball turned over. By the way, thank you on Joey Bosa. I haven't talked about him, Mike, and I want to do that right now because I thought he crashed down a little bit too much, crashed down like the end and got beat around. Like his edge setting wasn't good enough, but it wasn't because he's not a good edge setter. Joey Bosa is actually a good edge setter when he is willing to and wants to be a good edge setter and plays it like that. But he, I think, was going to the quarterback and getting beat around the edge, not only this game, but against the Dolphins as well. And it is something I think the Bills have to kind of fix a little bit with him because that's what he is. He's great at sacking the quarterback. It's what he's made his living on. But I think teams are taking advantage of him crashing down and going to the quarterback and using that against him, and something he's going to have to be aware of going forward. Tom in Wheatfield is up next. Hi, Tom.
How you doing, Sal?
Good. How are you?
Hey,
Good. I heard the Cleve Hill reference. I'm a Maryvale alumni. Kill the Hill. Remember that phrase?
Yes, I do. I remember. I do, of course, yeah. Actually, when we were very young, they played a lot, the two schools. And then when I got to high school, we did not play at all. And I think they started. Yes, of course I remember that. And I remember bonfire. I remember bonfires where we put a Maryvale helmet on the top of the bonfire.
You got it, man. I'm 62 years old, so I got you by a decade. But
you got it, buddy. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Real quick reference. Back in the early 90s, I think you were here then. I don't think you were in Florida at that point. But...
I was in Syracuse in college.
Okay, well, GR had a host in the morning, Saturday mornings anyways. His name Rocky or Rocco Pandola.
I remember Rocco, yep.
Yeah, and some of the calls today remind me of what he had said, where the Bills were 9-3. It was during the bowl years, and he was saying it was embarrassing. And I almost went off the road. I distinctly remember because I was going to the bank, and I'm just like, "What the, really?" And then I'm hearing the calls today, and I'm just like, a lot of the head coaches break the season. I think Marone did. I don't know if Sean does it, but they would break the season into quarters. You know, we're 4-0 in the first quarter of the season. It was easier to do when it was 16 games, obviously. But at any rate, we're 4-0, man. And I don't care how we won. Our defense is going to get better. I do have a lot of faith in Michael Hoyt, and praying for that. And man, I just I think we should be happy where we're at. The best team in football with the Eagles, and man, let's just freaking bring it.
All right, you got it, Tom. I love it. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate your passion. Let's go to JD in Hamburg. Hi, JD.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Good
Actually,
morning.
I'm glad I'm talking to you because I think you'd be a great guy to bring this up with the coach if you tend to agree. And here it is. I'm surprised more Bills fans aren't talking about this. I watched the All-22. I watched replays of the game. I think, Sal, the Bills have got to stop playing two linebackers on like 95% of their downs. They need to get a third linebacker in there in the heart of their defense, and they are leaving Shaq Thompson on the bench way too much. And if you want to play a base nickel, that's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, Sal, they're damn good when they throw a third linebacker in there. And I'll even point out that on that late game drive where we stopped the Saints on fourth down, they chose to put Shaq in there as a third linebacker, if I'm not mistaken, on every single one of those plays on that particular drive. The rest of the day, he was almost non-existent. And I honestly think the Bills are paying a price for this. And I really think it's time for a third linebacker at least 5 or 6 times more than they're doing it now. Wanted to hear what you had to say.
Okay, well, first things first. It is not my place to ever tell the Buffalo Bills how to run their defense, so I would never do that. You could ask questions, but I don't do that. You can call up and say it, and I can say it on the radio and what I think, but I would never go to Sean McDermott and say you should play through. That's not my place. I don't do things like that.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Understand.
So
but what do you think?
Okay, here's what I think. First of all, the Bills are actually playing a third linebacker way more this year than they have in the last few years. And then yesterday, let me just get the numbers yesterday. I actually tweeted out the snap counts. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this up for you from yesterday because they did play. How much did they play? 3 linebackers in base yesterday. Probably maybe not as much with Shaq. And by the way, Shaq had missed a little time early in the season. So yesterday, Taron Johnson was on the field quite a bit. Shaq Thompson was not on the field very much. Last week was a little different. They had last week. Let me get you the numbers on this. I just pulled it up here. Against the Miami Dolphins, there were 61 defensive snaps. Shaq Thompson was on the field for 21 of the 61, Taron Johnson for 40. Now, you could say, well, that's just too much. Here's the problem I have. I don't disagree that you can be better in those sets. Taron Johnson is maybe the best nickel corner in the league. And when a team has a slot receiver to cover, do you want a linebacker and Shaq Thompson covering him?
No, I think it's great, Sal. I'm just asking you, don't you think that even if you play a base nickel, that the Bills really would look better a lot of the time, I think, if they leaned on three linebackers more often.
Maybe, but it is a response. You have to remember, it's a response. What they're doing is a response to what the offense is doing. And if they go heavy and put a fullback or an extra tight end, you're going to see them go three linebackers. If they run 11 personnel, one running back, one tight end, you're going to see Taron Johnson on the field because they're going to have more receivers to cover on the field. And I would think that you would agree that you really don't want three linebackers lined up against three wide receivers or four wide receivers necessarily, right? That would be the thing. So I understand where you're coming from. Here's the other part I would say about this, though, to be honest with you. I think he hung up. I do think it's a good point to make here about maybe how things are different with Matt Milano healthy. Because with Matt Milano, I think he presents a different element at will linebacker than what Dorian Williams does. Matt Milano is much better in coverage than Dorian Williams is. So I think with Milano out there, it makes it a little different than what you're seeing. And it's a great point. I like it. There's no right answer here. There's no right answer. Because you could definitely say, put three linebackers on the field more, you're going to be better against this, that, and the other thing. You're also going to be sacrificing there. And when you have Matt Milano versus Dorian Williams, that makes a difference when a team passes even out of a heavier set than if Dorian Williams is covering. And I think all of that matters. But yeah, I'm not going to go tell Sean McDermott that. I'm going to just talk about it on the radio. Maybe that's not my place. My place would be to ask him, what's your philosophy on that? Let's go to Doug in Hamburg. Hi, Doug.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking the call, man. Appreciate it.
You got it.
You got really good insight into stats and stuff that I could never figure out. So I wanted to ask your opinion on how much of the third down defense or just the defense in general is a positive for us because we're that good or because New Orleans was just that bad with all the drop passes and blown up plays that they had?
Well, blown up plays are a credit to a defense, no?
I'm sorry, bad phrasing, but I'm hoping you understand what I'm trying to get.
I am, but I mean, it's a football game, right? Okay. I mean, like you have to put that team in that position, and I don't know. I guess you could go either way, right? I could look at it either way. 5 of 13 on third down means you're doing some things right, but certainly they're going to hurt themselves. It's no different than the Bills. The Bills were 3 of 10 on third down, by the way, which is not a good number. And I'm sure they had some self-inflicted wounds there. But I just think it's all. Hey, listen, last week against Miami, this is a good example here, Doug. Last week against Miami, the Bills were not good on third down, 10 of 15. But, they were playing a game that was a little different and saying, let's not get beat deep. And because of that, they allowed too much underneath, and Miami got some first downs. So the way the Bills look at it is, look, we put them in third and long, and we're not going to get beat deep. Yeah, we want to get off the field, but we don't want to be results-based. We want to make sure that they're working for everything they get. So I think you could just look at it a lot of different ways. The Saints' third downs, I'm sure, are a bit of a product of them hurting themselves, but I don't think that should take away from the Bills doing the job. Right?
Well, I'm looking at it from the opposite point of view in that I don't want to give the credit to the defense if it's something that they didn't do. You got a guy who dropped the ball off his fingertips. You got the drop pass in the end zone, scoring opportunities for both of them that had nothing to do with our defense. They just blew the play.
Do you think that the ball going off the fingertips on the sidelines could also be because there's tight coverage, so he has to put it in a spot right there?
You know what? I think we're thinking of two different plays. I'm thinking of the one in the middle of the field where it was a little bit behind him, but it was definitely catchable. And
sure. If you want to listen, Doug.
Hey,
listen, Doug. If you want to do this, you have every right to do it. I mean, if you think that everything that happens or because the team isn't that bad and they're making their own mistakes and your team did nothing right, I can't stop you. But there's two teams playing out there. And it's a football game.
That's not trying to get at. I'm asking you because you have more opportunity to look at film and different angles and stuff.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say other than, yes, did the Saints make mistakes? Sure. I think you have to also put yourself in a position to force some mistakes, and there's also times where you made the play. Right? I mean, there's a third down where
looking at it from a skewed pessimistic point of view. So if that's what you're seeing, then I can look at it that way and go, you know what?
You can look at it any way you want. I'm not telling you not to. Let me look at Let me look at their third downs by game. So let me just look at it. Let's see, what did they do third down? It's a good exercise. Let me go to the Saints. I'll pull up the Saints right now. So if you want to look at it a little bit more holistically, I guess, and say what have they done and is it against the Bills here? All right. So third downs for the Saints this year. The Bills did, it's pretty much in line with what they've done all year. 5 of 14, 4 of 11, 5 of 15, 5 of 13. So, I don't know. I mean, they're exactly what they've kind of been all year.
Yeah.
No better, no worse, really. So, you can look at it however you want. I think the answer, Doug, is there's always a little bit of it. There's always a little bit of the other team. making mistakes, and there's always a little bit of you forcing mistakes and making plays. When there's a third down and Terrell Bernard has a great timed blitz and forces Spencer Rattler to throw it and be called for intentional grounding, that's a play the Bills make. That's not on them making a mistake.
Yeah, they definitely had some amazing plays yesterday. There's no doubt about that. I was just curious about that perspective or point of view to see if I was looking at it.
Let me ask you this: the third down that Cole Bishop intercepted. How would you describe that on who made a play or who did something wrong?
Oh, that was all him. It was all defense. He read that beautifully, and he read it in such a way that Rattler didn't even have a chance to pick up that he was coming.
Yeah, it's great. And I will tell you, though, I guarantee you, today on Saints Radio, there's some people going, I can't believe we ran that stupid play. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you could look at it so many different ways, I guess, which is kind of the cool part about being a fan. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Doug. Good exercise to walk through. Tom and NT, what's up, Tom?
Hey, Sal, how you doing?
Good.
Always a great on Victory Monday. Look, and I've been hearing people today, and I think sometimes as Bills fans, we're never thought I would have said this 5-10 years ago, but we're getting a little spoiled. And look, I'm all for saying, all right, they won. What can we improve on? What can we do better? And that's great, and we should have that. But, I hear people saying, well, the passing game isn't good enough. Well, there's still 6th in the NFL in passing yards per game, which I know is not the only measure of a passing game, but it's not like they're entirely sacrificing the passing game for this run game. And even the defense, let's give them a little credit. There was what I think it was 4 drive starts the Saints had yesterday in Bills territory, and that puts the defense at a little bit of a disadvantage there. And then they still come up with stops. Yeah, it would have been nice, especially in the first and second quarter, the first half there, where the run defense had been a little better. But overall, they did their job, and they, like I said, with 4 drive starts in the Bills territory, that's, holding a team to 19 points, even, quote unquote, even the Saints, that's not a horrible performance overall. And just, kind of take a step back and realize that things, not everything's entirely bad, and just, look for improvement, but
yeah. Hey, it is. I mean, it is an NFL football team. It was 0-3, trying to help salvage their season. They're not a great team. They have a young quarterback, but they came. I thought they did some nice things yesterday, and they had a nice game plan to get that kid out moving a little bit. He's got some legs. I thought the Bills could have spied on him a little bit more than they did. He made some plays, and they stayed in the game. Thanks, Tom. I enjoy the perspective. Yep. Thanks, buddy. Be well. All right. We will take a timeout. When we come back, I'm going to run through what happened around the league. Got a stat for you from the Giants-Chargers game that relates to a Bills game from years ago and how that game wound up. And we'll take a look at the AFC and the standings right now, heading into tonight, where you got some other AFC teams playing, which are going to factor into what's happening around the conference. We'll get to sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy, all along the way here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Hey, join Joe DiBiase, Sneaky Joe, Friday, October 3rd. That's this Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. at Thirsty Buffalo on Elmwood. Scan the QR code on site for a chance to win 2 tickets to the Bills-Dolphins game in Miami. That's right, in Miami. Plus 2 $1,000 Visa gift cards. It's all courtesy of Heineken. Must be 21 and older to enter. No purchase necessary. Sounds like a great time. Maybe you were inside the stadium yesterday for a great time. The Bills beat the New Orleans Saints 31-19. Let's get to our extra point from the sidelines. It is brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care, and it really was a beautiful day. I just want to talk about the environment yesterday at a 1 o'clock game inside that stadium. Sunday, 1 o'clock, beautiful. I don't know, you know what? What's the game time temp? Do you want to guess, Joe Cali? Do you want to guess what the game time kickoff temperature was? Do you know?
I want to say 75?
Ooh, close. 73.
73. It was a beautiful day.
73 kickoff temperature on the official game book in Orchard Park. 73, 56% humidity, which is nothing. 7-mile-per-hour winds. Beautiful.
Yeah, football weather.
High temp 76 during the game, I guess you got to. There you go. High temp 76. You could put everything. They put everything on the game book. High temp 76. Mix of sun and clouds. It's on the game book.
That's crazy.
I know, right? Anyway, I just pulled that up and looked at it. It was a great day yesterday. It's great to be out at the stadium, and really it dovetails into what the rest of this schedule looks like, because we all know, like, the Bills just don't have many 1 p.m. home games, or even really 1 p.m. games, a lot of them overall. They do have one at Miami. They have another one against the Bucs, one at Carolina. But, okay, I guess you got at New England, at Cleveland. So they do have some more on the road. But at home, you have one more really scheduled, and that is against Tampa on November 16th. But then I'm guessing the one against the Jets at the end will be at 1 o'clock, but it could be at 4:25. We'll see. But that was a beautiful day yesterday. Great to see so many people out there. A lot of kids at the game yesterday. Like, more kids, I guess, younger people than I'm used to seeing. And I think it's because of that, because it's not a night game. Right? Like, if you're going to take a kid to a game, you're like, what game can we go to? Well, that's a Sunday night, that's a Monday night, that's a Thursday night. Let's go to the afternoon game. And that was cool to see. So that was a good, energetic crowd yesterday, and people were kind of nervous for a while, but wound up going in the Bills' favor, obviously, and that was great to see the Bills go to 4-0, and that is our extra point from the sidelines, brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. Let's take a look around the league yesterday, tell you what happened in the NFL. We started Thursday night. We talked about that on Friday. Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20. But then yesterday in the morning, Steelers. What did Chris Brown say? This is such a Steelers win. It was, right? 24-21 over the Minnesota Vikings. The Steelers were up in this game 24-6 in the fourth quarter. And then the Vikings not only score a couple times, they get the ball back and they have a chance. But near at the end of the game, they can't convert. And the Steelers move to 3-1. The Vikings fall to 0-2 after a game in Dublin. Did you know, Joe Cali? This is the back-to-back weeks for the Vikings in international play. They play also next week in London.
Really?
Yeah, so they were in Dublin, and now they go to London. I haven't read the story, but someone wrote a story about how they actually requested the league to do that for some reason. I'm going to go back and read it, but the league has always wanted to they've done this with Jacksonville, being over there for 2 weeks in a row. These are 2 road games considered for the Vikings, both one in Dublin, and then the back-to-back, they're going to London against the Browns next Sunday morning.
Yeah,
crazy.
That's insane. Would that be a little bit of an advantage for them in the second road game?
Yeah, I think people would consider that, right? And then they'll have their bye week coming back, so really interesting that's happening. But that'll be another couple international games next week, by the way. That's not the only one. Actually, is it? Yeah, it's the only one. I'm sorry. It's the only international game next week. Okay, so Commanders, without Jaden Daniels again, go to Atlanta, and Marcus Mariota throws for 156 and 2 touchdowns, but not enough because Michael Penix and the Falcons offense looked really good yesterday. They roll up 435 yards of offense, Bijan Robinson 75 yards on the ground, and 106 through the air. That's a guy. He's a beast when it comes to an all-purpose monster. Commanders fall to 2-2. Falcons, they improved to 2-2. That's really interesting for them after they were shut out by the Panthers last week. Speaking of the Panthers, they go to New England and get destroyed 42-13. But I looked at this box score. The Panthers had more first downs. They had more third down conversions. They outgained New England in this game, 326-307.
That's insane. And then you get absolutely destroyed. Yeah.
And no turnovers. But the New England had a punt return for a touchdown, which got them rolling. And I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me. Like, I haven't watched this game, but 42-13, yet they had more first downs. They outgained them. They had 5 yards of play. Now, New England had 6.4 yards of play. Looks like New England kind of won with a big play, actually, is what they did. So, Panthers fall to 1-3. New England, the Patriots come to Buffalo next week. They're 2-2. And they're looking to get 3-2 and get a win on the Bills and head-to-head, obviously. Browns are at the Lions. Browns were the team I chose in the loser pool for Paul, so I'm still alive.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you to all of you who chose the Chargers because you are out and I am not anymore, so that's good. I didn't think that the Browns could hold with the Lions, especially after that big win last week. You kind of come down from that. You go and play a Lions. Now, Lions had a big win last week too, but Lions are better than I thought they would be, losing both coordinators, and here they go again, scoring a boatload of points. The last 3 weeks for the Lions, 52, 38, and 34. It's insane, right? What they're doing right there. In this game, Jahmyr Gibbs runs for 91. I'm on St. Brown. I'm on Ross St. Brown. 7 targets, 7 catches, 70 yards. How about that? 777. Play your lottery tonight, pal. And Joe Flacco threw 2 picks for the Browns.
Yeah, he's not playing the same way he did those couple of years ago when he was in for them.
No, and the Browns defense is really good, but that was not a good day for them.
No,
that was not a good day. They go to Cleveland and they go to Detroit, and they go to 1-3. Detroit goes to 3-1. How about the Texans with a shutout over the Tennessee Titans? I kind of don't like Brian Callahan very much. He seems like he's kind of a jerk to people sometimes.
A little bit.
Like in press conferences.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see him yesterday? This week? He's like, reporters are asking like some valid questions. Like, well, I don't know. He's so condescending to them.
I've seen the clips on Twitter.
Yeah, and I'm like, and somebody wrote like he looks like he wants to go fight like the reporters outside. Like, they're not being combative with him.
No, they're just asking questions. They're doing their job. Yeah,
it's kind of weird, right? And yeah. So anyway, yesterday, Cam Ward, 10 of 26, 108. And an interception, not going well for the young quarterback. C.J. Stroud, very efficient yesterday, 22 of 28, 233 and 2 touchdowns for the Houston Texans. They get their first win of the year, 1-3. Titans still looking for their first win. They're 0-4. Bills, of course, play the Texans on a Thursday night in November in Houston.
Yeah, the Texans needed that win.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And, now, and honestly, can't you see... Is there a world where you could see maybe the Texans competing still in the South? I could.
Oh,
they're Indy and Jacksonville.
If they win their division, yeah, Indianapolis, if they hit a stall at any point in the season, yeah.
Texans could be there at the end.
Yeah.
All right, Giants beat the Chargers 21-18. I'm going to give you a stat in this game. I found this today because I'm looking at the box score going, wait a minute, what's going on here? Similarly to what I told you about New England and Carolina. Check this out. Okay, Chargers had 6 yards of play. The Giants had 3.6, which is incredibly low. Okay? And I'm like, how do you lose a game when you out yard per play a team 6.0 to 3.6? So I went to StatHead, that's Pro Football Reference, and I put in the query. My team has 3.6 or less. Their team has 6.0 or more, but I still won. It's the first time it's happened in the NFL since 2018.
Wow.
And the last time it happened was the Bills game against the Dolphins where Charles Clay in the end zone, Josh's rookie year.
Oh, my gosh.
In that game,
that's crazy.
The Bills gained 6.29 yards of play. The Dolphins 3.5, and the Bills lost.
I remember that game.
Yes.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's the last time it happened. I mean, what are we talking here? 7 years. It's been 7 years since a team lost a game with 6 yards a play or more, giving up 3.9 yards a play or more.
And Brian Dable's now been on both sides of it.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
That's even crazier. It's the same person, kind of. Yeah.
3.6 yards a play or less, I should say. So crazy. Anyway, Giants, I'm burying the lead. Malik Neighbors out for the year, torn ACL. Terrible.
It looked like he went to jump and just tweaked his knee. And
terrible.
Non-contact.
Jackson Dart scores a touchdown, gets a win. Good for him. Table and Jackson Dart after the game, you see their interaction going crazy, right?
Yeah.
And now Joe Alt's hurt for the Chargers for a while. They're already without Rashawn Slater. They moved Alt over to his side. And Herbert was not good yesterday. 2 interceptions, 23 of 41, 203. Protection's an issue there. Okay. Got to fly through a couple of these here. The Buccaneers, the Eagles. There's another one for you, Joe. Did you know the Eagles did not complete a pass in the entire second half of the game yesterday?
I found that out this morning.
Did not complete a pass
that's
in the entire second half.
Insane. I think 0 for 8.
0 for 8. Yet they won 31-25 over the Buccaneers.
Yeah,
31-25. Eagles with the Bills. Only 4-0 teams in the NFL. Bucks fall to 3-1. They were undefeated. Bucks come to Buffalo in mid-November. Colts, they lose to the Rams 27-20. Adonai Mitchell, is how I say his name right?
Adonai.
Yes,
right. I'm not 100% positive.
AD Mitchell drops the ball on his way into the end zone before he gets there. Just a tough play for them. He has a holding call and another touchdown is called back. The Rams go deep, and they have a Tutu Atwell touchdown late in the game to win 27-20. They're both 3-1 now, Colts and Rams. Jags knock the 49ers off from the unbeatens. The Jags are now 3-1. The Niners are 3-1 in this game. Trevor Lawrence, 21-31, only 174 and touchdown. Good, efficient day for him. Brock Purdy did throw for 309, but he also had 2 interceptions to go along with his 2 touchdown passes. And, of course, Baltimore and Kansas City. Boy, Kansas City just jumped out and just took it to Baltimore after that. After the first series for Baltimore where they score, it's all Kansas City after that. After an opening touchdown by the Ravens, Kansas City outscores them the rest of the way, 37-13. They win 37-20. Patrick Mahomes, 270 yards and 4 touchdown passes. Lamar Jackson leaves the game late. What they said was a hamstring injury, but the game was kind of out of hand, so we'll see where that goes with the Ravens, who fall to 1-3, and the Chiefs at 2-2. Back and forth, great game between the Raiders and Bears last night, yesterday afternoon. Bears win 25-24. The Raiders go for a walk-off field goal. It's blocked. Another blocked field goal in this league, which is great. I love seeing it. Make special teams matter again. They certainly are this year. Ashton Genty finally breaking out. 138 yards and a touchdown run for the rookie running back for the Las Vegas Raiders, who lose. The Raiders did lose the game. I'm making it sound like they won 1-3 on the season. Bears do win the game. They're 2-2. They've now won back-to-back weeks after starting 0-2. Caleb Williams, 212, a touchdown, and an interception. I'll get to the game last night in a minute. It's part of my sit-up, stand-down, and hey, buddy, which all comes your way after this timeout on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. All right, let's get to sit up, stand down. We're going to get to our Hey Buddy segment as well. I mean, maybe this could actually be both of a sit-up kind of thing, to be honest with you, when I think about it. But I want to sit up and give credit to the Texans defense. Let's sit up and pay attention to the Texans defense. I talked a lot about, and I said C.J. Stroud was regressing. We talked about that, but we just talked about the Texans a little while ago. Their defense is good, folks, and they just had a shutout yesterday, 26-0. Their scores they've given up this year, only 14 to the Rams, 20 to the Bucks. These are good offenses. 17 to the Jags, and then nothing yesterday. So 14, 20, 17, and nothing. And they get the Ravens next week in Baltimore. And if Lamar Jackson is not in that game, that's going to be tough sledding, even if he is. That's really interesting. The Texans have a good defense. When the Bills go to Houston, and we all saw last year, they gave Josh Allen and the Bills offense fits. When the Bills go to Houston in November on a Thursday night, that is going to be a tougher game maybe than you realize against that defense because it is very good. Let's sit up on what the Texans defense is doing. They may keep them into this AFC South race for a while, and they might have a chance when it's all said and done. All right. Let's stand down on the way that the overtime ended yesterday in Packers-Cowboys. Did you see this game? 40-40. Okay, now, if you're in Green Bay today, you're like, I can't believe they almost ran that clock out because they threw a pass at the very, very end, and luckily there was 1 second. If the ball gets batted up in the air and then falls to the ground and one more second comes off, the Packers would have lost the game stupidly because they decided to run a play like that and take that much time as the clock was running. But they did ultimately kick the field goal with 1 second remaining. What I'm saying, though, is can we please just get rid of the clock on overtime? Here's actually what you should do. I don't mind the clock. Here's my idea, Joe. When a team scores on their first possession, if the other team has their second possession, which they get now, if clock expires 15, they can finish out the possession. That's what finish out the possession. That's what
Dallas
they should be allowed to do.
Run that down,
yes,
and just leave them with nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, that's not.
You could do that. Yeah. Anybody could do that. You could literally just run the clock down and leave a team 30 seconds. Score a touchdown, okay, sorry, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. This might cause an off-season discussion.
And there has been talk about this, but that's what I want to stand down on. Stand down on the way that the overtime rule works, because I think that you need to at least allow that team. And it didn't matter yesterday necessarily, but it could have mattered because if that ball falls and it's 0-0, they would have had fourth down, a chance to tie the game, and they wouldn't have been able to do it, right? And I think that's why you got to be able to do that. All right, let's get to Hey Buddy. I referenced him earlier, but I'm just going to say it here. My buddy is Howard Simon. I got to know how he's feeling. I'm feeling really bad for him. Hey, buddy, I hope you're okay after that epic Mets collapse and not making the playoffs with that payroll and that roster. Holy cow. How did the Mets not make the playoffs?
Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough.
Really, really tough. Howard, I texted him, Joe, and I said, Howard, I want you to know you're going to be my buddy today for Hey Buddy, and he has not responded.
Oh, no.
And I'm worried about my buddy, Howard Simon, that he's just in a corner crying right now, upset. And then Pete Alonso said he's opting out, right? He's going to be a free agent again. I think that he said that.
Whoa.
I believe I read that.
Yeah. I just haven't been tuned in at all today, but whoa.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So tomorrow, playoffs begin. And by the way the playoffs work in the first round, best of 3, all in one place. So all 3 games, so that way you have no travel for a 3-game series. And you got Detroit and Cleveland, and every day is the exact same time. Detroit and Cleveland at 1 o'clock. Padres and Cubs at 3 o'clock. Red Sox, Yankees at 6 o'clock. Reds, Dodgers at 9 o'clock. So you get that for basically 3 straight days. And let's hope, for my sake, it's only 2 days and the Yankees can take care of business against the Red Sox. So
I'm hoping so too. I'm with you on that.
Are you a Yankee fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to band together here against Bulldog, I think. So
yes.
All right. Thanks a lot to G producing on the video side of the bullpen for coming in, for all of you for watching, for listening. Thanks a lot to Joe Kelly as well. I'll be back later this week with reports from One Bills Drive on Wednesday. You got Zach and Derek coming your way tomorrow here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. In the meantime, One Bills Live up next here on WGR.